But I gotta say, he was smooth once he rolled into it. And our first series was Big Bongo Boys playing up against Clarity Black. For the first 20 minutes of the game, there was a bit of fighting in the top lane, but not much happened besides that.
Trading back, and that guy actually was getting a lot more health than I would expect there.
For Boxer Squirrel, really, those kind of impacts making a huge difference in the goal.
Yeah, and I don't know whether I want to call them triple B, BBB, or Big Bongo Boys. Actually, they're not all same size. Big Bongo.
Then there was a mega turnaround fight for the Big Bongo Boys after they made a big dragon attempt, but then they got challenged again for the dragon attempt, which Big Bongo Boys won the fight before.
On this side, it is but Boxer Squirrel in the midst of all, unable to get too much out, but finds the two before his last dies, and Chicken Fried Rice, when it's good depth, does not they come back to the circuit, but finds one, Ichi by Rudo, she gets shut down, and the exchange of lives is so insane, and Malphite finds the damage to treat him back, and he does, but unfortunately, it is the ace on the side of CLB that allows them to
Much later in the game, Big Bongo Boys chased Akali down in the bot lane, meaning that Clarity Black had so much freedom to take that first Baron, and from that Baron, they spiraled away from the teamfight and took the victory.
The higher rank Black, to say performing extremely well.
Can't get out to tries to hold the over the wall, but that's crucial. 4 members sent down. This is the freest Baron I've seen. It's incredibly hard to seize anything. As we're talking about that, the dragon does in fact.
This will be a very important fight. Dragon Soul on the line. Let's see.
So easy, and the onslaught of shadows into all of the members. We talk about Wobble on one side, we talk about Wobble on the other side, but the whole time is not correctly pinned on enough members to make it worth it and to make it so they can make this comeback. And unfortunately, at the end, CLB take the lead, and it was the game.
And then as we rolled into game 2, Maokai was picked again.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champions Spotlight, featuring
Maokai, the Twisted Treant.
Maokai, support tank hybrid.
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Normally Darius is only and looks like they're just super smart with Maokai.
And the team was entirely green, so they kind of had the aesthetic advantage for the Big Bongo Boys. The first 22 minutes, I kind of got distracted watching the LCS. 100 Thieves did win, to a big surprise of all the casters. And then we moved back into the game, when Baron and Soulpoint were both hit here by CLB.
Dragon, we have good stuff coming up with this.
Dragon is down to 9 HP. They have to pull it out. There's a lot less potential to happen. Malphite will be putting in games. They want to make this happen. The Wombo combo. The Vulture is barely out of range, so it's not going to matter if the end gets on the front. But this win is pretty much in the backline. Is that trying to fall time for a leading carry? But in the 1v4, when you're already routed, they're already on top of you. They make it look easy.
With CLB taking a massive victory in the second game and this series, it seemed like the casters had gone to Hogwarts, because every single time they were casting and made predictions, they just put a caster curse down on poor Big Bongo Boys.
The series is taken by Clarity Black.
And that was Risen Unstoppable for the night. Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Risen Recap. Today we're looking towards Risen Unstoppable, and the stream started off with a bang, Quicksand asleep.
It's the first game of Unstoppable Risen pre-made. Come on, get up.
But I gotta say, he was smooth once he rolled into it. And our first series was Big Bongo Boys playing up against Clarity Black. For the first 20 minutes of the game, there was a bit of fighting in the top lane, but not much happened besides that.
Oh, but the engage coming out from Sejuani, but it's trading back, and that guy actually getting a lot more health than I would expect it there.
For Boxer Squirrel, really, those kind of impacts making a huge difference in the goal.
Yeah, and I don't know whether I want to call them triple B, BBB, or Big Bongo Boys. Actually, they're not all same size.
Big
Then there was a mega turnaround fight for the Big Bongo Boys after they made a big dragon attempt, but then they got challenged again for the dragon attempt, which Big Bongo Boys won the fight before.
On this side, it is but Boxer Squirrel in the midst of all, unable to get too much out, but finds the two before his last dies, and Chicken Fried Rice when it's good depth does not enforce it. That's enough. Up they still up. They come back to the circuit, so finds one. Ichi by Rudo, she gets shut down, and the exchange of lives is so insane. And Malphite finds damage to treat him back, and he does, but unfortunately, it is the ace on the side of CLB that allows them to get this dragon.
much later in the game, Big Bongo Boys chased Akali down in the bot lane, meaning that Clarity Black had so much freedom to take that first Baron, and from that Baron, they spiraled away from the teamfight and took the victory.
The higher rank Clarity Black, honestly,
Flying to
performing
Akali.
extremely well.
He can't get out, and then he tries to OP over the wall, but that's crucial. 4 members sent down. This is the freest Baron I've seen, and it's incredibly hard to succeed.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to Friday Night Draft. That's right, and it's not just Friday Night Draft. It's the most epic way to get to playoffs you could possibly think of. Div 1 has 3 teams vying for some tiebreaker rounds tonight, and I am so glad it's not just me, but I am here with Hyper and DBZ. Help me break it down. This is going to be a wild one.
Yeah. It's gonna be a fun night. I am ready for it. 3 teams are gonna play tonight, and we possibly might see a 4th team. If all 3 of these games turn out to have a record of 1-1, and I'm excited. I'm excited for it. I'm here for the ride. Freak, do you want to start it off?
I can get started by saying the following. Hello, everyone. Friday night. You heard it here first. We're having tiebreakers. What's that? Tiebreakers. It's as if we are group stages going on right now, but we're just better because it's high quality League of Legends and lower elos, and that's what you like to see. No calculated gameplay, just running it down mid. You're not actually running it down, but you get the idea.
Oh, dude, last week they were 100% running it down.
Oh, last week? Oh my goodness.
Last week I listened back to the VOD because I always like to listen to them back just so I can, the next week be better at doing what I do.
Right.
And I kid you not, I was just yelling words. There was no sense of like dictating a fight, trying to like speedily talk about something. It was just words, and I was just yelling out loud.
Well,
Yeah.
last week was crazy just because it was getting us out of the regular season into this. And we knew at the end of last week that we might have some tiebreakers. I don't think we realized we were going to have tiebreakers in Division 1. And there's also a tiebreaker round going on in Division 2.
Forgot about that.
So it's the night of tiebreakers, everybody. So, yeah, so buckle up for sure. Even if they run it down mid, they'll get a second chance because each one of these teams is going to play each other twice tonight.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of interesting because I believe game 1 kind of determines whether or not we have a game 4. Is it game 1 or game 2 that determines whether or not we have a game 4? It's one of those, and I already.
It'll probably be game 2.
Game 2, yeah, they're all kind of interesting.
Game 2 really depends on whether we have a game 4 because it's going to be level 100 versus T5 game 1. That's probably going to be a banger.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool.
I'm looking at the top jungle duo going on, and both for both teams, they're kind of just outrageous. You have Now Upon Light, who we saw a couple weeks ago, and Now Upon Light, the jungler, not the team. Now Upon Light, the jungler, played Zach, and that man just over the top of the wall into the bot lane, over the top of the wall into the dragon pit. Like, he was setting up his lane so good. He was visiting every lane, and I'm
for that.
Oh yeah, he was doing all the jungle things that you expect to see from junglers. I don't remember level 100.
I don't know if we specifically casted them. I don't remember them either, but I was kind of looking over them because I don't recognize any of the names, especially. So I was kind of looking over like who was on the team, and they're pretty standard with their picks, except for their jungler. It looks like who might randomly do a Mordekaiser jungle every now and then. So that would be a fun, spicy pick, Night Train, if you're listening to us about that.
Actually, not terrible.
So you bring up an interesting point with the Zac because the level 100 jungler has an alt who plays a ton of Zac. So if both of these teams need to be either hoping to get that Zac early or just wipe it off the board because that Alcoserd could be a monster on Zac as well. So, I mean, I think both these teams have a lot to figure out, even just getting into the game itself.
I didn't think also we'd be saying that Zac would be a really high priority pick. I like it.
I mean, he comes you say, he comes from anywhere. I mean, if that's how you get the flex early on, you terrorize from the jungle, right?
Especially when you're a big green blob just flying in from the nth dimension. Yeah.
And then
But
the final team that is also part of this tiebreaker for us is Stephen Hawking's Dance Club, I believe. Where's the
I
thing?
have seen them, and
Yes, we casted them once. Their jungler is
I
a
don't think we
disgusting.
casted them once.
Their jungler is a disgusting Kane player. Remember, it was game 1 where he absolutely Goomba stomped everyone on Kane.
Oh my goodness, yes,
Then
I
they beat it
remember
game
that
2,
now.
and then he played Lilia and did the same thing again.
Yeah. They must have had a couple of player swaps in there because Night Train is the only one I'm recognizing, unless Night Train was a sub one night for another team.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but
I'm not sure either. But yeah, I remember now. I remember him being disgusting.
They also have the
gameplay.
most riding on them because the way that the math works out is they have to show up tonight or they're out. So they gotta go big brain on both of their games and just dominate, or they're not gonna make it to the playoffs. So they've got a lot riding on their shoulders. I mean, all these teams have a lot going into these games, and like you were talking earlier, it's all determined by all of them. So they can't really sit back. They've got to go out, go hard, and just dominate.
One thing I will say, though, that Stephen Hawking Dance Club does have an advantage because the other team that they're playing against in Game 2 plays first, so they have a chance to sit back, relax, and come up with a strategy to kind of, like, formulate something to be able to take a game off. Because that could be pretty spicy coming in, but then, you know, on the other hand, you have T5 is able to watch SHDC, you know, being like, oh, okay, so here's where their strengths are, we can do this. So it's gonna come down, because, like, this first game, obviously, is what's gonna set the tone for the night. It's games really 2 and 3 that I think will actually be the most exciting, because like you have teams that are going to be able to formulate strategies while these other games are going on, and that's pretty cool. And then game 4, if we have it, keyword if, don't quote me on that, if it could be a repeat of game 1. Where's my thing? There it is. Yep, a repeat of game 1. And in that case, you know, it's like, you know, a best of 3 between the first 2 teams, and that, again, awesome. It's gonna kill me in hyper because that's 4 games. So if they stay too hype, we're gonna die tonight, and you know what? That's okay. That's what we're here for.
Don't worry, man. I have prepared for game 4 in advance. Not sponsored by Monster, but here I got my Monster locked and loaded. I've already taken my my Adderall, so like I'm ready for the night, dude.
And
that's what you signed up for, right?
Yep. This
is what I'm here for. This is the kind of entertainment I need. We talked about the overall scope of what's going to be happening tonight. Let's focus on game 1 because we got the players flowing into the lobby right now. We're going to have draft coming up pretty soonish. I want to talk about both teams in the aspect of looking at the champ pools. So from the top lane, from top laner to bot laner, minus the support, top laner to bot laner, it looks like the play styles are almost the exact same. Top laners on both teams, tanky, like tanky engage, tanky bruiser. I kind of just want to beat you with a mountain kind of, and I'm for it. Jungler is, you know, your utility jungler. He's your enabler, the echoes, the Zacs, you know, dudes that just come out of nowhere. Jin Zhao's even not really a meta, but still could work. But the mid laners, on the other hand, kind of, it's either one or the other.
One or the other. No.
Yeah, because you look at the mid laner for Now Upon Light. The face I made is trying to pronounce that word. Oh my goodness.
Fafnir.
Fafnir.
I don't, baby.
Whatever you say is right.
Word. Fafnir plays Katarina and Victor. Like, those play styles are so opposite from each other.
That's also like, where there's a decent gap in rank there too. So that's where, you know, that's a silver and up against a gold plat. So I mean, we could see some tug of war, some give and take. That could be an interesting spot to put a spotlight just to see how that fluctuates and floats this game.
Right.
I think the spotlight actually might come down to the supports, because Now Upon Light is an enchanter support.
Yeah, they both play enchant. Well, no, and then on the other side,
the other support loves his engage boys. So I think that's where the game is actually going to be decided by, is the supports, how well Chalupa can provide vision for his team, because he's got such a great vision score. I bet you during the game when I call it or when Free calls it, hey, let's cycle the vision real fast. Like that side of the jungle's lit up like a Christmas
Hopefully.
tree. It's Thanksgiving and it's already Christmas on the Rift kind of thing.
Mhm.
Or on the other side of the hand, you have level 100. Like, hey, you see that champ over there just by themselves? Can you hook him real quick?
Why?
Just bring that to me, please. Let's just blow him up and delete him.
So I think it's actually going to come down to the supports. Oddly enough, the skill gap in the mid lane, you can't overlook it. But I think the supports and just the different play styles, since they counteract each other so differently, if Chalupa can provide the vision, Panda Boat can't get the hooks. But if his team can deny the vision, he's landing every hook he throws. So I that's where I think the game's going to get decided from.
And the thing about, I'm going to go back to that skill gap in the mid lane for a hot second. Even though in this league we do see a lot, sometimes when there's a skill gap, it is shown during the laning phase just how much better the other person is. But with games kind of like, having, we're near the end of the season, we're trying to play tiebreakers, I honestly would say that I think Fafnir, even though he is arguably the lower elo player, but I like to think that ranked kind of doesn't entirely matter in a team setting, because we've seen from some pretty disgusting like things happening from like lower elo players from against the higher elo ones, and even Hyper and I will consistently talk about how we'll beat higher elo players in our games too. So like it kind of comes down to like what's communication, having a strong mental, making sure you don't let yourself get absolutely butt blasted in lane, which just play it safe, play with your jungler if you have to, things like that, and like gain control in like little areas across the map. And now G Fuel time.
No, and that's a really good point, because what is interesting about this league is it was drafted and nobody really knew each other, so they had to create those team dynamics and that communication standard throughout the season. But yeah, I mean, it puts a lot on that lower tier players' shoulders to kind of be calm, be cool, rely on your team, make sure that if you are behind, that's okay, right? You've got 4 other people on the Rift, like make a play. Last week, when T5 and T2 played, based on the numbers, T2 was a little bit lower in rank, but they still came out on top, and you could kind of see they just looked like they were gelling and they were working with some communication. We talked to them in the interview after, and they're like, yeah, that's what we focused on, was like communication and like that element. So you're totally right. As long as you play as a team and you don't try to 1v9, like generally teams win. So I'm a spotlight, not necessarily because maybe they'll get dominated, but it could also be a really cool place to see setups for ganks. I mean, if they're a little bit pushed in, then that could open things up for some jungling or for some roaming, especially with that spicy P4 drop the chalupa sitting in support.
I don't expect him to be roaming that much though, just because from the camps that he plays. Not saying that he is not capable of roaming, because
how dare you?
More than once have. I mean, especially if he can get his ADC in a good spot, and I think that the ADC for Now Upon Light has the game knowledge enough to know how to manage his wave, not even just win his lane, because he could probably just outright win his lane. He doesn't have to necessarily do that. He could probably set his wave up with just good wave management, have it bounce back, and then Chalupa says, hey, I'm going to go run down mid real quick, because me and the jungler are gonna gank this dude. I'll be there shortly. And then, the bot laner says, it's all good, dude. Like, I have a stacked wave coming. I'm gonna sit down here anyways.
It's all good. Thanks for all the vision. I feel completely safe and comfortable. I appreciate that. I love you, support. Support wins games, and that's what they'll be saying.
Go embody the team real fast. I mean, even if the Enchanter roams, like, I don't think Chalupa would leave his defenseless ADC down there in a 2v1 without a little safety, a sense of peace. Me on the other hand, I am in constant terror. Oh, hey Pike, are you gonna hook this guy? Where's he at? Oh, he's in the top lane. Okay.
I'm gonna quote a famous player. Y'all knew him from his prime days on CLG, Aframu. He said, and I quote during
first
one of
pro
his
I
games,
ever knew.
Mm-hmm.
Support
is so easy, baby.
Well, no.
Okay. And that's what my man says. He says support is so easy. And sometimes I kind of agree with them. You make or break the bot lane, and if you play a really great support, you can like shape your AD carry to be that carry that we saw. I'll even use a great example that literally happened not 30 minutes ago. Keria on T1 absolutely set up Gumayushi to do everything he needed to do and through the entire series of RNG today. For those of you that were watching, you know that like the bot lane of T1 was playing so immaculately.
They were dialed in.
We know that they're pro players, yes, but it's still you can still bring up the fact of how just on point the two of them were. Just Gumayushi and Keria just oh, it was so good. And for those of you who weren't watching T1 3-0'd RNG earlier, like we literally started stream right after the game ended.
No, I mean it's a good point though. Like, you know, the AD carry gets carried by the support, right? So, you know, it's the thankless role, but when it works, it's almost like what they do. It's like exactly. And everything just works really nice, and of course when things go wrong, it's kind of easy to look back at some stuff. But I think you're right. I think things will reconcile down when it comes to, you know, who's got the right vision placements. You talked about how this Now Upon Light could be playing some of these sneaky junglers, and that means you gotta change your vision game, right? So especially if Alcosur gets their possible, you know, Zac pick, if that's left open, everything you know about vision changes the minute Zac is in the jungle. So yeah, I think you might be right. I think the bot lane is where things are going to get spicy.
I do want to point out though, because we were talking about the supports, and I started thinking rationally.
About Uni?
Yeah, totally. But as far as Chalupa goes, oh, wait, what? I'm getting distracted by what's in the game lobby.
Me too.
We did see a Yuumi get played last week. I will add that to the mix.
It wasn't in our game, was it? No.
No, it was in the other. It was done to great fruition. Sivir Yuumi combo, and it was nasty. So yeah, you know, so that is where things get interesting. So
yeah.
But
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
But back to my point though. So because I think Chalupa has the game knowledge, and we've been talking about vision setup, and we were talking about Panda Boat and his hook champions and his engage champions. So if we tie all that in together, what I'm anticipating is Panda Boat to take this hook champion, him to then go on a roam, and I feel like Chalupa knows will be like in this man's head. He's gonna be like, oh, this guy's gonna be roaming mid lane. I'm just gonna, you know, counter gank. Is like I'm gonna be there to support. And I feel like as soon as Riggedy Ray is defenseless in the bot lane for Now Upon Light's eyes, and he knows it's a 1v1, he's gonna take that fight every time. And even though this man does play utility carries like the MF, and I think I saw it too, he might be going like for a more aggressive hyper carry. I think we might be seeing a Draven tonight.
Oh.
Like a Draven, maybe like a 1v1, maybe a Lucian, maybe a Vayne, like this really like strong dueling hyper carry coming out.
On which side? Level 100 or No Upon Light?
Now Upon Light.
Okay.
Just because
did have a Vayne last week.
Just because I'm seeing Riggedy Ray, and
they tried it twice, I think.
I see him playing these utility carries, and I love utility ADCs. I feel like I matter in a game. That was when I was on a 12-game loss streak, and I went from bronze 1 to bronze 4, and I said, you know what, utility carries ain't the way. Switch to hyper carry. Now I'm silver 4.
There you go. Nah, I kind of feel for you there on the utility carries, because there was a hot while where I became just like a Jhin one trick. I love Jhin.
He's still I say
good.
it every week. I say it every week, and I say it unironically because I mean it seriously. Jhin is literally most balanced champion that Riot has ever created, like right off the gate.
I mean, Riggedy Ray looking at what they play, that I mean, if depending on how they do their priority in ban, if they leave it open, I think we'll see Jhin. I mean, it's on their list. If you're good, it's a safe pick, and it's just brutal.
Dude, good Jhin players are
so much fun to watch.
Scary. But the thing is, I feel like even a good Jhin player has to get to mid game before he can 1v1, somebody with the amount of damage.
It's the trade-off, right? You got to get there to make it happen.
He's got to get there. And if his support Panda Boat is going to be roaming like I'm anticipating him to do, and I'm thinking Chalupa is also going to help his team by matching the roam, I feel like as soon as Panda Boat shown on vision, the bot laner for Now Upon Light is just going to turn the gas on immediately.
I would.
I would leave Jhin open just for that reason.
Just to go get. I dare you, go get it. Go get it.
Like put him in a false sense of security, and then whip out a Twitch or whip out a Kog'Maw, something that's like hard counters a Jhin, but can 1v1 him in lane early levels.
Yeah.
So I mean, I would say Vayne, but Vayne doesn't have the range. So she wouldn't be able to 1v1 him early. Like maybe the Twitch or the Kog'Maw could. I still think Draven would be a phenomenal pick.
I'm right there with you. I would like to see something like that. It would be a pretty good pick into each side. I mean, I'm taking our dear sweet time. So
we have the other side. We talked a little bit about top lane, the meat shields that we might see up there. But I know we talked about rank disparity, not that big a deal, but they are relatively evenly matched. I think that's where the island might not be such an island. In a couple of these games, we just, top lane, go do your thing. Oh wait, there's Herald. I think if these two players up there, MK Beaver and level 100, the Mafia boss, that could be deciding. If there's a good gank that just puts one of them behind a little bit, then it could really turn the tides, especially if it's around a good objective. So all that to say is trying to look through where the pain points are going to be for both of these teams. And the reality is like kind of anywhere there could be a little bit of a crack in the wall and it could start to crumble and fall down. So it isn't guaranteed any one of these spots, any one of these lanes is going to be the place that it tumbles. So that's that's what I'm anticipating in this first matchup, is that no mistakes can be made. You can't make that bad roaming choice and then just get punished for it. And I think we might see some kind of safety plays early just to test out the other team, because a lot is riding on this first matchup, especially for level 100, because if they don't win, it's all on the line in the next game, and they got to run it all the way back. They got to go from we just played at super speed level 17, I hit level 18, and now I'm all the way back to level 1. And you got to reset that mindset against a different team, and that's a lot.
Right.
Ooh. I hate to be that guy, but we don't get to see level 100 play tonight.
Well, let's head to break real quick. As we're kind of formulating and figuring some stuff out with the teams, but we're gonna head to break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a minute.
Welcome back to the Risen recap. Today we're looking towards Risen Unstoppable, and the stream started off with a bang. Quicksand asleep.
It's the first game of Unstoppable Risen pre-made. Come on, get up. Come on.
I gotta say, he was smooth once he rolled into it. And our first series was Big Bongo Boys playing up against Clarity Black. For the first 20 minutes of the game, there was a bit of fighting in the top lane, but not much happened besides that.
Oh, but the engage coming out from Sejuani, but it's trading back, and Maokai actually regenerated a lot more health than I would expected there.
For Boxer Squirrel, just really those kind of impacts making a huge difference in the gold.
Yeah, and I don't know whether I want to call them Triple B, BBB, or Big Bongo Boys, because they're not all same solo.
Then there was a mega turnaround fight for the Big Bongo Boys after they made a big dragon attempt, but then they got challenged again for the dragon attempt, which Big Bongo Boys won the fight towards.
On this side, and there's a 350 on the other side, but I can't punch to it, and I can't cut to it. But Boxer Squirrel in the midst of it all, unable to get too much out, but finds the Q before he's last. dies, and chicken fried rice to his teeth with good depth does not unfortunately have the W enough up to heal him. And they call comes back in the circuit, flip finds one. Can she find two? No, she gets shut down, and the exchange of lives is so insane. Can Maokai find the damage to retrieval back? And he does, but unfortunately, it is the ace on the side of CLB that allows them to get this dragon.
Much later in the game, Big Bongo Boys chased Akali down in the bot lane, meaning that Clarity Black had so much freedom to take that first Baron, and from that Baron, they spiraled away from a teamfight and took the victory.
The higher ranked Clarity Black, and honestly, still performing extremely well.
Oh, and she can't get out simply, tries to ulti over the wall, but that's crucial. 4 members sent down. This is the freest Baron I've seen, and it's incredibly hard to siege anything. As we're talking about that, the dragon does in fact spawn.
This will be a very important fight. Dragon Soul on the line. Let's see.
This is so easy, and the onslaught of shadows into all of the members. We talk about Wombo on one side, we talk about Wombo on the other side, but the whole time is not correctly pinned on enough members to make it worth it and to make it so they can make this comeback. And unfortunately, at the end, CLB take the lead, and they look to take the game.
And then as we rolled into game 2, Maokai was picked again.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring
Maokai, the Twisted Treant.
Maokai is a support tank hybrid.
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Bold move.
Overall,
normally Darius is only reserved for those counter picks, and it looks like they're just going to respond with Maokai.
And the team was entirely green, so they kind of had the aesthetic advantage for the Big Bongo Boys. For the first 22 minutes, I kind of got distracted watching the LCS. 100 Thieves did win, to a big surprise of all the casters. And then we moved back into the game, where Baron and Soulpoint were both hit here by CLB.
Towards this dragon, we do have good depth running up from base. Let's see if we can get here in time.
And this dragon is down to 9k HP. They opt to pull it out, so the potential steal is has a lot less potential to happen. The Maokai ulti for the engage. They want to make this happen. The Wombo combo, but the bullet time is just barely out of range, but it's not going to matter in the end. The Deathball comes too strong, but this Twitch is free firing in the backline. Good Death trying to stall time for his 80 carry, but in a 1v4, when you're already routed and they're already on top of you, they make it look easy.
With CLB taking a massive victory in the second game and this series. It seemed like the casters had gone to Hogwarts, because every single time they were casting and made predictions, they just put a caster curse down on poor Big Bongo Boys.
The series is taken by Clarity Black.
And that was Risen Unstoppable for the night. Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Risen recap. Today we're looking towards Risen Unstoppable, and the stream started off with a bang, Quicksand asleep.
It's the first game of Unstoppable Risen pre-made. Come on, get up, come on,
I gotta say, he was smooth once he rolled into it. And our first series was Big Bongo Boys playing up against Clarity Black. For the first 20 minutes of the game, it was a bit of fighting in the top lane, but not much happened besides that.
Oh, but the engage coming out from Sejuani, but it's trading back, and Maokai actually regenerated a lot more health than I would expected there.
For Boxer Squirrel, just really those kind of impacts making a huge difference in the gold.
Yeah, and I don't know whether I want to call them Triple B, BBB, or Big Bongo Boys, because they're not all same solos.
Then there was a mega turnaround fight for the Big Bongo Boys after they made a big dragon attempt, but then they got challenged again for the dragon attempt, which Big Bongo Boys won the fight towards.
On this side, and there's a 3v2 on the other side, but I can't punch to it, and I can't cut to it. But Boxer Squirrel in the midst of it all, unable to get too much out, but finds the Q before he's last. Dies, and chicken fried rice to his teeth with good depth does not unfortunately have the W enough up to heal him. And they call comes back in the circuit, flip finds one. Can she find two? No, she gets shut down, and the exchange of lives is so insane. Can Maokai find the damage to retrieval back? And he does, but unfortunately, it is the ace on the side of CLB that allows them to get this dragon.
Much later in the game, Big Bongo Boys chased Akali down in the bot lane, meaning that Clarity Black had so much freedom to take that first Baron, and from that Baron, they spiraled away from a teamfight and took the victory.
The higher ranked Clarity Black, and honestly, still performing extremely well.
Oh, and she can't get out simply, tries to ulti over the wall, but that's crucial. 4 members sent down. This is the freest Baron I've seen, and it's incredibly hard to siege anything. As we're talking about that, the dragon does in fact spawn.
This will be a very important fight. Dragon Soul on the line. Let's see.
This is so easy, and the onslaught of shadows into all of the members. We talk about Wombo on one side, we talk about Wombo on the other side, but the whole time is not correctly pinned on enough members to make it worth it and to make it so they can make this comeback. And unfortunately, at the end, CLB take the lead, and they look to take the game.
And then as we rolled into game 2, Maokai was picked again.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring
Maokai, the Twisted Treant.
Maokai is a support tank hybrid.
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Bold move.
Overall,
Normally Darius is only reserved for those counter picks, and it looks like they're just going to respond with Maokai.
And the team was entirely green, so they kind of had the aesthetic advantage for the Big Bongo boys. For the first 22 minutes, I kind of got distracted.
Right on top of Marshall as
did
he's
win
just
to
going
a
to
big
improvise
surprise for
him,
the
take the
casters,
tower,
and
and
walk
walk
away
away
into
into
the
the
game.
channel. He's
Went
going to
down
decide
and
to
top
step
one with
back
both hit
into
here
the
by
lane so that he
CLB.
doesn't get hit by the knockout. But here comes the pool, here comes the CC, and here comes the gray screen!
Solo killed them
This
in
Dragon
later.
is down
This is
to
what I was
9
talking
HP.
about.
Pull it out.
They had to like
Steal is a
absolutely
lot-
like perma
has a
snowball
lot
there
less potential
in
to
the
happen.
early
Malphite
game,
ulti for the
and they're
engage. They
getting
wanna make this
solo
happen.
like
The
takes.
wombo combo.
No, they love
Look
League
at
of
it
Legends.
there.
Oh my god, this
That's
from the Blitzcrank! This chain CC is too much!
Carry, but in a 1v4 when you're already routed and they're already on top of you, they make it look easy.
With CLB taking a massive victory in the second game and this series. It seemed like the casters had gone to Hogwarts because every single time they were casting and made predictions, they just put a caster curse down on poor Big
As
Bongo
the
boys.
series is taken by Clarity Black.
And that was Risen Unstoppable for the night. Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Risen recap. Today we're looking towards Risen Unstoppable, and the stream started off with a
Wake
bang,
up!
Quicksand asleep.
It's the first game of Unstoppable Risen pre-made. Come on, get up, come
But
on,
I
come
gotta
on.
say, he was smooth once he rolled into it. And our first series was Big Bongo Boys playing up against Clarity Black. For the first 20 minutes of the game, it was a bit of fighting in the top lane, but not much happened besides that.
Oh, but the engage coming out from Sejuani, but it's trading back, and Maokai actually regenerated a lot more health than I would expected there.
For Boxer Squirrel, just really those kind of impacts making a huge difference in the gold.
Yeah, and I don't know whether I want to call them Triple B, BBB, or Big Bongo Boys, because they're not all same solos.
Then there was a mega turnaround fight for the Big Bongo Boys after they made a big dragon attempt, but then they got challenged again for the dragon attempt, which Big Bongo Boys won the fight towards.
On this side, and there's a 350 on the other side, but I can't punch to it, and I can't cut to it. But Boxer Squirrel in the midst of it all, unable to get too much out, but finds the Q before he's last. Dies, and Chicken Fried Rice to escape with good depth does not unfortunately have the W enough up to heal him, and the call comes back in the circuit, flip finds one, can she find two? No, she gets shut down, and the exchange applies is so insane. Can Maokai find the damage retrieval back? And he does, but unfortunately, it is the ace on the side of CLB that allows them to get this dragon.
Much later in the game, Big Bongo Boys chased Akali down in the bot lane, meaning that Clarity Black had so much freedom to take that first Baron, and from that Baron, they spiraled away from a teamfight and took the victory.
The higher ranked Clarity Black, and honestly,
They
still
find
performing
Akali.
extremely well.
Oh, and she can't get out, simply tries to ulti over the wall, but that's crucial. 4 members sent down. This is the freest Baron I've seen, and it's incredibly hard to siege anything. As we're talking about that, the dragon does in fact spawn.
This will be a very important fight. Dragon Soul on the line. Let's see.
This is so easy, and the onslaught of shadows into all of the members. We talk about Wombo on one side, we talk about Wombo on the other side, but the whole time is not correctly pinned on enough members to make it worth it and to make it so they can make this comeback. And unfortunately, at the end, CLB take the ace, and they look to take the game.
And then as we rolled into game 2, Maokai was picked again.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring
Maokai, the Twisted Treant.
Maokai is a support tank hybrid.
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Bold move.
Overall,
Normally Darius is only reserved for those counter picks, and it looks like they're just going to respond with Maokai.
And the team was entirely green, so they kind of had the aesthetic advantage for the Big Bongo Boys. For the first 22 minutes, I kind of got distracted watching the
What's up, everybody? We're back, but not quite yet game time. We have heard, unfortunately, we've got a little bit of a change of schedule due to some snafus. We're actually going to miss out on level 100 tonight. But don't worry, we're bringing you a best of 3 between T5 and SHDC. So we still got plenty of games to play. Hopefully we go to 3 on this one. We know we want as much league as possible, but it is not the end of the night. We are on a slight hold, though. I think, DB, you said you had some inside info on what's going on?
According to our sources, a little birdie told us that one of their players started a YOLO queue game to go into the hyperbolic time chamber to chain for the series. So it'll be about 15-20 minutes until we get the game started. I'm looking forward to it because I know it's sad we weren't going to get the cool little tiebreaker thing, but it means we get a best of 3 between these two teams. And if it goes to 3 games...
It goes to 3 games.
It goes to 3 games.
we still get our promised 3 games of the night.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
I beg
Minimum
you,
games
please.
2, nothing wrong with that either.
Make it 3. Don't make it 2. Make it 3.
I'm a little glad though. We're not gonna have.
You're worried about the 4.
All of this time. Yeah, my voice is 100% worried about 4, but it's more so that I don't have to think about if that team wins and this one loses, then that team's got to win. It's super simple this way. It's okay, who's got 2 wins? Okay, that team. Okay, they win.
Yeah, the math completely checks out 100% this time.
So
silver lining. It's all good.
My brain appreciates that. I also do appreciate just the standard 10 players that I got to work with across 10 games, 3 games,
10 games.
Yes. The consistency will be nice. I know production will appreciate some of that too. So big shout out behind the curtain as well, Redacted. Thank you for all you do. And with that, we will be back in just a little bit. But don't go anywhere. We got best of 3 coming to Tiebreaker this thing out. It's still going to be a crazy night. Go ahead and check out the sister stream. Let's make sure that thing's going too. But we'll be back in just a little bit.
But here comes the pool, here comes the CC, and here comes the gray screen!
Solo killed the mid laner. This is what I was talking about. They had to absolutely perma snowball the early game, and they're getting soloed by tanks now. Oh,
but to be fair, oh my god, the
right.
From the Blitzcrank. This chain CC is too much. Hextech ultimate continues now, but Nature's Grasp is gonna try to lock down that. Oh, and it does! A heroic entrance for the victory!
Oh, the triple kill!
Oh my goodness! SS renamed their team name to CC because the CC is too much. Quadra kill for the Sivir, and they can just end the game now. He's gonna whip that hook, but here comes the taunt coming out. But the Emperor's Divide is gonna be too huge. The Fear's gonna be stopping the heroic entrance, and they're able to take out the Blitzcrank for the illegal maneuver of trying to gank in his ear.
They're trying to catch the Sivir, or not the Sivir, the Galio. They don't see him. Right?
Oh, okay, they're able to sweep him out right there in the jungle, channeling that taunt, gets that taunt, gonna get the Winds of War, but here comes Kaisa turning around, gets knocked up right onto the Hecarim, and his
Randall being up 12 CS, he would be, better. Oh, goodness.
Oh my god, let's go, Cassiopeia!
Okay, hitting that Q was actually pretty huge.
Dude, the Twin Fang. Oh my goodness, here comes back. He channels it up. He's looking for the knockup. He's gonna disengage that. Top laner's duking it out. Stun coming out from Fangao. And here comes a huge trade in the bot lane. Dr. Mundo pops his ult. And the Trundle is able to clean up the Sichuan. Yorick has enough tank resistance to survive that right now.
Oh,
really good on the Shred. He dives in, he pops a cage. Coleslaw gets a little bit of a speed up, but the Ignite is ticking down. Skarner turns his attention right.
Yep.
Akma suppresses him, drags him over to the Sivir. The Sivir claims 1. She's looking for Coleslaw. She wants that Coleslaw with her Riz because she's taking down the Parka. He gets the double kill.
Oh my goodness.
SS.
So I'm not really.
I think that's what they're doing.
Yeah. They're willing to just kind of we'll just go end the game.
I think that's what they're doing. Galio's going to be here in the river to stop backs, but here comes the rest of SS. Looking down, a solo Camille's going to have to fend off these Baron minions. But here comes the rest of BOD. Heroic Entrance right on top of that. Zac, here it comes. It didn't knock anybody up. Knock up from his kit. Plus the taunt, the Emperor's Divide may be able to push them back, but it's not going to be able to do enough damage. Yeshua has to... But that's just,
my god, no.
Ooh, Fangao brings the Yorick right into the death realm with that hook. And he brings the hammer down. Lacerite's giving him a little bit of extra health. He dodges that isolation Q. He gets the blast cone over the wall. He does not get the hook. The little dudes are doing a lot of work, but the shield is able to heal him up just enough and protect him long enough. The flash coming out from Sanjong. Here comes the maiden. Here comes the little dudes. In the end, the top laners trade each other's life for one another and walk away. But here comes the channel. He's going to sidestep back into the lane so that he doesn't get hit by the knockup. But here comes the pool. Here comes the CC. And here comes the gray screen.
Solo killed the mid laner. This is what I was talking about. They had to like absolutely like perma snowball their the early game, and they're getting soloed by tanks now. Oh, that lovely
but to be fair, oh my god, the taunt onto the Kai'Sa.
Oh, what a hook!
And she just gets one shot for the hook.
Winning all of these trades too, like you know, the E is like what's helping her win these trades like super mega hard. Mundo is ahead in CS right now. What is going on? Oh, he was
I don't
ahead.
think that should happen. I don't think that's supposed to happen. But here comes the here comes the Zac right over the top of the wall with that knockup. The heal is popped. The stun into the wall is good, and the first blood over to the Heimerdinger. But here comes I1 shot, and he's looking for the Lexion.
God,
coming up from the one shot, but he's gonna take one. It's alive. It's called a longhorn steer. And if you've never seen what those things look like, go ahead and Google it, because those boys are huge.
They're huge.
And there's 4 of them protecting Sivir.
I just think of like just a little calf being the Sivir, and then just 4 of them just in front of him like
sitting out in the pasture. I got one shot, literally gonna get one shot here. 3 members of SS are just gonna pile. Oh, and does she just 1v1 Zac here? She does. He's gonna go around. He's gonna look for that fight, but he's gonna pop his ultimate, gonna bounce her up a couple of times. He is a bouncy ball. Set a shield coming through. TP coming from the Trundle to try to back up this Margarine, who is holding onto that petrifying blade. The stun going on to one soul, but the stun shut down, going down onto him. And the Fiend just utterly deletes both the top laner and mid laner of VOD. But here we go. Here comes a fight. It's a 3v4. The Saplings are going to be slowing them up little by little. Poke from the Soraka. The poke from the Heimerdinger. It's too much. Closelaw has to splash out of there. I got one shot. Is going to able to eat that CC and walk out of it clean. He picks up his passive, and now he's just going to be throwing hatchet after hatchet. But that Soraka does heal damage.
He is ignoring her!
And Zhao is just sticking to this turret. He doesn't care about Fangao. Here comes the pillar. He knocks her back. She gets slowed up. Here comes down the Ignite. The damage from the Trundle is so huge. Getting back into the river, but Fangu is here on the rotation. Distro just has to survive just for a little bit longer. Nature's Grasp is coming out, roots up both the jungler and the top laner. And the Galio glass plant into the Baron Pit and survives that.
Really well done. So I was just getting ready to say there was an interaction that Maokai did right as he went for the root that canceled Camille's ultimate and made it go on cooldown, which is why they were not able to lock him down.
Ooh, what a hook from the Blitzcrank coming in for the stun. Barely!
Knew, but like they're like, nah, probably not. And by the time Camille got there, it was gone. So like, I think they knew, but didn't want to check.
And the best part is that if you look at the vision map for the side of SS,
oh god, Azir's getting collapsed.
You can see that red side quadrant just lit up. They can see everything Emperor's Divide, but here comes Timeless Tinkerer right into the face of Literally Sad. Literally Sad is going to lay down all of his DC, but he falls down. Double kill over to the SS.
Ooh.
And that's probably going to be Demonic Embrace.
Demonic Embrace.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see that Fangu had a red buff from the Hecarim. That's going to
nice.
A little bit of a predicament.
And him getting that kill is actually huge. It pretty much evens out like the gold discrepancy that was happening. He's going to engage.
Nice root right on top of Camille. Camille is going to trade back, but Literally Sad is right here. Camille is literally sad that she's taking all of the CC, gets the flash just in the nick of time, and her health bar. Granted, they have the bigger wave, but I don't know. But if you look at our mini map, we do see a Maokai sitting in the bush right there.
He's right now. Oh, he's about to walk into.
He's gonna stop it. He's gonna go right on top of Fangao. But here comes the other jungler for that counter gank stun coming out onto Timeless Tinker. Timeless Tinker's gonna get stunned up, but here comes that Trundle gonna be laying down a waste of the health bar for that Zac. He's gonna be able to sidestep that really nicely, but that chainmail from the Sejuani.
I love the Elden Ring era of the internet. Just so many good jokes.
I was like, that was pretty good.
Instead of saying no bitches, it was you just maidenless, and it was so funny.
It was so good. Timeless Tinkerer. He's got level 6 now.
Yo, they see him though, and Skarner can kind of just walk in there and ruin his day a little bit.
Xinjiang has got that Sheen too, and they're gonna take him right to the death realm. And the maiden pops in the death realm, but she's not gonna be able to come out once she. Oh, she does! Bars are going long. One shot is coming in to help protect his team. He's able to take the damn double kill.
What's up? We are back way shorter than we expected, which is awesome because we all know what we want, and we want some games. League of Legends tonight brought to you by Risen. It's Draft League. We still have tiebreakers, and that's okay with us. We're hoping to go to 3, and my understanding is that these teams are just now locking in and getting ready. So that YOLO game, I'm assuming they just crushed it and stomped and forced that FF. But SHDC up against Now Upon Light is what we're about to see. We've been talking about some different teams, but we'll switch it around today. I believe Hyper and DB, you mentioned knowing some stuff about these teams. So let's change some gears and flip some tables. What do you think we're going to see this time around?
Well, luckily we don't have to change too many gears. At least one of the teams is still the same thing we were looking at. You know, Now Upon Light now has to go up against Night Train, though. And I'm going to say it. I know Chad is going to be right behind me on this one. Night Train is one hell of a jungler. Oh, my goodness gracious. Freak, you talk about that Kane. Talk about that Kane game.
It was disgusting. I hated it. Yeah, I felt gross afterwards. And the worst part is it's not even really on his champion list. Homeboy just randomly picked it one game and just absolutely popped off. It was gross. Primarily, though, he does play a lot of Volibear, Pantheon, and Rek'Sai. So those picks are still pretty good at accelerating the lanes. Now, that's possible that, you know, the enemy team is aware of this. They'll probably pinch off a couple of those. If anything, most likely the Volibear, because he's super good at setting up his lanes. Pantheon's just annoying, but a spicy pick, a really spicy pick that I'm gonna leak to chat only.
Yes.
Y'all listen in chat? Y'all listen in chat?
I'm ready.
Homeboy's been playing a lot of Mordekaiser in the jungle, so that is a potential possible pick that we might get tonight from Night Train. We don't know. We shall see. If they ban it, I will be sad. Don't ban it. Leave it open so I can have it. Unless you win game 1, then let them have it in game 2. There we go. Easy peasy. I'm trying to guarantee a game 3, so I mean, you know.
You're telling me we have no idea what we're going to see in the jungle is what I'm hearing.
No.
Yeah,
No idea.
that's exactly what I heard. Is we got no clue what's going on in the jungle. But isn't that the like show how good a jungler is when he stays off the map? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean. The one thing I like to think about is especially because we talked about it before with I already forgot who it was that ended up getting MVP already, but we gave someone MVP a week or two ago. They were just absolutely productive around the map. They did everything they needed to be. They were in exactly the BTG. I think it was actually funny enough in the highlights we were talking about that jungler right there on the Zac. He was just so good everywhere on the map, proactive in the top lane, being there when the other jungler was there. And like, it's just that's what you want to be able to get your teams ahead. You want that proactiveness coming from the jungle to be able to get your lanes ahead, so you can also secure objectives, which turn into more gold for your team, which turns into items, which turns into more damage, and it just turns into a whole conglomerate of things.
Yeah, I mean the biggest issue when we're even trying to make some guesses about what we're going to see is a lot of these players have really deep champ pools anyway. And so when we're making these guesses, we're looking at what else they're playing, and it's like, I mean, they could probably just as easily pick up this other one. So the mental game of more, like, what kind of comp do you not want to play against? Obviously, you might not want to see this one champ, and that's worth a ban. But you look at some of these players, and you're like, I mean, I don't want to see any of those.
Yeah.
Who do I want to see?
Yeah, of your mains, which one am I okay with?
Who can I tolerate more? That's how I feel like the bot lane meta is shaping out to be, because like 90% of the ADCs are like pretty much meta at this point. But with that being said, did you guys see patch 12.20's patch notes?
I am not. No.
Lethal Temple got Lethal Temple. No kidding. Lethal Temple. Tempo got nerfed.
Ooh.
Lethal Tempo got
Good.
nerfed. Literally the keystone for every ADC got nerfed into the dirt.
Good.
Like, really? You're
I heard
going to cut the range down. Like they it wasn't like a massive nerf, but in the grand scheme of things, when you finally get that lethal tempo going as the ADC and you get that additional attack range, it's so much easier to run people down. Especially if they're quick on their feet, and you're an immobile AD carry and you got all that extra range to smack somebody with. Now it's getting cut back. So a lot of those champions that really depend on that lethal tempo, Kalista, Caitlyn, I would even argue Jinx as well. Not gonna be really good for them,
But it must be time. Is it time?
Well, it is time, actually. Let's go ahead and find out how wrong or right we are. I think we're about to head over into draft right now. So, Hype, DB, take it away.
Yeehaw.
All right.
A little bit of weirdness happened in the client. That was weird.
I don't know. I guess they don't get 2 bans because of whatever reason.
All right then. It also kind of doesn't help that something weird happened also in client. I think we ran a. Yeah, I think we timed out of the lobby, if that's okay. So we got a Zach ban coming in first. They'll tell us what the other 2 bans are when they get back. In the meantime, we have the Kane, Mordekaiser, and Hoodir bans. So strictly mostly jungle bans coming in for now upon light. And now we're getting ready for first picks. Just kidding. All right, I've been told by a little birdie that they lost 2 bans because they have an ADC sub. So there you go. So they only get 1 ban. And Graves gets locked in first for now upon light. We just saw earlier Owner on T1 played absolutely disgustingly on that champion, and by God was it gross. He out-farmed Wei. He invaded him multiple times as he had the prio in his lanes, so you kind of expect maybe the little bit of the draft is going to go towards getting like lanes that can get prio for Graves to be able to do those things. But we're just going to wait and see as we go on. We have maybe Kindred as the answer. I
actually love Kindred as the answer, especially into a Graves. Just because of how well Kindred can move around the map. It makes because Graves loves to get around quickly as well, especially when he dashes through those walls. So you answer that with Kindred. Not only is she able to pump out massive amounts of damage along with Graves, but that's all indicative of whether she gets her marks. And you're gonna pair that with Kai'Sa too.
Okay.
I don't know how I feel about that pairing.
Double AD carries coming in, yeah. Especially, you're kind of showing that your priority for the double AD carry is this early in the draft. So you can kind of, now upon light, can kind of pick and choose what they how they want to counter those picks from here. And MF is still a pretty solid pick right now. So I feel like
MF's a really good answer into Kai'Sa just because she's able to use her make it rain with her bullet time. She's able to get the poke damage on top of Kai'Sa, whereas Kai'Sa kind of needs to get accelerated quickly. And you put Misfortune in there as well, and she can stop Kindred ganks pretty well. Maokai.
He's just, we'll obviously assume that's Maokai top. He's one of the most priority picks, so unlucky that actually gets picked up, especially when, SHDC didn't have those bans to be able to take that off the table. So they've got a really strong engage already with the Maokai coming in, and you have to think on SHDC, how can we counter this? What can we do to be able to have as much engage as they can now? So there are plenty of options left. Ornn's still open. If I were them, I'd pick Ornn right now. That's just me. He's open. And, he's one of the best engagers in the game, and other than that, I don't really see too many other.
He's one of the best top laners in the game too.
Blitzcrank, okay. I like that one. I do like that.
I mean,
the big potential's there.
Am I gonna say it or are you gonna say it?
I think you can go ahead and say it.
Oh, is that a flex pick?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sometimes I forget that that dude's actually a flex pick and it's kind of funny. All right, Akali ban.
I like the Akali ban specifically for the side of Now Upon Light, just because of that Their mid laner is just he's just so versatile, you know what I mean?
He plays a lot of assassins and just pretty much anything he can get his hands on. Does have the Katarina as the most picked champion, but that doesn't necessarily mean he would play it. Especially if Stephen Hawking's fans club ends up getting a lot of CC to be able to stop that Katarina from doing whatever she wants. But on the other hand, it's like, well, maybe they picked the Katarina because they're confident in what they can do against all this potential stuff to stop her. But we'll just have to wait and see as the draft goes on. So second bans for
second ban. We got the Victor. We're kind of hovering on the second one. I'm expecting this one to get targeted towards the mid laner again. Yep, and there's the Silas.
Silas is a really good pick.
I mean, when you don't know where the Maokai's going, double banning that mid lane is a really smart decision.
And not only that, with you having the Kindred ulti, you don't want Silas to get his hands on that.
Oh yeah, Kindred. You have Kindred, Kai'Sa, and Blitzcrank. Those are massive ultis that Silas can make really, really good use of.
Oh yeah.
So I'm curious to see what Stephen Hawking is going to blind pick here, the top laner or the mid laner.
Yes, assuming that the Maokai is not top, we have to assume that Maokai can be flexed anywhere right now. So we just have to Olaf top. Oh, that is gross.
Okay. Olaf top lane has actually been gaining a lot of traction in these past couple patches.
Yeah, the last time we had an Olaf top, he literally ran the game over when you and I cast it together. He ran the game over, and it was so sick.
It's almost like his ultimate is making him unstoppable. And that's how he was playing in the game. Unstoppable. And we're going to answer with a Scion? Wow. Okay.
Okay, Scion. So potentially this Maokai support looking for the moment. Actually, I lied. It still could be Scion mid. I have gone against that in my games. He just pushes the whole time. It would be the quote-unquote inting Scion, as we call it, potentially, with him building Hullbreaker and pretty much just split pushing the whole game. Dying, still hitting towers, still getting kills. Never mind.
That is going to be a Scion top lane. And the fact that Syndra is coming out with her rework, ooh, don't do it. Don't be that guy, dude. Don't be that guy.
Lock in the Zed here. No. I mean, they have no EP either.
Solo queue, I can argue Zed. If we're gonna play solo queue, yeah, Zed, great mid laner, probably one of the best mid laners in solo queue though. Competitive environment, I don't think so.
I don't know how I feel about the Vex here either, considering how beefy that now upon light is with, because Graves with the grit. Syndra's gonna get a little bit with some health in some of the items that she builds. So I'm not sure how I'm feeling entirely about the Vex. I would have probably preferred something like the Ahri here, or maybe even the
God, do you not see that comp?
Which one?
I'm talking about Stephen Hawking. I'm gonna throw it over to Panda over here for a second, because I want his insight. I want to know if he sees the comp style that Stephen Hawking just drafted and has the ability to make super disgusting. What are your thoughts on it, my man? Oh my God, redacted.
My apologies.
Oh, he muted himself.
I was trying to be polite on the back end. So I see an Olaf that can get through anything. I see a Kindred that's going to be pretty nasty with some ulting, and I see a Blitzcrank that's going to hook. I mean, I think if I saw this right, I think Stephen Hawking mains that Vex too, so that could have also been a bit of a comfort pick. And it was kind of left open. They're like, I mean, if you're gonna give it to me, I'll take it. So, what are you seeing that we cannot see?
Okay, go ahead, Freak. I'll let you tell me what.
Yeah, give us your breakdown.
So as I'm currently looking at the draft from Stephen Hawking Dance Club, I do like every pick except the Vex, to be completely honest with you. I just given the comp that they're playing against, I feel like they need something more of a utility, not a utility, a control mage personally for this. Kind of like, I know Victor has been, but you still got Orianna open. I mean, if you really want to go the full assassin, you pick LeBlanc, I guess. But I arguably, I would rather pick LeBlanc. Ahri, I would say as far as even Malzahar here, maybe to be able to stop that, stop the Graves from being too much into the face of your backline. So I guess I do agree potentially that it is probably really much a comfort pick. And it's just the way I'm thinking about it is I like everything else but the Vex. But go ahead and what you were gonna say, Hyper.
Vex is probably the best pick in the mid lane here. because of her fear.
Okay.
You look at Now Upon Light, Scion, tank, Maokai, tank, Graves, True Grit, so tank, and 2 squishies in the back line. How are we going to get through the front line? Okay, we throw an unstoppable Olaf through the front line to get to the back line. We also have Vex flying in from out of screen. She pops in, tosses her W, fears the back line. Kaisa says, "About goddamn time I can get back there." Killer Instinct. And meanwhile, Kindred, Olaf, and Blitzcrank are just keeping frontline occupied. Also, with that being said, you have Blitzcrank, you have Olaf, you have Blitzcrank, and you have Vex applying CC. Blitzcrank has 3 forms of CC. Vex has 1 form of CC. Kaisa just needs 2.
Yeah.
Really. And when we get to late game, those 2 forms of CC, and let's say she builds that Nashor's Tooth, what she should probably be building second into all these tanks, so she can shred through that tank a lot faster. Those team fights late game are gonna get put on the back of Kaisa, and it's not gonna be all her. That's the best part about this. It's not going to be all on her. She is just going to be doing the most in those team fights because of how that 5 proc passive works. And since it's gotten its buff, Kaisa in the bot lane has just been disgusting. So
I think I'm just being picky about the Vex.
You're being really picky right now.
It's like I looked everything else up till that.
Orianna works, but what does it do? It takes your tanks and it puts them in a little group. So now, instead of a mountain, you have this cylinder of iron.
I mean, it's just in my head, I was thinking like a ball delivery service because literally Olaf is just gonna run past everyone.
Well,
and if she's close enough, like she can get that pop off. But I think I'm just being really picky. I'm not a fan of Vex that much personally. I feel like she's just in a weird spot right now. It's like it seems like there's just better picks in my own opinion.
Unless that's the pick you're really good with and you feel comfortable with. I mean, in that case, sometimes that's a good way to go. And we did see Syndra last week, just really go, at least in the Div 2 stream, just dominating. And so that's kind of exciting to see. Now Upon Light played against a Syndra, and it was to great effect against them. So I'm curious to see if they're like, okay, fine. We're gonna pull this one out too because we saw it do serious work and to play that one out. But it is interesting to see, Olaf's got a lot of stuff they can run through, but really not too much hard CC. Some slows coming out, but I don't know. I mean, I think Kindred pops that ult and they survive everything, and it's just round 2, and here we go.
Yeah.
So as much as Now Upon Light definitely has the easier team comp to execute.
Yeah.
Front to back, Syndra, Scatter of the Week, Scion, Alton, Nature's Grasp, and then top it all off with the MF ultimate. Very, very straightforward. We have to do these things in this sequence.
Yep.
We will win the fight. We have multiple ways.
Just follow
to
the recipe, right?
Yeah, we can pull the trigger with Nature's Grasp, Scion Ultimate, Scatter of the Week, whatever we want to do. We have more than one way, and we can also disengage if we choose to disengage. Nature's Grasp comes in, Scatter of the Week comes in, we get out of there. Smoke screen even, you can use smoke screen to slow just to give yourself enough time to get out of there. Now Upon Light has a lot of tools at their disposal to start and stop team fights, especially when Kindred pops that ultimate. They can stop the fight, say we're gonna wait after it goes away. If we have one of our triggers still, we'll pull that one and then we'll go back in. But with that being said, Stephen Hawking has this more technical comp that I really, really, really want to see them pull off. Because if they're able to pull this off in the way that I'm imagining it, Now Upon Light won't have the time to stop the fight.
No.
They won't get the opportunity because Kindred and Olaf being in the front line, and then Kindred pops her ultimate, Olaf is still unstoppable. And then you got Blitzcrank being the nuisance that he is.
That is, I think, what it's going to come down to. It's going to come down to a Blitzcrank hook that isn't too early and is timed perfectly, and it gets MF out of the way, and that's the go button. Like, their go button is that Blitzcrank hook, and they catch out even Graves or MF, and it's just all in. And That's what's so fun about watching Blitzcrank games is you're just like, oh man, they're posturing.
Yeah, no kidding.
Waiting for it. Those Dragon Pit fights where it's just like everybody's just like, oh god, when's that hook coming? And if it lands, and if it misses, it's like that's our go button. And so I think that's what we're gonna see a lot of standoffs. I think with this one, just to, like you said, Now Upon Light has a nice little recipe. They get that tree, that root system just crawling under, and they capture some folk. Yeah, Olaf, does what he does. But if they can capture Kaisa and maybe even capture Vex, that's fine. Blitzcrank lands that hook on MF, and it's just smash that delete button.
Yeah.
So before we yeet off before game 1, I think we have to pull out the old classic, lads. Who's taking it, and why? What are the win cons?
Okay. Before I answer that question, I can't answer series as a whole, but
no, I mean just this game.
Okay, cool. All right. Freak, be my guest, or do you want me to go first?
Yeah, start us off.
I asked the question. You go first.
Okay. I think Stephen Hawking's got this one. I'm not gonna lie. I think they have the ability to pull this off, especially coming into playoffs. All these teams have now developed this sense of camaraderie and communication. Even though, with that being said, Stephen Hawking, their ADC is a sub today, Water, but the great Grandmaster himself, Bruce Lee, said, "You must be like water." So that's telling me in my heart that water is going to be the thing that Stephen Hawking needs to win this game.
Okay. Panda, who you got?
Steven's got my vote too. I think it's technical, but I think it's gonna play out, and it's gonna be flashy and fancy, and that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. I was actually not even gonna contest it either. I also think Stephen Hawking could take this game. They just have a lot of prowess that's coming through from, like, we'll see how, obviously you heard what I said about the Vex pick, we'll get there, and I'll just see how it goes in game, but I'm pretty hyped to see, and I have a little bit of PTSD from Olaf running me down in the top lane, so I have a feeling that's exactly what's gonna happen. So if they play the early game, get those picks during the course of, like, the laning phase, this game is gonna be a wash, and I'm kind of hyped for it.
Well, luckily, it's best of 3. So no matter what happens in game 1, we definitely get game 2 when everything can change. There's actually only one way to find out, and that's for us to actually get on the Rift, which we're going to do after a quick little break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Right on top of Marjoram as he's just going to Emperor's Divide him, take the tower, and walk away. But here comes the channel. He's going to sidestep back into the lane so that he doesn't get hit by the knockup. But here comes the pool. Here comes the CC. And here comes the gray screen.
Solo killed the mid laner. This is what I was talking about. They had to, like, absolutely, like, perma snowball the early game, and they're getting soloed by tanks now. Oh, that lovely
but to be fair, oh my god, that's right from the Blitzcrank. The chain CC is too much. Hextech ultimate continue now, but Dangerous Grabs is going to try to lock down that. Oh, and it does! The heroic entrance for the victory!
Oh, the triple kill!
Oh my goodness! SS renamed their team name to CC because the CC is too much. Quadra kill for the Sivir, and they can just end the game now! He's gonna whiff that hook, but here comes the taunt coming out. The Emperor's Divide is gonna be too huge. The Fear's gonna be stopping the heroic entrance, and they're able to take out the Blitzcrank for the illegal maneuver of trying to gank in his ear.
They're trying to catch the Sivir, not the Sivir, the Galio. They don't see him. Right?
Oh,
okay,
they see him. To come out right there in the jungle, channeling that taunt, gets that taunt, gonna get the Winds of War, but here comes Kaisa turning around, gets knocked up right onto the Hecarim, and his
Randall being up 12 CS, he would be, better. Oh
my god, let's go, Cassiopeia!
Okay, hitting that Q was actually pretty huge.
Dude, the Twin Fang. Oh my goodness, here comes back. He channels it up. He's looking for the knockup. He's gonna disengage that. Top laner's duking it out. Stun coming out from Fangao. And here comes a huge trade in the bot lane. Dr. Mundo pops his ult. And the Trundle is able to clean up the Sejuani. Yorick has enough tank resistance to, like, survive that right now. Oh, really good from the Shred. He dives in, he pops a cage. Close like gets a little bit of a speed up, but the Ignite is ticking down. Skarner turns on his head to the right. Dogma suppresses him, drags him over to the Sivir. The Sivir claims one. She's looking for coleslaw. She wants that coleslaw with her Riz because she's taking down the Waka. He gets the double kill.
Oh my goodness.
SS.
So I'm not really.
I think that's what they're doing.
Yeah, they're willing to just kind of like, yeah, let's go end the game.
I think that's what they're doing. Galio's going to be here in the river to stop backs, but here comes the rest of SS. Looking down a solo Camille. Camille's going to have to fend off these Baron minions. But here comes the rest of BOD. Heroic Entrance right on top of that. Zac, here it comes. It did knock anybody up. Knock from his kit. Plus the taunt, the Emperor's Divide may be able to push them back, but it's not going to be able to do enough damage. Yeshua has to... But that's just,
my god, no.
Ooh, Fangao brings Yorick right into the death realm with that hook. And he brings the hammer down. Lacerite's giving him a little bit of extra health. He dodges that isolation Q. He gets the blast cone over the wall. He does not get the hook. The little dudes are doing a lot of work, but the shield is able to heal him up just enough and protect him long enough. The flash coming out from Sanjon. Here comes the maiden. Here comes the little dudes. In the end, the top laners trade each other's life for one another and walk away. Here comes the channel. He's going to sidestep back into the lane so that he doesn't get hit by the knockup. But here comes the pool. Here comes the CC. And here comes the gray screen.
Solo killed the mid laner. This is what I was talking about. They had to like absolutely like perma snowball the early games, and they're getting soloed by tanks now. Oh, that lovely
but to be fair, oh my god, the taunt onto the Kai'Sa.
What a hook!
And she just gets one shot for the hook.
Winning all of these trades too, like the E is like what's helping her win these trades like super mega hard. Mundo is ahead in CS right now. What is going on? Oh, he was ahead.
I don't think that should happen. I don't think that's supposed to happen. But here comes the Zac right over the top of the wall with that knockup. The heal is popped. The stun into the wall is good, and the first blood over to the Heimerdinger. But here comes I one shot, and he's looking for the Lexion.
God,
coming up from the one shot, but he's gonna take one. It's alive. It's called a longhorn steer. And if you've never seen what those things look like, go ahead and Google it, because those boys are huge.
They're huge.
And there's 4 of them protecting Sivir.
I just think of like just a little calf being the Sivir, and then just 4 of them just in front of him like
sitting out in the pasture. I got one shot, literally gonna get one shot here. 3 members of SS are just gonna pile. Oh, does she just 1v1 Zac here? She does. He's gonna go around. She's gonna look for that fight, but he's gonna pop his ultimate, gonna bounce her up a couple of times. He is a bouncy ball. Set a shield coming through. TP coming from the Trundle to try to back up this Margarine, who's holding onto that petrifying blade. The stun going on to one and soul, but the stun shut down, going down onto him. And the Vayne just utterly deletes both the top laner and mid laner of VOD. But here we go. Here comes a fight. It's a 3v4. The saplings are going to be slowing them up little by little. Poke from the Soraka. The poke from the Heimerdinger. It's too much. Coleslaw has to splash out of there. I got one shot. He's going to able to eat that CC and walk out of it clean. He picks up his passive, and now he's just going to be throwing hatchet after hatchet. But that Soraka does heal damage.
He is ignoring her!
And Zhao is just sticking to this turret. He doesn't care about Fangao. Here comes the pillar. He knocks her back. She gets slowed up. Here comes down the ignite. The damage from the Trundle is so huge. Getting back into the river, but Fangu is here on the rotation. Distro just has to survive just for a little bit longer. Nature's Grasp is coming out, roots up both the jungler and the top laner. And the Galio glass plant into the Baron pit and survives that.
Welcome everybody to game 1 of this newly renowned best of 3 between T5 and SHDC. Letters are hard. English is really hard. So we got here into the game. We got a little cheeky 5-man little brush happening, probably because they assumed for the Blitzcrank invade, but you can always expect that when it comes to Lag Allegiance in a Blitzcrank game. They always invade, but in this case they're not going to. So they're just going to go ahead, reset, go to their respective lanes, and yeah, we got some good luck, have funs in chat, and we're going to be on to the game here.
I always love great sportsmanship. I played a game today. Today, actually, it was the jungler and the top laner both locked in Mordekaiser. And I guess the jungler wasn't paying attention, and he slams the Mordekaiser down, and the top laner goes, dude, what the hell? He's like, oh, dude, I am so sorry. I was not paying attention. Didn't realize you had it. Which champ do you want? We can swap. He's like, oh, just give me Olaf, and they ended up swapping.
Nice.
I was like, oh man, that is some great sportsmanship right there. But then the two ended up tilting at each other. So,
Think about it.
Oh.
yeah, you know, Silver Life.
Silver Life. Ooh, nice
Ooh,
little bit of
Hubris getting a little aggressive there with those axes. Level 1, get the
Damn.
comfort going, forcing the flash out of Now Upon Light's captain.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Olaf top. You hit an axe, you pick it up, hit another one, and just keep going and proc that conquer, and you're just doing 1.5 billion damage.
Oh, there he
There's no
goes.
flash.
He's gonna pop that ghost and just an easy first blood over to Hubris on the side of Stephen Hawking.
2 minutes. 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Olaf. Can't underestimate it.
Oh god. I'm actually pretty sure I think this was exactly who we casted before doing the Olaf top. I
don't think we've seen Stephen Hawking, I'm gonna be real.
I don't think so either, but when someone played an Olaf top and basically the same thing happened. They get first blood like 2 minutes into the game, and they just steamroll the rest of the lane. God, obnoxious champion.
I mean, that's how it goes, but we can't discredit Now Upon Light on the Scion, because Scion just will end up being a really tanky person. Night Train is going to go invade on the Graves over here.
Mid lane has Cryo.
Yeah, he does. He's got the first rotation. 2 Vexes here. They ended up taking the red buff, but Sloth is going to get sandwiched by dropping the loop, but he's going to flash over the top of him. Now there's a team fight in the jungle. Here comes the orb from the Syndra, and it looks like everybody's just going to back out now. No one's going to be trading kills. Stephen Hawking walk in, take the red buff, and manage to get out. Not burning a lot of summoners, just the flash from the Vex.
You can see that as kind of a consolation, though, Vex having to burn her flash. She's entirely reliant on her fear to be able to escape out of sticky situations, so not having that, if you can time it right when she doesn't have the fear, it's actually a pretty easy target to gank. But Kindred is going to get that mark on the top scuttle. I forgot to play our fun little Kindred game. I probably would have guessed wrong this time.
Man. Were you thinking top anyways?
No, I was thinking bot scuttle this time.
Okay. I honestly forgot Kindred was here, so I wasn't even thinking about it.
Oh, next time. If we play Kindred again, then definitely next time. So we have a 400 gold lead coming in about 4 minutes into the game, expecting that from that first blood. It's okay right now. You're not too stressed. What the heck? Oh,
Zion
okay.
tried to get that scuttle, but Kindred was able to secure it in the end. So she's got 1 mark already.
Yeah, the double up doing a lot of damage to the Kai'Sa and Blitz. Super unlucky because Kindred is going to get that head start that she wants, getting those marks.
Ooh, Chalupa gonna knock back the Blitzcrank. The heal has to get off. But Blitzcrank really brings the guy right into the turret. Kai'Sa having to flash right there too, because Misfortune had that double up ready to go.
Yeah, that definitely. Most likely, I'm gonna use synonyms here. It probably would have been a kill, I think.
Most likely, probably.
Yeah, let me just get on a dictionary and just like start reading words here. Oh, I'm gonna freeze that wave.
Oh man, Make It Rain is just doing a lot right
good
now.
tower plate. Good tower plate. Now
they got the tower plate. They should. I'm gonna say they should back, but with Super B pots this low, there's no point in back. Ooh! I think if she autos her and then double ups the minion that was right in front of her, I think she might have actually killed her.
Nah, she's backing this time. There's no way she's gonna give that kill up. So a lot of pressure here on the bot lane coming in for T5, and I like that. Now Upon Light's getting chased down again.
Yep, here comes Hubris. He's got the axes. He's throwing them down the lane. He's picking them up. He's knocking them down. It's like he's going bowling on the Rift.
Yeah, Now Upon Light even accepted his death and just stopped moving. It's just, oh god, 2 kills on the Olaf already, 5 minutes in the game. You're gonna have a problem there on the top lane soon. If like, I feel like MK Beaver has to go up there to like try to mitigate some of this pressure coming in. He just backed and got a good reset, I would say, going for that Umbro Glaive first. That's kind of what we've been seeing from the higher elo players. They'll start that Umbro Glaive to be able to clear some of the visions, so that way it's, you know, it's not like, surprise, we're taking out your wards. But I guess you gotta deal with that Olaf, and the Bramble Vest here, I would say, is a good buy. Cut some of that healing down, but my god, Olaf is gonna be out of control. A 1,000 gold lead already.
He's gonna be out of control, but you know, Scien's still CSing pretty damn well. He's only down maybe a wave and a half, or 2.5 waves, which are coming off of his death just now. So that's not terrible.
No, not at all.
The more minions Scion kills, the tankier you get. So, like, I'm not worried about Now Upon Light at all going into this Olaf. What I am worried about is if MK Beaver can do something here in the bot lane. He's going to manage to get that smoke screen down. A couple of good going on to Super B pots, but here is the mid laner. She's going to wait for ultimate. Here comes Night Train, forcing the flash out of MK Beaver, and oof, that was a little tension right there over that drag fight, over that first drag.
I was gonna mention something because like Kindred's Mark had spawned on that side of the jungle, so I kind of expected some movement up there to happen that way, but she gets the second mark. She's well on track to getting those 4 marks, assuming that they don't kill Graves here. I don't think he's gonna try to steal. Let's put switch over the wall here.
He was definitely thinking about it right before that ward came into play.
Yeah, but like with Blitz there, you just really can't do it. So first dragon secure, which is the Ocean Drake. We have a mountain coming up second, which you would arguably want T5 to have first, because that little bit of extra tank stats will help, especially against the
Scatter the weak. I love Syndra's new rework. I'm not gonna lie, I hated it at first, but even playing against it, I think it's really good now. I think Syndra is a champion again. Especially, I mean, she's always been a champion, but I think she's a better champion now.
Honestly, yeah, she's much better. She's just obnoxious.
I'm ready for Aesol's rework. I am so ready for it. I'm so ready to see that champion come back onto the Rift. Really nice scatter the weak, but here comes Hubris, and here comes Now Upon Light. He's gonna ult right in. He's gonna get a nice chunk of damage with that W passive. Night Train is able to claim MK Beaver. Now Upon Light has to run away from Hubris, but this man is just too fast. He picks up an axe and then knocks him down. Night Train is looking for a little bit more, going up to the mid later. But here comes Scatter the Weak, leaving from the Night Train. Night Train is getting out of tower range, and but Fafnir is able to claim the jungler, and he is claimed by the Vex in the end. Really heavy trading going down on the Rift today. And the bot lane wants a little piece. Blitzcrank lands the hook. Night Train is not here, but the bullet is! And everybody survives from the bot lane of Stephen Hawking.
Oh my goodness, a lot of fighting happening all across the map. The overall end result of that was 3 for 1, I believe. Math is hard, I kind of can't think of it. That was close.
That hook was a little close.
Okay, she's being marked, so she's no Kinna's gonna go down there eventually. The Rift Herald is gonna go down on the top side. I mean, they just don't really have the means to be able to stop them from taking it. They're just too... I wouldn't say they're too far down, quote-unquote, but they are definitely far enough to where you just can't kind of face first into the Olaf and Kindred right now. Super unlucky, and they're just gonna back off, get a good reset here for the ball lane. MK Beaver is gonna get his red buff, especially after it was taken earlier. And, I mean... really good pressure coming up from Stephen Hawking here. Stephen Hawking. That man was a genius. Dude was absolute nutter of a genius, and I loved it. Stephen Hawking. May God rest his soul.
Wait, Stephen Hawking's dead?
I can't tell. I can't tell if you're trolling or not.
Oh wait, I'm actually serious. Stephen Hawking, the dude, the black hole guy, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he died a couple years ago. Never mind. I forgot about that. Shit, I deadass thought he was still alive. Oh my god.
Okay, well,
back to reality.
We'll just call it to you being in a silly, goofy mood, silly mood, or whatever the kids say.
Oh, back to reality. Stephen Hawking did pass away, a genius, and Stephen Hawking Dance Club tonight is playing like geniuses right now. Up what? Almost 1K, 1.5K gold. I like it.
Oh yeah, 10 minutes in too, and at this point, Kendra is going to look to drop the Rift Herald, probably in the top side because you want to unlock Olaf to be able to start running around the map doing whatever he wants. I expect her. Actually, it's 10 minutes in. Let's do a mark check. She is at 3 right now.
Oh my goodness. While you check the marks, I need to draw our attention down to the mid lane for a second, because Scatter the Weak almost not going to save her life. That's huge damage with that combination right there. Night Train going to pop in ultimate. Don't know what that is for, but he did pop it, and it is expired. MK Beaver now is trading damage onto the Herald, onto the jungler. The Herald gets the charge. There's 1 plate left. The Herald goes down, and Night Train takes a tower shot, but they do get it down to 1 plate left.
Okay, so they shut me up real quick, so they decided to drop the ref card in the mid lane instead. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking, like, oh, you want Olaf to kind of get over the map. You probably kill the Scion again and get the top lane tower. They're like, nope, we're just gonna nearly kill the Syndra, drop it mid, get some plate money on the Vex, and along with her, and then she popped her ult kind of weirdly, so that cooldown is going to be down potentially for this next dragon fight.
I feel like that was a bad finger for sure.
I think so too.
Unfortunate. It's so unfortunate when that happens. Especially when we have long cooldowns like that. But what I wanted to what I wanted to bring up is the fact that Miss Fortune has a BF sword and a vampire scepter in her inventory.
What season is this? No one builds Bloodthirster first anymore.
Dude, Bloodthirster first item? Excuse me?
That hasn't been done since like season 7.
Yo, this is the kind of gameplay I am here for. Like, that is so ridiculous, and I'm here for it.
I mean, I guess. On the one hand, it's like, you're getting some sustain for some of the absolute obnoxious damage that they have on Stephen Hawking's side. You can pick up the second Drake here, and that'll put him right on track for a stacking soul.
Wait, did that mark just spawn onto the scuttle?
I think it did, and let me check. Yeah, she's at 4 now.
Oh my goodness. As they were taking it, the mark spawned. You cannot get better RNG than that. Oh my god.
That's actually just incredible. And
oh my god, that's amazing. Now upon light.
What the hell? That was the funniest interaction I've ever seen.
That's why I love Scion so much. Let me just overextend. Alright, I'm done. And then gets out clean. Like, what?
Olaf popped R and goes to me. Let him go after him. I love that. Okay. So, back to the game. 13 minutes. They have 2 Drakes. They're well on track. And we have a fight in mid lane here.
No, we have a trade in the mid lane.
I mean, neither of them. I mean, I think arguably Vex has way more kill pressure than Cinder does right now. Cinder doesn't really even have her first item, but when she gets that first item, I'm expecting her to kind of 100 to 0 some of these squishies later in the game, assuming we make it that far. We're just gonna have to wait and see.
I think we're gonna be able to get it, make it that far. Cinder does have her first upgrade for her Q. With all of those that new passive, how it works. So she's gonna be dropping Q after Q. Oh, Vex ultimate land. She's gonna get feared, and she's gonna get ignited and just solo killed super easy. But here comes the Blitzcrank, and the Maokai's gonna answer with the Nature's Grasp. The Silence isn't gonna be able to hit, but the bullet time is. Super B-Pots is gonna get shredded, and here comes the Kaisa. Killer Instinct, but the heal is gonna be able to save the Misfortune.
Oh my god.
The Flash, Super B-Pots, and Blitzcrank are running for their life. The Root coming out from the drop, the Chalupa, and they both dropping the sauce on the bot lane for Stephen Hawking. Double kill over to the Misfortune.
Very good turnaround there from the Maokai. They didn't even try to focus him at all, but he saw that his AD carry was getting attacked and stealing the red buff from the Kindred Lamau. She's not going to go for the Krugs, though, for her next mark. But anyways, it's a really good turn coming in from the Maokai. Please don't do this, Hubris. Hubris.
We're talking about the bot lane fight. You don't need to run him down again.
Relax, buddy. All right, Vex has way more kills. So Blitzcrank goes for the engage, exhaust the MF. They use Maokai recognizes immediately, I need to go help my AD carry. Focuses the Kaisa and pops the Nature's Grasp. But unfortunately, I will say a little flamey. I'm sorry, Tranio. Is just you kind of waited about an extra second too late to use your ult. I think you get the kills faster if you pop the ult immediately when they're both hooked. But anyways, really good plays coming in for the Maokai. I love it. It pretty much gives their AD carry that potential to get those items. And there it is, the Bloodthirster first item coming in.
Instantly with the Noon Quiver too after that double kill too. Did you notice?
Yeah, I saw that too. So instant fast track onto that Mythic, which will probably be the Kraken Slayer. I don't see why you wouldn't. But, whew, good for her.
Honestly, yeah. And I'm not gonna lie, Lethal Tempo, even though PTA is really good, like a really great keystone for MF, Lethal Tempo has almost exactly the same kind of win percentage as PTA, and I think it's like maybe 0.2 or 0.3 better. But here comes the onslaught from Now Upon Light. Night Train is taking a bunch of damage, has to force that ultimate, but when you pop the ultimate in the face of 5 members, you don't walk out alive. Misfortune on a rampage.
I gotta give Night Train credit for not blowing his flash there. I think he just recognized he was dead, but it's unlucky because the shutdown goes to the MF. That lethal carry that's potentially gonna like take over for Team 5. And but the Rift Herald goes over, which means they can secure more towers, more gold. We got Vex pushing on the bot side here, and is anyone going to go answer? Okay, Cinder's going to go answer. I'm surprised they don't stick around for the mid lane tower here. It's kind of surprising, but they're just going to get Vex off that bot tower.
With that being said, though, even though that that Misfortune was able to, they were able to win that fight in a sense. They were able to get something out of it, not just nothing. Stephen Hawking's doing a really good job of controlling the map.
Oh yeah.
They have the mid tower, they have both Heralds and first 2 Drakes, and with 35 seconds till Drake is spawning, go ahead and just take a glance at the vision line that Stephen Hawking is setting up right now.
Oh yeah, look at all that vision. That is gorgeous down there.
They are controlling that river at the moment. Probably going to be pushing it up a little bit more as soon as they get this mid-wave in. But I don't know if Chalupa's going to let them. He does have Nature's Grasp up.
The one thing they have to note here, especially Olaf just backed up way behind. He must have proxied the wave.
Night Train, I love it. Drops the Herald. They get the bot lane. Tier 1 tower. Do they rotate in this river? Let's go. That's how you get dragon control.
Now, they have to realize here that Stephen Hawking has the advantage everywhere right now. They're far ahead. No, actually, I take it back. They're just not in the bot lane. But, like, it's their sole point. Like, they know that, like, now...
Oh, what a hook! The jungler, and he gets deleted immediately. BKB,
good fear.
But the fight is starting. Kaisa's on the back line. He's going through. Now upon Light's tankiness. Shutdown going over to the Syndra, but the fight is now onto the Olaf. He's onto the Chalupa. Now upon Light's Ghost Farmer's trying to kill him, but it looks like in the end, Stephen Hawking cleans up an ace, and all they give up is the mid laner.
Oh, for just a hot moment there, it actually looked pretty good for Now Upon Light, but then the Vex came in, feared everyone, stopped the MF ultimate critically, and then Olaf did exactly what I said he would do and just run at their backline and just instantly, and even like cut down the Maokai, but you expect that because it's Maokai support, so he's not that tank that he should be, like as he normally would be in a solo lane.
He's not that tank at the moment, because even as a support, you'd still build tanky, just less damage.
Yeah, just not at the moment, but later, absolutely.
For sure. They gotta get there though. They have the ability to get there, for sure.
It's gonna be hard.
Misfortune, 3 kills on her. Got tier 2 boots, got a Bloodthirster. Syndra's got loot in, she's got that Hextech alternator, and I'm pretty sure she's got at least the second. Yep, Force of Will is upgraded, still working on Scatter of the Weak. So they have the ability.
Oh yeah, they definitely do. It's just gonna come down to how do you deal with this Olaf running down your whole back line.
That's how you do it though. Now Upon Light get a nice knock-up on the Sloth right there, but Sloth trading some nice damage back too.
Doesn't really have any MR right now because he's been busy dealing with the Olaf, so she's gonna be able to do that chip damage for the time being. But as soon as he starts building it, it'll be fine.
He's got a little bit of MR. Just a little tiny bit.
I mean, the Frostfire, yeah, he's a little, but not too much. Not when he builds a Force of Nature here. I assume a Force of Nature as the game goes on.
I would definitely want to build a Force of Nature here.
Oh, yeah. Now, in the meantime, let's see. So we're 20 minutes in. Oh, 20 minutes! Kindred stat check. Hold on. She is at...
She should be at 5 now, I think.
She is 4. Slacking.
Oh, wow.
Know, man.
I figured she would have picked one up in that last fight.
That's what I thought too, but probably didn't get assist on one of them.
Syndra's at 78 stacks. Ooh, okay. We were doing a stat check, so I went over and checked Scatter of the Weak.
Okay.
So she's got 78. Yeah, she's almost on to that Scatter of the Weak upgrade. Actually has it now, fighting Hubris here in the bot lane, but he
just wins.
Here comes Traino, the Misfortune, but he is CC immune. He's going through it. The tower shot's coming through, but they're not doing enough for him.
It's that Death Stance, and they're gonna immediately turn onto the Baron with the mid laner being dead.
Jump on the Baron. I love it. I don't think they can answer this.
No, there's no Syndra for 20 seconds, and if they even come, they can just turn and fight here.
Weird. MK Beaver can probably try to get into this pit, but here comes the onslaught of the Sion. That's a lot of damage to go down. TP coming in from the Olaf, but Kai's killer instinct on MK Beaver. He goes down, but the fighting is going to continue. Here comes Hubris right onto that Maokai. Turns his attention over to Now Upon Light. Now Upon Light is feared. They start the Baron. They end up getting deleted, but the TP from the Olaf is just so massive. They're able to turn right back on top of this Baron and maybe take it. They're not going to be able to burst it down, but there's Misfortune. Split pushing that bot lane, gets that tier 1, probably going to get that tier 2 as well.
I think so too. It's just they made the call to go for the Baron because Misfortune went to go stop the Olaf, and she doesn't have any way to make it to the fight. So just be like, alright, this is a free Baron. I honestly think with MF there, that fight is completely different. I think they win that fight so hard because Olaf is not there, but I mean, it's TP still. But if Misfortune was in the area, they actually win that fight just outright, I would say. And that maybe turns the game into their Baron, but just those little micro mistakes that just come through and just give Stephen Hawkins the Baron. Unlucky.
I honestly, with that being said, I honestly think that T5 won out of the trade.
Okay.
Because they were able to stop the Baron. Graves was managed to finish off his Eclipse with the kills that he got. And at the same time, Misfortune split pushed the bot lane, solo gold from tier 1, solo gold from tier 2, plus objective gold. Okay. She manages to finish Kraken and then gets another BF sword for that IE.
Okay. I see where you're coming from. Those little victories that you use.
Yeah, I think in the long run, they might have won that trade out because so far, with this turret probably going down, they only got one so far. MK Beaver
is in a position.
The Kaisa has to pop a killer instinct just to survive, but here comes Nitro. Nitro pops the ultimate, saves Super Beatbox. They are in a rock in a hard place, and that hard place is Now Upon Light. Here he comes into the fight. Shutdown going over to the Maokai. The fight is still continuing. Tranio's trying to do some damage over to the Blitzcrank. Sloth is trying to get away. He does, flashes over the wall, and in a miraculous turn of events, T5 flipped that fight and win it.
Only a 2-for-1 there at the end, but the dragon is up. That's the most important part. The only issue being is that they really can't do anything about it because, you know, the Graves is dead. Olaf could realistically just come down and solo it if he wanted to, but I don't think that will be the call here. Go on, Olaf. Go secure this.
He's thinking about it, but Kindred is also dead too, so... I mean, junglers are going to spawn simultaneously, and I think Graves might turn a little quicker. Oh, we have a TP from the Scion.
They're gonna fight for this.
I like it. Hubris is going to be zoning off that Misfortune, but here's a Scion right into the Dragon Pit. He's going to be causing a lot of disturbance. He's going to get feared up by that Vex, but on the back line, we have Olaf. He's going to be 1v3ing the whole team. He's going to be able to take out the Misfortune. Misfortune goes down. Olaf is running away. Now Upon Light manages to stop the Drake. They are going to reset. Hubris is almost going to walk into that knockup. Now Upon Light is going to get feared. He's going to get yanked out back by that Blitzcrank. Now Upon Light goes down. Both junglers are here now. Dragon is continuously going down. Kindred and Kaisa stick to it. They are going to able to take the soul, but it's going to be stolen. MK Beaver, he gets into the pit, he smites it, and gets out. What a take of the dragon!
Oh, it stops the soul. That's huge. I was actually just getting ready to flame, but never mind. I take back everything. They're pinging the smite. They're flaming their jungler. Oh no. I mean, to be fair, that was kind of an easy secure, but like, oh, the steal, MK Beaver stops the Infernal Soul. That's huge. Overall, though, I mean, their base is going to be kind of opened up here, I think. Nope, they back them off. No, they don't lose anything off that.
They stop it. I love it. Traino going to try to walk down Sloth. His fear's not up. He throws a Q, but he does not get anything in return. T5 at the beginning of the game said, this is not how we're going to end game 1. We're here to play. We want playoffs. We want first seed. We're not going down without a fight. Game 1, already a banger.
Just flabbergasted at that dragon fight. That was nuts. The bot lane a little too far up now. I think they're just going to back off here. Blitz has the potential, you know, to pick someone off and make this a really ugly fight in their favor. Now, everyone else, you know, has been kind of dealt with on Stephen Hawking so far, except the Olaf. No one can fight the Olaf. He literally 1v4'd, got a kill, and got out. That's how strong he is. like
he 1v4'd, got a kill, got out, and I think he was also the one who picked up the Scion in the end too.
I think so. It's just, he's doing so much damage right now, and Cyan with that Hull Breaker naturally is gonna go for the split pushing. He wants to be alone. It just entirely depends on whether or not, you know, like during those fights, if he's able to keep being alone to kind of pull those. Oh, they're getting random. Well, not the misfortune. The Kaisa
They were trying to pick out that Kaisa. Let's do a stat check real fast. You go ahead and check the Kindred.
Let's see, Kindred. We are at 7 marks right now for Kindred, and Syndra is at what?
She's at 94 stacks, a couple more abilities onto her champion, and she's fully upgraded.
Okay, I'm actually glad you know about that because I completely forgot. I've not read too much into it.
I played a Syndra in an ARAM. That's how I know about it.
Okay, so T5 doing really well at turtling this right now. Like, they're down 6k, but it doesn't feel like it, if that makes sense. They're actually getting really close to winning these fights. Most of the gold lead, let me toggle my gold real quick, is entire 5k if it's on the Olaf. So, I mean, the rest of the map is kind of stable. It's just that top lane was kind of out of control. So, overall, I'm actually saying that this game's going really well, but Syndra is by herself and potentially going to get caught.
Killer Instinct, Super B-Pops find the Syndra, and she found the Syndra solo and decided to say, I smell a solo kill.
And
cleans it up. Very well done by the Kaisa. Gets that burst damage. Really good. Oh, nice hook coming out from the Blitzcrank. The downtown ultimate from Sloth is going to miss. MK Beaver is in the face of the entire team. Night Train is going to get slowed up by the misfortune. Trainio is here to play. Oh! That ultimate from Kindred was huge. Saves her life, but a flash coming in from Now Upon Light. He's going to get... He's just going to get for his tank bar. Because guess what? Kindred is now 7 stacks up. They're going to stop Now Upon Light in his tracks. But on the back line, Uberus is just doing so much damage. Double kill, walks under the turret. He's looking for MK Beaver, and MK Beaver cannot get away from the Olaf walking down his face.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they just kind of, he's trolling. What are you doing, Doug? That was close. So at this point, I'm just pretty sure he's thinking he's
coming out. Blitz hook coming in. Game 1 going over to Stephen Hawk and Dance Club.
Yeah, ban the Olaf next game, because no. Every time we get an Olaf, they literally just don't die ever. So ban the Olaf next game. But what a fiery Gate 1 coming in. They did exactly what we said that they would do. That was insane. Really good game coming in for Stephen Hawking. Now, let's play a little Hangman. Let me just let me type some things in our live chat real quick.
All right, word. Panda.
Yeah, man.
What do you think about that game?
It wasn't quite the pendulum swing that it almost could have been, but there were a couple times that T5 shined a light in the darkness that looked pretty interesting. And I thought there were a couple moments that they were going to turn some things around. It took about 14 minutes for them to come online, but in the end, I mean, the Olaf. If we see an Olaf again, I don't know. We must see 5 new players playing on that team because there's no way the unstoppable Olaf is coming back. So
22,000 damage. He did 22,000 damage.
It was that was just wild. And you guys called it. You know, seeing an Olaf on the map is just asking for it. Doesn't matter what you have in the CC pocket. Doesn't matter what you were building. It's all gone. And we saw it used to great effect. I think early on we saw a Scion ult coming in from out of nowhere, and Olaf was like, nope, that's okay. Olaf just went right through, and nothing happened. So I mean, it was great for Stephen Hawking. I mean, they put on a show. There were some chances bot lane for T5. They could not break through. They could not crack through the defense of Stephen Hawking. And the other thing I'll say is we didn't see a lot of hooks coming out from Blitzcrank, but the ones that did land, they did land well. That one Graves hook early on in the Drake fight just turned the tide. So yeah, I mean, good job, SH. They nailed it. That was great.
Yeah, I mean, since we got a little bit of time before we had to break, I do want to comment on that T5. It's not that I didn't have faith in their comp. It's just I didn't have faith just because of how early game oriented Stephen Hawking's is. You know what I mean? I feel like if they want to play this late game kind of team that they were thinking about, that they drafted there in game 1, they're going to have to change somebody up to be that early game carry that they're going to need so that the other champs can get to the late game. And I feel like they need to center that on the bot lane because Misfortune was playing phenomenally well.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like if the bot laner wasn't playing Misfortune and more of a kind of in-your-face, take you out champion, that game is totally different. That game is totally.
I wonder what you think if Olaf wasn't on the field of play.
Also,
completely different game.
I think it would have been
100%
completely different. The back line would not have been as open, and it would, everything would have changed. So I mean, yeah, I think, and that's the question. It's like, what do they bring out if they get rid of Olaf? So, but little things. I mean, it comes down to one champ you just can't kill, and I mean, if that's the champ you can't kill that kills you, then that's a problem.
Yeah, yep. Usually what happens, especially into a team full of squishies.
It's just every time a team fight happened, I heard the ghost go off, and I was like, all right, what's Olaf doing? Oh, 3 kills. All right.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. But, we said earlier about tonight, it's tiebreakers, and it's a best of 3. So we've only got 1 game down. We've got at least 1 more to go. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that second game in the series.
They should. I'm gonna say they should back, but with Super B pots this low, there's no point in back. Ooh! I think if she autos her and then double ups the minion that was right in front of her, I think she might have actually killed her.
Nah, she's backing this time. There's no way she's gonna give that kill up. So a lot of pressure here on the bot lane coming in for T5, and I like that. Now upon Light's getting chased down again.
Yep, here comes Hubris. He's got the axes. He's throwing them down the lane. He's picking them up. He's knocking them down. Ult right in. He's gonna get a nice chunk of damage with that W passive. Nitrain is able to claim MK Beaver. Now upon Light has to run away from Hubris, but this man is just too fast. He picks up an axe and then knocks him down. Nitrain is looking for a little bit more. Going after the mid later. But here comes Captain Weak. From the Nitrain. Nitrain is getting out of tower range. And but Fafnir is able to claim the jungler. And he is claimed by the Vex in the end. Really heavy trading going down on the Rift today. And the bot lane wants a little those that new passive, how it works. So she's gonna be dropping Q after Q. Oh, Vex ultimate land. She's gonna get feared and she's gonna get ignited and just solo killed super easy. But here comes the Blitzcrank. And the Maokai's gonna answer with the Nature's Grasp. The Silence isn't gonna be able to hit, but the bullet time is. Super B-Pots is gonna get shredded. And here comes the Kaisa. Killer Instinct, but the heal is gonna be able to save the Misfortune.
Oh my god.
The Flash, Super B-Pots, and Blitzcrank are running for their life. The Root coming out from the drop, the Chalupa. And they both drop in the saw. Train, I love it. Drops the Herald. They get the bot lane. Tier 1 tower. Do they rotate in this river? Let's go. That's how you get dragon control.
Now, they have to realize here that Stephen Hawking has the advantage everywhere right now. They're far ahead. No, actually, I take it back. They're just not in the bot lane. But, like, it's their sole point. Like, they know that, like, now... It's their sole point. Like, they know that, like, now...
And he gets deleted immediately.
Good fear.
But the fight is starting. Kaisa's on the back line. He's going through. Now upon Light's tankiness. Shutdown going over to the Syndra. But the fight is now onto the Olaf. He's onto the Chalupa. Now upon Light's Ghost Former's trying to kill him. But it looks like in the end, Stephen Hawking cleans up an ace, and all they give up is the mid laner. I figured she would have picked one up in that last fight.
That's what I thought too, but probably didn't get assist on one of them.
Syndra's at 78 stacks. Ooh, okay. We were doing a stat X, so I went over and checked stat of the week.
Okay.
So she's got 78. Yeah, she's almost on to that Scat of the Week upgrade. Actually has it now, fighting Hubris here in the bot lane, but he
just wins.
Here comes training.
I thought too, but probably didn't get assist on one of them.
Syndra's at 78 stacks. Ooh, okay. We were doing a stat X, so I went over and checked stat of the week.
Okay.
So she's got 78. Yeah, she's almost on to that Scatter the Week upgrade. Actually has it now, fighting Hubris here in the bot lane, but he's
just wins.
Here comes Traino, the misfortune, but he is CC immune. He's going through it. The MK Beaver can probably try to get into this pit, but here comes the onslaught of the Zion. That's a lot of damage to go down. TP coming in from the Olaf, but Kaisa's killer instinct on MK Beaver. He goes down, but the fighting is going to continue. Here comes Hubris right onto that Maokai. Turns his attention over to Now Upon Light. Now Upon Light is feared. They start the Baron. They end up getting deleted, but the TP from the Olaf is just so massive. They're able to turn right back. With this turret probably going down. They only got one so far. MK Beaver
Kaisa's in a position.
Tech. The Kaisa has to pop a killer instinct just to survive, but here comes Nitro. Nitro pops the ultimate, saves
my God.
They are in a rock in a hard place, and that hard place is Now Upon Light. Here he comes into the fight. Shutdown going over to the Maokai. The fight is still continuing. Trainio's trying to do some damage over to the Blitzcrank. Sloth is trying to get away. He does. Flashes over the wall, and in a miraculous turn of events, T5 flipped that fight. And
Go secure this
about it. He's thinking about it, but Kindred is also dead too. So
I
mean,
mean,
junglers are going to spawn simultaneously, and I Graves might turn a little quicker. Oh, we have a TP from the
they're gonna fight for this.
What's up, everybody? We are back, and we are getting loaded up for Game 2. We were just talking behind the scenes in the green room about a lot of great plays. One was that Kaisa no scope we were talking about. Also, kind of reminiscing about that the Rift drop in mid lane, thinking that it might have been actually pretty big brain play to kind of set up a defensive perimeter early on as they drop Shelly and they can kind of hold off. So, kind of looking back at that game, planning for Game 2, I don't know, man. This I think we're in for another series of great plays, tactical plays, just like that Graves steal, getting into the pit and popping right back out. So both these teams can do it, and if they don't put Olaf on the Rift, I think it's a totally different game.
Yeah, that's I feel like this is deja vu, and I feel like I've said something exactly like this before. It might have been like 2 or 3 weeks ago when, like, literally the same thing happened. Someone picked Olaf top, completely, it was against the Sedge, I think, but completely dumpstered that top lane, and then I, at the end of that first game, or second game, might have been the 3-game series, I was like, please ban the Olaf, please ban it. It's just that pick is just, it's so much better than people think it is. So much better.
And anywhere, clearly. Top, jungle, doesn't matter. Once it opens up, Olaf's just everywhere, and it doesn't matter where they started. They're now running it down, running behind the line, and just like, all right, well, that was fun. I'm going to go to this other place now. See you later.
Yeah. Ridiculous. Olaf.
So we'll see. I mean, if they ban it out, then it could be an interesting change up in top lane. Maybe we'll see something in that similar kind of play. I mean, they could throw Mundo Axe all day too, and that would be just as annoying. And then also undying. So
yeah,
less undying and more annoying.
Should bring back old Aatrox ult where you would not die and revive the first time. That was nice. It's also like in his lore, so why Riot took it out, I have no idea.
Because Scion.
Yeah. Riot games.
So Freak.
Yo.
What besides Olaf? What do you, as Now Upon Light, have to do to switch up the game for Game 2?
I know you said besides Olaf, but a broken record, ban the Olaf. But in all seriousness now, the bot lane was fine. I mean, their bot lane performed pretty well, get all things considered. So I would say stick to what was working in the bot lane. I think you changed kind of the jungle a little bit. I guess that's what happens when there was so much fighting in the top lane, is we didn't really see too much like that was kind of going on in the jungle in terms of like who was like farming better than who. I think Kindred ended up getting the upper hand in terms of farm. So you want to draft something probably more aggressively into the Kindred. I do recall, and this is kind of an old pick that no one does anymore, but I think you should pick the Kha'Zix into someone like Kindred, someone to get on that bug. And
gonna find
it's
out right
time,
now.
lads. It's time, lads. Let's do it.
Take it away.
Oh, Redacted just... I thought we were actually going to have a smooth transition, but I guess we don't because Freak left this man hanging.
My bad, I
Olaf,
trolled you.
first ban, respect it. Mordekaiser following up. Don't want to see that on the Rift either.
All I wanted. You can do whatever else you want from here on. The Olaf ban is good. They're still going to keep the Zach ban over on Stephen Hawking's side, so that's kind of... And it's pretty much the same bans, except this time, you know, the Olaf is the difference. I'm already forgetting what was banned the first time. It was another jungle pick. The Kayn. So the Kayn's open this time.
So they subbed out the Kayn for the Olaf, which, you know what, makes sense. Take out these really beefy top laners that Hubers can just run over you on.
It's really funny because like game 1, the Jinx hover and the Jinx insta-lock. Okay, they're drafting a hyper carry for the side of Stephen Hawking. So that makes you wonder, well, what are you gonna do to draft around this Jinx? You obviously want her to stay safe, to be able to farm safely, and to be able to like get those items because she needs 3 items in order to be that obnoxious carry. And I'm kind of stoked.
Now upon light, you answer it with the Kais. I like what they're doing right there. I really want to see it. I really want to see a Nautilus come out. Or not even a Nautilus, just an engage champion. But a Sejuani coming in. Sejuani, one of those triple lane flex picks, which I really, really like. Because you really don't know where she's going. Support, jungle, top lane.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I have a friend who plays Sejuani support, so in my head I was like...
Yo, like, unironically, Sejuani support is really good.
No, yeah, I agree. It's good.
Especially when you... I mean, even when you get a ADC that synergizes with Sejuani's kit. So yeah, really good.
The Win Zhao coming in. Now that is a pick we don't see too often anymore. He was like the priority pick at the beginning of the season. But
Wind becomes lightning, and I'm gonna steal a line from Spooky here, cause 1 week I was sitting in on one of their streams, and there was a Jin Zhao, and he said, "Wind becomes lightning, and now wind becomes death."
Nice.
And that's what I am anticipating.
There's the Nautilus.
That's what I'm anticipating coming out for the jungler for Stephen Hawking Dance Club, because that was the jungler that pulled it off. Night Train whipped the Jin Zhao that game, and Wind became lightning into Wind become death. And there's the Nautilus taking it away from Kaisa. Okay.
Yeah. So you still have a couple of good engaged support options. You have the Leona, who's really good at setting things up. Thresh. I would honestly hope they pick Leona here, and I agree. Leona is so good at setting up literally anything, but do not lock in the Braum. I mean, I like the Braum, but like
the Braum? Are you kidding me? Braum bot lane is literally
no. Listen. Hold on.
Okay.
I only didn't like the Braum because I was hyping up something like a Leona, but Braum is still a really, really good pick here, so I'm cool with that. The Maokai ban coming in too, so they don't want Now Upon Light to take that into the top lane. And the set ban still coming in, so those bans still consistent. We don't have as many mid lane bans this time.
As you were saying that, there comes the Victor, there comes the Ecology.
Mid lane ban, so never mind. Okay.
I love how we caster curse the bans.
I know, right?
That's awesome.
They did 3 mid lane bans last time, so there's a ban missing that I already.
Well, if Sejuani is the Silas is the mid lane ban. If Sejuani is...
Okay, the Ahri. Okay.
So we're going to blind pick our mid laner. We're going to have... Are we going to have it?
Okay.
We're going to have it.
The most broken top laner in the game, and the Vex continuing in for Stephen Hawking as well. It did pretty well last game, so I'm cool with it. I do like Ahri into it as well. She can kind of set up those fights a lot better than the Syndra could, I would say, in this case. So I'm cool with it. Ahri coming in. We have a 1 final pick for the top lane, and do you go for that counter pick? I say you balls deep it.
We do have the Gnar. Okay.
That took a complete left turn, because I was going to be like balls deep it, counter pick with the Fiora, and just do that really hilarious skill matchup. Now, Hubris is really good on Aatrox. Now, we will see what happens. I actually like the draft.
This game 2 just got intense.
Yeah.
Panda, I'm gonna throw it over to you. Let you, since you get to watch the draft in the background, formulating all these thoughts and whatnot. What do you think about the draft right now?
Well, I love listening to y'all's analysis. It helps me learn the game and understand what we're about to see. But what I definitely see is another hook champ. I love seeing that Nautilus out there. It's dangerous, it's tanky, it's bruisey, it's unfortunate for anyone. It's paired with a Jinx. If they go the distance, I mean, that is just going to be lethal. Steven's bot lane is just looking punishing. Again, we saw some things happening in the bot lane, but it wasn't moving and shaking too much. But I don't know. I think having the hook back out there, having Jinx back out there is going to be pretty nice. Braum is cool. Kai'Sa's great. I think having some shield down there too. I think we might see a little bit more jungle action in this one though. Instead of having Graves out on the matchup, we have, I think we're going to see some more ganks and things like that. So I think we got ourselves a good one. There's no Olaf, so we already know it's going to be different.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh my God.
I do love seeing that Jinx out there, because when Jinx starts to go and unload and unwind, it's just, I mean, how fast can someone auto attack, right? It's just relentless. So
Callista.
Gonna be absolutely ridiculous coming in.
Late game Callista.
But we I mean, and then when the rocket comes out, you can no scope that's always exciting to watch too. Seeing Ahri in the mid lane up against Vex, I mean, maybe that'll help out a little bit here, get some charms off. Last game a lot of that landed on the inability to CC, but that's kind of out of the matchup here. So yeah, I think we've got a very, very different game, and I don't think we're going to see that 2-minute top lane death like we did last game. That did not set the tone very well at all. I don't think we're going to get that again.
No, I'm thinking about that, and I was getting ready to bring up this top lane matchup because it's much different than the last game. Yeah. Gnar is a very good pick into the Aatrox because he has that range advantage. And later in the game, and I just learned this recently, that Gnar's auto attack range scales with levels. Not as hard as it does like for Tristana, but it inevitably gets to a point where he always has the range advantage. So keep getting that Gnar head into this matchup will be very good for now upon lane. So I expect to see maybe some jungle attention coming up there to the top side to keep Hubris down and not kind of take over the game like he did last time. But on the flip side, for Stephen Hawking, they're gonna most likely, and this is again, a bold prediction, most likely Stephen Hawking is gonna focus on the bot lane to get that Jinx ahead, because you want her to be that absolutely obnoxious carry coming like 25-30 minutes into the game. So this is gonna be a fun one. I'm excited. I want Now Upon Light to win because I want Game 3. But in terms of, in my absolute analytical opinion, there is a very high chance that Stephen Hawking will take this game as well.
Well, just to kind of focus back on the top lane, one thing that Gnar brings that I think is going to change things up considerably up there is so much more range across the abilities and some escape. So maybe not so much collapse or just punishing that was going on. I mean, able to just toss the boomerang and just chill. Like, I think they'll be able to play a little bit, maybe not even just Saver, but just play the champ, and that alone will stall things out up top, whereas they really started snowballing early.
I mean, I hear all of this talking about top lane, but fellas, did we forget about the bot lane?
Oh, here comes the AD carry, man.
Did we forget about the bot lane? Because
I thought I talked all about that.
I mean, we are putting all of this emphasis on hubris, and how Gnar is Now Upon Light's answer to not let hubris get out of control. But what did Now Upon Light do? So Stephen Hawking first locks in Jinx. They answer with Kai'Sa. They answer with Sejuani. Nautilus follows up along with the Jin Zhao. Jinx, Jin Zhao, Nautilus, great combination. But then we get Braum. And then as Now Upon Light gets further, then they get Gnar. Then they get Ahri. All I am seeing is Now Upon Light's ability to empower their ADC.
Their team fight is gross.
Oh, it's just a chain. It's the chain.
Sejuani.
It's just chain.
So as much as we can focus Hubris and his ability to probably 1v9 this game, I don't think you'll be able to this time, my friend. I think it is going to be very difficult, especially when Kaisa gets that second item, because unlike Jinx, Kaisa only needs 2 items to become a champion. Jinx needs the third. She needs that third item, i.e. Kraken PD.
Well, now Upon Light just has to do it fast.
Yes,
they just got to do it fast. You know, as soon as you know Kraken Serrated Dirk, Kaisa becomes the champion. That's her Q upgrade. Yeah. And then she gets or she could do another variation. She can do Kraken 2 longswords. So I mean, I know we didn't ask who do we have our money on this game, but unironically, I do think now Upon Light is going to be able to take game 2.
I actually think you're right. I think that if we see that chain come out and that CC just goes down and down and down, and they can't get out of it this time, I think that's going to be the game changer, and that's just going to be brutal.
Yep. I think it's going to come down mainly to support diff in the bot lane, depending on whatever happens. I'm honestly going to say it could go either way. I'm going to leave it to the bot lanes to decide it for me, to be completely honest. But on that note, we're not going to find out until we actually get into game. So, those of you watching, stand by. We'll be in game 2 very shortly.
I'm gonna say they should back, but with Super B pots this low, there's no point in back. Ooh! I think if she autos her and then double ups the minion that was right in front of her, I think she might have actually killed her.
Nah, she's backing this time. There's no way she's gonna give that kill up. So a lot of pressure here in the bot lane coming in for T5, and I like that. Now Upon Light's getting chased down again.
Yep, here comes Hubris. He's got the axes. He's throwing them down the lane. He's picking them up. He's knocking them down. Ult right in. He's gonna get a nice chunk of damage with that W passive. Nitrain is able to claim MK Beaver. Now Upon Light has to run away from Hubris, but this man is just too fast. He picks up an axe and then knocks him down. Nitrain is looking for a little bit more, going up to the mid later. But here comes Captain Weak, leaving from the Nitrain. Nitrain is getting out of tower range, and but Fafnir is able to claim the jungler, and he is claimed by the Vex in the end. Really heavy trading going down on the Rift today, and the bot lane wants a little those that new passive, how it works. So she's gonna be dropping Q after Q. Oh, Vex ultimate land. She's gonna get feared and she's gonna get ignited and just solo killed super easy. But here comes the Blitzcrank, and the Maokai is gonna answer with the Nature's Grasp. The silence isn't gonna be able to hit, but the bullet time is. Super B pots is gonna get shredded, and here comes the Kaisa Killer Instinct. But the heal is gonna be able to save the misfortune.
Oh my god!
The flash, Super B pots and Blitzcrank are ready for their life. The root coming out from the drop, the Chalupa, and they both drop in the saw. Nitrain, I love it. Drops the Herald. They get the bot lane tier 1 tower. Do they rotate in this river? Let's go. That's how you get dragon control.
Now they have to realize here that Stephen Hawking has the advantage everywhere right now. They're far ahead. No, actually, I take it back. They're just not in the bot lane. But like, it's their sole point. Like, they know that like now. It's their sole point. Like, they know that, like, now.
Oh, what a hook! The jungler, and he gets deleted immediately.
Good fear.
But the fight is starting. Kaisa's on the back line. He's going through. Now Upon Light's tankiness. Shutdown going over to the Syndra. But the fight is now onto the Olaf. He's onto the Chalupa. Now Upon Light's Ghost Farmer's trying to kill him. But it looks like, in the end, Stephen Hawking cleans up an ace, and all they give up is the mid laner. How figured she would have picked one up in that last fight.
That's what I thought too, but probably didn't get assist on one of them.
Syndra's at 78 stacks. Ooh, okay. We were doing a stat next, so I went over and checked stat of the week.
Okay.
So she's got 78. Yeah, she's almost on to that Scat of the Week upgrade. Actually has it now, fighting Hubris here in the bot lane, but he
just wins.
Here comes training.
I thought too, but probably didn't get assist on one of them.
Syndra's at 78 stacks. Ooh, okay. We were doing a stat next, so I went over and checked stat of the week. Welcome back to the Rift. Game 2, it is going to be Stephen Hawking's Dance Club with 1 win under their belt, looking for a series sweep. But if Now Upon Light has any answers, it is going to be that Kaisa in the bot lane, piloted by Trainio, who was doing work before and they are going to be on the red side. But it looks
that cheeky 5-man invade people do.
It looks like Stephen Hawking might be going for an invade up here in the top lane Pixel Brush.
Okay, they know. Okay, they dropped a ward, they see everybody, they're like, what the hell? But that gives them an avenue to get drop jungle here on the bot side jungle. You should get a ward here on the red buff. And, oh, and the Raptors too, I think. Alright, what are you doing?
I think they only were able to get it in that tri-bush plus
they got both.
That. Yeah, they weren't able to get it over the top of that, into the red. But, did we notice the champions and who is on the champions for game 2?
Yezerski.
BK Beaver has swapped to the top lane on the Gnar, where Now Upon Light is in the jungle on the Sejuani.
Okay.
We have a role swap here in game 2. They are playing serious.
Yeah, so it makes you wonder, were they just trolling in game 1 and they're like, alright, let's actually play seriously now?
I don't think they were trolling. I think it was more of a, I think MK Beaver said, you know what, I can't play into I can't play into Hubris as an Olaf. You have to swap with me. And then Now Upon Light's alright, cool, I'll try my best. And he did pretty well.
Maybe? Okay, never mind. So the bot lane is, pushing up as you expect on the Jinx. She's gonna have that push advantage.
Super B-Pots pushed a little bit too aggressive.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna hit level 2 and Kai'Sa's still gonna be under her turret, so they won't be able to capitalize as well as if they would have just left in the lane. Because there's the hook. And even if they land that, they're so close to their turret.
Yeah, I don't think you do anything about that. But now I was getting ready to meme and say, we have made it 2.5 minutes and there's not a first blood. We're doing better than last game already.
There you go, Hubris is under control. The Gnar was the pick. MK Beaver, the role swap, was the answer. Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, so
probably not the reason, but
you have to imagine what the game plan here is for T5. It's gonna be control Hubris, do not let him get too out of control. The Gnar is gonna be able to do that very well. And
oh yeah, for sure. And Fafnir got a huge tray onto the Sloth in the mid lane right there. Really good electrocute damage.
Okay, wow. So Sejuani is in the top side, Zinzao is in the bot side. You expect Sejuani here to get this top scuttle. She's not going to be able to really do anything with Gnar pushing in naturally. There is a chance she might try to look for something mid lane. I could see them baiting in the push. Oh, they actually might know she's there. They got a couple pings coming down. So I think they assume that Sejuani's in the top side because Zinzao's going to go bot and see that's still up. We've got a hook in the
Oh, what a great hook coming out from the Nautilus. But Chalupa just going to get a little bit of extra shield. And, they don't get much. But Sejuani's hovering that mid lane top rush.
Yeah, there she goes.
Real heavy, and there she goes, going in deep. But does get cleared. That's why you gotta love Vex as a champ. But the top laners are kind of duking it out right there.
Whew, this camera just flipping everywhere all at once. There's just so much going on everywhere. Well, not like that going on, but just enough trading to make the camera freak.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, really good trade down here in the bot lane, but Night Train is here. The stun comes out from the bomb passive, the root coming out from the Nautilus, but the Jinx and the Nautilus are not going down without a fight. Kai'Sa does manage to get that lethal temple. Here comes Wind becomes Lightning, flash burn from the Kai'Sa, and the laners disengage. Really good attempt from the side of Now Upon Light.
It's just incredibly unlucky. Well, they're going to push us in reset here. Sejuani is coming, so I think they're going to try to make a play.
Yeah, Sejuani's full health. Stepped up.
Okay, so nothing happens.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's health bar and mana just were too low. She doesn't have any summoners. Charmed from Fafnir. Huge trade. Oh my goodness.
That's what I was talking about. That's why I like the Ari. Oh yeah. That's why I like the Ari right there. That Charm Q combo just does a lot of damage, plus the Electrocute, and you're just nuking health bars. That's going to become absolutely deadly when she starts building these items here, and I am looking forward to this mid lane matchup even more. But she has no mana. She's going to reset, TP back.
Yep, Vex has to do the same. But the wave's in the middle, so, they don't really have to TP. It wouldn't be a game that we cast if a mid laner was not taking Dark Seal. Let's go. I love it.
Oh my
coming
goodness.
Out from Nautilus, but here comes the Braum to block it up. He's going to get rooted up. But the passive stacks onto the Nautilus are stacking up left and right. But his health bar is dropping. The mana bar from Tranio is too low, and he just has to let his support fall to Super B-Pods. First blood over to the Jinx.
So the call here must have been to try to push the lane in and get a reset, but they're just up too far, and neither of them have flash, so just, I mean, it's weird calling. Trading in the top side here shouldn't really too much come out of it, but Aatrox will hit that 6.
Coming online along with Gnar. I think it came up a little bit too quickly. Sejuani's here now.
Both the junglers are here. They're recalling.
Yeah, Night Train read that kind of perfectly.
They have to know she's here, right?
Oh, Night Train finished his back.
Okay, but it looks like Gnar's also going to back too, so he's going to get that TP off.
I mean, Sejuani keeps stopping the back, and I think Aatrox is baiting it out too.
I think so too, but she's wasting a lot of time. Zinzal's already on the map with his reset.
Yeah. I think it was intentional. That's huge brain.
Yeah, so good play, Hubris. Still big brain.
Mind games. I love mind games.
I do have to say though, he is up currently 11 CS in this matchup, so you would think the Gnar would be ahead, but I think just that harass from the Q is making it just enough to where Gnar knows he has to be careful in this. So good on Hubris for taking control, even though in reality this should be a more lopsided matchup towards the Gnar. But I mean,
yeah, but Hubris did take the D shield, so he's able to eat this trade and then poke that MK Beaver is throwing at him. So it's making MK Beaver lose more health just because of the way Q trading works with that sweet spot, and he is able to landing it. But here comes the Mega Gnar, but a gank in the mid lane. Nautilus is going to miss that dredge line. MK Beaver not able to do much in the top lane. Huber's probably going to let that time out. Going to get the stun, and here comes the World Ender, but he leaps away and gets out. No top lane trading today, Hubris.
Goodness gracious, there's been a lot of trading happening all on the top side. I do gotta give him credit though, baiting out the World Ender was nice. Because, you know, Gnar still has his ultimates. In case something goes wrong in the top lane later, it's like Gnar could just yeetily deep the ult out and boom. You probably have a dead Aatrox unless he burns flash, but would be because he misses.
And then dead Aatrox.
I don't know if anyone else saw that, but Zinzao missed the E to get over the Dragon Pit, or is it the W? Either way, he missed an ability. I think it was the W. But silly Zinzao. But this will be the Dragon going over to SHDC. This will be a Cloud Drake, so you know, you're not too concerned if you're Team 5. You just
movement speed is movement speed, my man.
I just see so many teams, regardless of what elo it is, just not prioritizing the Cloud Drake. Like, no one really cares about it. It's kind of
But it's first Drake. Get it and go.
Yeah,
stats, bro.
The stats early are really nice, especially because you want to get on track for a Dragon stack here.
I honestly thought they were looking for an hour dive there, but Jin Zhao finished his recall.
Okay, he probably didn't want to call it, especially since they just took Dragon. They were probably aware he was on that side of the map. It's all good, so they're just going to go ahead and get a little back here. As I'm watching these...
almost level 6, a couple more minions and she got it. And now Upon Light is here, who is also level 6. Here comes the level 6 from the Kai'Sa. She has her killer instinct. The Jinx is going to be able to get out of that. The flash coming out from the Sejuani, stopping Nautilus in his tracks, and Tranio picks him up.
Okay, nice. And the kill goes to the AD carry. That's where you want it. You weren't kidding when about these bot lanes. And mid things are trading. Oh, good charm.
Two in the red side jungle of SDHC, or SHDC, sorry.
Acronyms are hard, it's okay. So, I think Vex does have the kill impression there, but because the Sejuani was coming, she decides to back off. And Sejuani didn't ult in that fight there in the bot lane, so she still has it. Oh, she's going for
really good ultimate coming out from the Vex.
Oh my god.
And then goes down. Super B-Pots, meanwhile, is trying to fend off the Tranio. Tranio is able to get a couple of stacks, but he's going to get rooted up by that Nautilus. His health bar is getting very weak. Killer Instinct to get out of that one, but Chalupa is just stuck to Super B-Pots. His health bar is sticking down from that Ignite, but he gets the rockets, he gets excited, and he's looking for Tranio. Here comes the Depth Charge, here comes the Zap, here comes the Root, and here comes the trade! Double kill for the Jinx, but it is shut down over to the Kai'Sa!
Okay, honestly, you take that. You know, you're like, oh, it gets a double kill, but who gets a shutdown in the end? I do. So I honestly think that's worth. I think it's worth. She finishes the Kraken Slayer off that too.
100% worth. Kraken Slayer finished off by the Kai'Sa. We're on the other side of the spectrum. Jinx hasn't finished it yet. She still needs that crit cloak. Oh Lord, what a huge play from Kai'Sa. Now Upon Light has found their rhythm, and they're playing through Tranio in the bot lane.
I honestly would take that any day of the week. Yeah, sure, you definitely have the Jinx getting up to that point, but she opted out to go for the tier 2 boost instead of the Mythic here. And you got Sejuani here on the top side.
Oh, here comes Sejuani. MK Beaver able to get a lot of damage down, gets the stun, but Hubers is going to go one ender. The stun after stun is coming through. The chain TEC is too real, but that nerf that Aatrox got from the healing he receives is doing work here because they claim him in the end.
Yeah, that's exactly what I expected. Since I was in the area for this, so I don't think they keep fighting this.
Yeah, they have to run through the river, but the hook is going to be able to land the zap, the follow-up. But Chalupa is going to be able to get out of this, but he's going to get airborne because Xin Zhao has a little bit of CC in his pocket. Jinx able to not pick that one up. Actually, the kill going over to Xin Zhao. Wow.
So, I mean, that's fine. You take that. It's unlucky. I don't think Rom had his stand by me, so that's why he wasn't able to get out of that. So unlucky to not be able to get out of that.
And you know what? Really good patience from Chalupa not popping his ultimate. Recognize that Drake was spawning in 1:30 and that his ultimate cooldown is too massive, and they kind of need that for that fight.
At some point, I missed that they had the Herald. I don't know when that happened, but this should be the full tower.
I did not know, but that's the full tower.
Yep. Okay, first tower of the game goes mostly to between the Jinx and the Xin Zhao. So you take those. Now she should finish her Mythic, reset, finish the Mythic, and be ready for this Dragon. So I think that kind of puts Jinx on the advantage by having those tier 2 boots. And Nautilus is standing on a
Well, not necessarily, because Kai'Sa has tier 2 boots in her pocket right now. She has the gold to lock that in. So she cleans up this way, but Jinx did not finish her back.
Okay, so that'll put them on even terms. Weird. Okay, so they'll be on even terms for this next fight. That 30 CS lead is doing dividends too for Trainia. Like, it's putting him pretty much even. I also just talk it out. Yeah, 500 gold difference, but I mean, you're not sweating too much about that. Oh, he went for the pickaxe.
Respect it. I respect the pickaxe over the tier 2. Getting that upgrade in for the Q for the Dragon fight. That is massive.
Did they do the upgrade?
Yeah, they did the upgrade. I double checked.
Yeah, they did. Oh.
I double checked. Hubers and MK Beaver doing what top laners do, trading ultimates back and forth, trading health bars, trading minion advantages.
However, this does open up a window. Gnar isn't going to go down to the bot lane for this Dragon, but never mind, no one's around it, and there should be a free Mountain Drake coming in for T5.
That's 100% free. I don't think Xin Zhao is going to be able to get there in time. Yeah, he does not get there. Nitrain not able to become lightning to fight the Dragon away.
Okay, looked a little, you know, they were going to go for it. The Aatrox Classic with the Eclipse coming in, and Gnar's going for the Triforce, which is something you see kind of often too. Just for that raw damage for him to be able to do. And Gnar is pretty obnoxious when he gets that Triforce.
I do like Triforce on Gnar. I used to think that Triforce on Gnar was kind of trolling until I saw what the opposite, what's that item called?
Divine Sunder.
Thank you. When Divine Sunder on Gnar, not really that good until you put like 3 tanks. Oh, mid lane.
Good
flash coming out from now upon light, but he's gonna get feared up. But meanwhile, the Vex is going to be able to survive, even though all the damage from the Ahri was coming out super clean. Ultimate popped from the Ahri, but Sejuani still sitting on Glacial Prison. Oh, Nautilus reads that. Dredgeline beautifully intercepts her right in the middle of that dash. But she gets a solo kill onto Nitrain.
Now, I think instead of going with the Sejuani Q Flash, I think you start with that with the ultimate. She doesn't know you're there, and I think you get the kill much faster. But we take, oh goodness, good hook.
Oh, huge hook coming out from Nautilus right there.
Okay, really good hooks the entirety of this game, I have to say. Just Juan has been like clipping these hooks really well and catching out much needed targets. And it's just, the Nautilus hitbox is just absolutely ridiculous.
It's dumb.
Yeah,
it's dumb. It's very dumb. I don't care if it's an anchor. His hitbox shouldn't be the size of the lane.
I also agree. So, 15 minutes in, we have, oh my goodness, what a trade in the top.
Oh my god, that Q3 on the Darken Blade did so much damage to BK Beaver, MK Beaver.
But then it didn't matter because he went Mega Nard and evened out the whole trade.
Oh, Nitrain is here, sitting in that tri-bush, but Sejuani is on the way, running around with her hog.
to know he's there.
Oh,
right?
he knows.
He
He
definitely knew.
Out.
Okay.
Herald is on the map, and it looks like it's going to be a 5v5 over the Herald.
We're going to kill the
This is
Aatrox
what
in the
I've come
meantime.
to see. 3 people are going to try to sandwich Hubris, trying to make this a 4v5. He has to pop his World Ender. Flash out of the way. He's retreating under his tower, but
Wow,
that
he gets
gives
out.
Upon Light the window that they need to take over the river. Here comes Glacial Prism. It's going to win it on the slot. But meanwhile, the whole team is trying to focus onto the Herald. They're going to be able to get feeder out of 2 members. Charm coming in, and Sejuani, but the Draeneo is going to be able to pick up the Vex in the end. And the team fight is just breaking out in favor of the T5 bot laner. MK Beaver picks up the Nautilus, and in the end, it is going to be an ace for the T5, but Hubris manages to dash out of it, not giving them that ace. It is a 4-for-1. They only lose the jungler.
That was the team fight I was talking about. MK Beaver goes Mega Gnar just at the right time. Well, since I was ulted to be able to ult him away from the Kai'Sa. So Kai'Sa just got to pre-hit most of that fight, and Gnar getting 2 of those kills was huge. Oh my god, that was insane. He goes right back to the top lane, farms up that Triforce. I didn't even realize the Triforce was done before that fight even started, so no wonder he kind of popped off the way he did. Whoa. Whew, that was a clean team fight from MK Beaver. Absolutely clean.
MK Beaver and just the rest of the team as well. Now upon Light knowing his job and doing it very well, that Sejuani diving directly into the face of every member of Stephen Hawking Dance Club, and she just absorbed so much damage that would have been going towards their critical carries. Fafnir then is able to walk in, land a very nice charm on to the Vex, and then meanwhile you have Trainio getting peeled by the Gnar, just laying down auto attacks left and right, throwing out the Void Seeker, throwing out that missile barrage. Like, I just gotta say, that team fight right there is the exact team fight that I imagined was going to happen. Beefy front line of Sejuani and the Braum and Gnar just providing all of this, providing this impenetrable wall.
No, he's walking in.
Oh, but he's gonna pop that shield as he face checks that Nautilus. Dredge line and the depth charge are gonna come through. They're gonna land onto the Kai'Sa, but that's all they get. Those Braum procs are coming through, coming up from those chompers. But here comes the TP from Hubris. They drop the Herald as well. They can't deal with 2, and the World Ender is gonna be ending the world of this fight. Oh, that Vex ultimate was huge. Jinx is so excited. She's carrying this fight. Here comes Sloth, and to triple kill. Penta, she is not going to be able to get it. Fafnir able to get it. She falls down to the tower shot. She had blood in her eyes and falls. Punishment to it, but they clean up the tower, they clean up the team fight, and they push the inhib.
That was an incredibly weird fight from T5 there. Just as we're praising them for the amount of work that they did to pull off that last fight, they made critical errors in that other fight by, first off, Braum walking blind in, which yes, he did pop the shield to face check first, but still, you know where they are. They're coming in, just back off, gather yourselves, and then go for the engage. So as a result, they lose 3 towers for that. Rift Herald did not get a charge in it. They lose the drag. Whoa, okay, they're
They might not lose this dragon. TP from Fafnir coming in hot.
Coming real hard.
Yeah, there he is. Killer coming in. Kai'Sa's doing so much damage. Jinx had blood in her eyes, and now Kai'Sa's returning the favor. She gets a double kill. The rest of the team is sticking to the Drake. Now upon life, Fafnir and the ADC are trying to zone off Night Train, and they do it successfully. They lose the team fight, 3 dragons, and they say, I do not care. Give me the Drake.
They don't even know what's going on anymore. Both of these teams are playing out of their minds. Okay.
Yo, this is the game I expected when T5 locked in that CC empowering Kai'Sa. This is the team fights that I was expecting Jinx to pop off one, because she has so much peel coming out from her entire team. And meanwhile, you can't look at Jinx when World Ender is in your face doing all of this damage with the Darkened Blade. And the teams are clashing in a most beautiful, hype fashion, and I love it.
I am absolutely impressed.
This is what you expect for as a tiebreaker here in Risen Draft playoffs.
I am very thoroughly surprised with how intense these team fights are, and the top laners still just stay fighting with each other.
Oh my god, MK Beaver forced to use that Gnar on a Hubris, but he is gonna pop the World Ender, forcing the flash because he was going to mini Gnar.
Okay, that's actually huge because it takes away the flash gnarly for later, whatever potential fights happen in the next, couple of minutes here. So that being off the table, especially for this next dragon that's in, less than 4 minutes, is actually huge. So you take those, and Nar's still just gonna be up here and just do what he does.
Nar does not care. He says that's a huge cooldown. I can take these fights now. Come here and use your Darkened Blade, because now upon light, my jungler is here to support me along with the bot lane. But Night Train might be able to sandwich him with his top laner, Mega Gnar expired.
Come on now, upon light. You see him.
Now upon light has to change his attention over to Night Train. I don't think Hubris is able to get here. Here comes the stun. Here comes the airborne. Here comes the Nautilus with the Jinx. But the rest of the team of Now Upon Light is here. They are posturing this Baron very hard. They are trading the vision. The vision dance has started. Do they pick Night Train here? Here comes the ultimate from Braum. It's going to whiff. They do not get to pick. Unfortunate. Massive cooldown popped and blown for this fight.
Sedge ult here. Oh man, it's tense. You can kind of tell, especially with the way that like you and I are like, that like it's so tense at the moment. And it's like you can tell that maybe there's a little bit of nerves coming in. I know that Chalupa thought that Braum ulti was hoping it was just barely out of range. I think the call here was to pick the jungler off so they could turn and force SHDC to come to them while they're doing Baron. That probably was the call, or it was get a pick.
Here is push the turret in and take that top turret.
Yes. Oh, we have the Oblivion Orb coming in for Ahri. I will be keeping track of how much healing that reduction that does. So that'll be kind of fun to watch.
I mean, there's already 2 healing reduction items going down. Oh, Kaisen with the pork build. I like it. He's going for the on-hit build. There's no way they're able to take this. They take that top.
They saw Xin Zhao. I think they do.
Xin Zhao and Vex are both in the bot lane.
Oh, they're calling it off.
Why are they calling it off?
Oh, that was actually free.
They saw Xin Zhao disappear off of Vision, and they kind of guessed he'd be there in time along with the rest of the team. Actually, very smart, pulling off right there. Because Xin Zhao smite steals are just as nuts as Lee Sin's.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, Mega Gnar for MK Beaver. The chains of corruption, not on Varus, but on Hubris, are gonna whiff. Trainio is here. He's waiting for that stun. He wants MK Beaver to get in there. I don't think he's gonna get it too. He's gonna be able to get that stun though. Chalupa gonna have to back off too. Damn.
Alright, so we got about 23 minutes in. It is only a 3k gold lead. It feels so much closer, though, I will admit. We have a minute before the dragon.
Close.
Jinx hit those 3 items, so this is going to be a nuts fight at this next dragon because it will be so point for T5 if they get this dragon. So I think Stephen Hawking Dance Club know that, like, we have to fight for this. Aatrox is going to push this lane in, get this tower. Get some little go going in. I didn't realize he also got a bounty. He is up there. We see this.
This is the build that I want to see out of Kaisa. She's going that Ginsu's 3rd item, going for on hit, not crit. Give me that on hit. I want to auto as fast as I humanly possibly can in this game while doing massive amounts of damage with my proc. I love it.
You think that maybe he goes for Nashor's Tooth to kind of maximize that?
He should go Nashor's Tooth to maximize damage just because Nashor's Tooth will empower that Void Seeker.
Oh, Nautilus is caught.
Juan was able to get caught out right there. He's taking a lot of damage too. His health bar getting very low. And Trainio was able to pick him up. Night Train's got 2 procs on him. He has to pop his ultimate. But Sloth is on the flank in the pit. Hubris is here along with Chalupa and Now Upon Light. Fafnir and the 3 of them are going to attack him. But Super B-Pops is just doing a lot of damage on top of him. Nitro is going to the ADC. Vex is able to pick off that Sejuani, but here comes MK Beaver. He claims them. The claim is Xin Zhao, and it is now down on the shoulders of Super B-Pots. Is he the carry that he needs to be for his team? He might just be, because he is shredding through Chalupa. He is getting excited. He is looking at Trainio. Trainio's health bar is getting very low, but the Charm and the Killer Instinct are going to find him. Sloth gets the fear. Sloth gets the kill, and MK Beaver is the last one standing.
Oh my god, it ends up being a 4-5. Nautilus actually just spawned. He died first in that fight. He just came back. If he can hold off for 15 seconds, he could drop a ward, and Aatrox can TP in, but I think he's gonna hit Mega.
He's gonna hit Mega. No, there's no way that Juan is gonna be able to stall this out because he's just gonna hit that stun. And he's just gonna do so much damage. Ignore the Drake. Here comes the TP coming out from the Aatrox. Is he gonna be able to kill Juan in time?
Oh my god, he is.
Very low. Mini Nar is about to come online. Here comes the Nar. Shove him into the wall. He's gonna be able to escape. The Dragon's gonna reset. But now upon light, the jungler is here. So is Night Train. Both junglers are here. Hubris is gonna get that dark in Q1. The dash coming out. And here comes Chalupa. His legs may be small and stocky, but the Prism is gonna give him enough time to show up. I don't think this team fight is over. Everybody dies. The Dragon resets, and now we're looking for round 2.
I cannot believe this is about to happen. Either they just burst this Dragon down, or we're about to have another fight in our hands in the next like 5 seconds. Nope, I guess they just.
We have Kaisa right here. She's got the right click to victory locked and loaded. There's no way she doesn't win. They get the Dragon. Well done, T5. Well done. And we get a pause. Thank God my throat hurts.
Oh my god. Okay, so it looks like we got some audio issues coming in for Night Train. So we're just going to go ahead. Now, getting this soul point is huge. Because now, obviously, as we say, naturally as it is, Infernal Soul is one of the most powerful souls in the game. And it could provide so much damage coming in. And it forces the other team to have to fight you. So, this is crazy. Like, this game is delivering.
This is wild.
Panda. Give it to me. Give it to me.
We said that if how many is anyone keeping track of how many times we've said Olaf? But we said if Olaf isn't on the map, the game changes completely. And this is absolutely completely different out of T5 from the game before. I mean, we thought the Jinx was going to be nuts, and we've seen some unbelievable play. A little overextension, trying to get that penta, trying to get that quadra, but just cleaning up. When you want it, you want it.
Sometimes you just go for it. Sometimes you just gotta try,
But regardless, like, it isn't just carried on the carry in this one. The Gnar is doing work and making things difficult, right? We're seeing it across the board that everybody is making plays. Still seeing some awesome hooks coming out too. That Nautilus has just been brutal. But it's been team versus team this time, which has been awesome to see. And this last little, like, who can get this Drake? 2 times, 3 team fights surrounding this thing. I mean, the teams know what they want for win conditions, and they are fighting for them. I mean, it's bloodbath after bloodbath, but nobody's just really raking the coals or taking it.
Yeah, it seems like ever since like 10, 11 minutes, we haven't really had like a break as what's going on. It's been constant fighting across the map between objectives, between securing towers, that giant mid lane fight where Jinx gets the quadra. Then we have what seemed like a good, I'm typing in chat, that dragon fight, but was back and forth for like 2 minutes. We seem to have a trend of having really long fights in our games.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie. So last week that dragon fight, paced it pretty well. Didn't have a problem getting my air, carrying on. This one I was struggling a little bit.
Well, this one was relentless, and then they just kept running away with it. Nobody gave you a moment to even think.
Oh my gosh!
And then when you think it's over, and Gnar is trying to solo. Everybody shows right back up.
we do have the game resuming. So Panda, can you send us back to the rip?
Yeah, man, take it away. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, we're at 26-26, just waiting for the game to finally go through.
Yeah, we're just waiting on it because it tends to pause really awkwardly.
Yeah, just give it some time.
Come on, Riot Games. They need to really fix this. This is one of the things they really need to fix.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, damn, I thought that was going to give you enough time to turn my fan on because this game has started to make me sweat a little bit on how hyped I'm getting.
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure.
But with that being said, we forgot to mention the fact that now upon light secures that Infernal Soul, Infernal Drake, putting them at soul point.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. So we got a little bit of a bush cheese happening. Not really too much is gonna come out of it. I mean, the rotating vision up where they need to be, so you love to see it. We got some resets coming in, and not too much is gonna happen. So I think the map is gonna kind of calm down, hopefully, for a little bit. They're gonna farm up some more items, because this next Drake fight in 4 minutes, or it could be a Baron fight coming in, is gonna be gorgeous, and I am excited, dude!
Baron fight at this stage of the game, I am absolutely ready for it. Kaisa is taking her reset, so you know what that means.
The Gunzo's done. There it is.
Rage Blade.
Blade is done. Okay.
Kaisa has entered the rift. Oh, yes.
I definitely have to recommend. Anything happening? Nope. Okay, more resets.
That being said, though, Last Whisper picked up by Jinx as well. So these, I mean, I said it during the pregame. Oh no, Chalupa, you do not need to be there. But now upon light, actually pretty quick. So
yeah. All right, Kaisa getting that item. That Rage Blade is gonna come like really in clutch later. I really hope she does go the Nashor suit to get that W upgrade.
I think if you do the on-hit build, if I'm thinking correctly, depending on the state of the game, you go Bork if you're ahead, and you go Nashors if you're a little bit behind. Or it's one of the two, but it's Kraken, Bork, Gensu's into Nashors.
There's no way they don't see this, right? Okay, I was about to say they're aware.
They 100% see it. But let's toggle vision for now upon like F2 because they can't see anything except around that corner. Wow, so Stephen Hawking doing a fantastic job of denying vision right now.
Oh yeah, here comes that Gnar.
Oh my god, MK Beaver doing a lot of work onto the turret and onto Hubris himself. He's getting a lot of passive procs, forcing him to dash away, disengage. And that gives now upon light the angle and the window they need to right into this river to clear out that vision that we were just praising them on setting up. Get some vision of their own.
Just Gnar is gonna be pretty obnoxious. He's level 16. He at that point in the game where he could arguably 1v1 the Aatrox just very, very easily. And it comes in handy because he has the Randuins, the Brimblevest, and the Blazing King. But Baron is being started, I think, on the other side of the map, if I'm looking correctly, or is that just vision clearing?
I think they're just getting it ready, getting that vision set down. Just so they know when things are getting down. I think they're just providing a lot of pressure so Gnar can be in this bot lane doing what he's doing with that cross map split push.
Okay, so
oh no, oh no, don't back right there. Please don't back right there. They see you.
They see it. Okay.
Honestly, if I was Stephen Hawking right there, I see those two backing. I say let them finish their back and hit the Baron hard.
I wish, but Jinx wasn't in the area to do that. If Jinx was there, I 100% think that's what they do. But she was at the bot side clearing that out, getting her Lord Doms now. And it looks like the last item on Kaisa will be a Wit's End, probably?
Wit's End, that's for sure Wit's End.
Okay. So Wit's End.
No, Wit's End's still good, though. I would have preferred the Nashors, just because it amplifies Void Seeker and your autos. But Wit's End still does magic damage, too. So, you know, I'm still here for it. It's still an on-hit item, and that's the purpose of this build right now. 40 seconds to Drake, though.
Oh,
this
boy.
Is not going to be a Baron fight.
Oh, no. I did say it could go either one fight, but, I mean, this fight is going to come down to inches, I think, because that last fight literally was, like, everyone dying except for just Gnar and the other team. Then that fight lasted so long where Nautilus came back at the end of it, and it was just disgusting, but...
Oh,
Aatrox on the top side.
Drop Chalupa not able to save. Yes, he did. He saved that ward. So they are going to be able to see Night Train and the rest of his team walk into this river. I love it. Aatrox is in the top lane. This is going to be a 5v4.
Yeah. I think you don't send anyone to answer him because the Dragon's free. It forces him to have to TP to you guys.
There it is. TP right into the mid lane. Here it comes. This fight is about to get bloody. Hubris is going to walk straight in, not going to care. He's going to get instantly charmed, though, but the World Ender comes out, and here comes Sloth on top of Fafnir, but Draenio takes out the Aatrox. Their whole team fight is down. Sloth is on the back line trying to do a lot of damage.
She's just
but Super B-Pod he takes out the Kaisa, but he falls down in return. Sloth is the only one alive on the side of Stephen Hawking. The CC, the stun, but here comes the golden statue. And when you go golden in League, you go to the gray screen!
Shut down.
Infernal Soul! They played that so good too!
Oh my god, they played it so beautifully!
Yeah, they played that so good. No, the charm to catch up the Aatrox, it forces the Vex to blow the ulti!
And then not only did Vex blow the ulti, but Ahri drags Vex away from the rest of her team!
That was so good!
It was so good! good!
And then Nor gets the double ulti so that way Kaisa can kind of just free hit, you know, who was in front of her. The Aatrox.
The killer instinct at the very end was so clutch, because as soon as she hit it, she was able to hit that Q. It did enough damage, and did enough burst damage, and that shield was just enough to save her, to give her the damage she needed to trade her life for Jinx. That fight was so good. As soon as I said that ending call out, I just was so speechless on how good it was. It was so good.
Oh, God, I love the games we cast together. They're so much fun.
I love the games we cast. Freak, what are we looking at right now? What happens now that they have Soul?
So, obviously, you play to the advantage. That Soul gives what kind of like an advantageous like gold advantage, I like to call it, meaning like it's kind of a passive gold advantage. They have so much extra damage, and with the amount of blow-up potential that they have on their team, it's much easier and much more dangerous for SHDC to walk into areas. Now, right now, because the Kai'Sa's topside and Nara's in the bot side doing his thing, we're not really too worried right now, but you still have to watch out for that Jinx. She has a stopwatch. Dude. Jinx has the stopwatch, so that's the key point.
Jinx was shredding through that team so...
Oh my god.
If that killer instinct didn't come in at the exact time that it did, Jinx 1v9s that team fight. Because on how fast she was shredding through the tanks of Now Upon Light.
And I think that first kill after someone fell, it caused her to kind of start like spitting a little bit. And they're like, oh god, and you just get a little worried. But for now, we're going to calm down. We're gonna prep for this Baron vision all over the map.
Oh, that's a huge cooldown from the Vex, but the Vex is able to land it off Fafnir. She lands the fear, but Fafnir has to go golden. Here comes the Sejuani and the TP coming out from the Gnar.
That was a really good...
alive. Here comes drop to Chalupa. Glacial Fissure is enough to stall the team. Coming out onto that Nautilus, but the health bars for Now Upon Light are going too fast. Trenio is here to clean up this fight. He takes out two. Jinx gets excited, but Night Train is gonna fall to the carry of the Killer Instinct! Triple kill! Gnar stays in the bot lane, and we might have Game 3 coming at you right now!
When the hell did Aatrox die? Did Gnar 1v1 him on the side? I completely missed that.
I'm gonna have to ask Panda because I don't know. I was not paying attention. My focus was on to see whether or not they were able to clean up that fight or not.
Okay, wow, it's just out at the start of the fight, it looked a little like concerning for Team 5 because Kaisa wasn't there. But the second Kaisa gets there, the two tanks are able to hold off long enough for her to get there and literally clean up everybody. A quadra kill for her.
Between Sejuani and Braum peeling for Ahri, who was admittedly
dead to rights,
probably should not have lived.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just be honest. There's no way she should have lived right there. But the fact that Braum showed up just in the nick of time. Sejuani was getting her passive comboed on top of Braum passive, and then he pops the Glacial Fissure. It stalls the fight out long enough for Kaisa to come in out of nowhere, clean up the fight, pick up Juan just like that with that Void Seeker. She has Guardian Angels. Jinx does not. By definition, Kaisa is the raid boss.
They just take this unless Zenzel can possibly steal this.
They push the hell out of it. Gensu's, Wits End, Bork, Kraken Slayer. There is no neutral objective that Now Upon Light can't take at the moment.
God, they're playing this so well. You have the bot lane inhibitor open, so bot lane is going to be pushing. Vex walked into the best spot.
Looking for a pick right here on the Vex. She goes golden. The Glacial Cruise is going to whiff, but they take the mid laner in return. They look at the inhibitor, but first they're going to look at Hubris. Hubris is able to yank back MK Beaver with those chains. Super B-Pot's trying to zip the other team into slowing themselves up, but that's not going to stop them from taking tier 2.
God, we're going to Game 3 and I'm so excited.
Super minions have entered the base.
Yes, they're gonna break the mid lane inhibitor.
The mid lane. They have the wave. They have the Gnar ulti, and the Kaisa has the damage. Hubris is gonna try to focus his attention on her because he has the most damage. He's the most tanky, but his health bar is going down very slow and very quickly. The Killer Instinct, the going golden, but he is still gonna go on light because he is a menace on the rift. He is gonna take out the Nautilus because the Kaisa, because the Jinx does not want any part of that. She goes to the gray screen. nonetheless, and we go to game 3.
I am so excited. This is what we wanted. The 3-game series. Oh man, just the team fighting prowess from T5 there was insane. It was so good.
They were a team. They were moving and shaking as a solid unit, and they were point to point to point to point to point. They were like, let's take out that, let's take out that. We just took out that. Now let's move to that. That is what you want to see, especially since, mind you, if you recall, at the beginning of this, we said T5 needs to win fast. No. T5 just stuck it out, and they just grew and grew and just got just disgusting. That Gnar, I looked, I don't know, 20, 30 something minutes in, 7-1-5, then 7-1-9, total flip up in the top lane. I mean,
yeah,
they swapped roles, swapped players, and it night and day. I mean, that was, whew,
disgusting.
That was a game.
That top lane, for that last top lane fight that turned into that quadra kill for Kai'Sa, and I think Aatrox probably died in the bot lane somewhere against the Gnar.
Gnar just became unkillable.
We just yeah, right. Just me and Hyper were talking. We just could not stop praising that fight. It was so good. From Ahri was dead. She was dead to rights, but Brahma Sejuani taking all the damage. The ultimate from Jinx that should have killed the Ahri was body blocked perfectly by the Sedge, and then just the Kai'Sa gets there, cleans everybody up, and that was insane.
Well, the Vex goes in. We all thought that it missed, but then all of a sudden she just flies across the map, and it's like, oh no, we're doing this, and then it just twisted and it turned, and then all of a sudden in the bot lane, Gnar's just like, oh, don't forget about me, just taking out more turrets.
Taking out more turrets, taking out Hubris, who was a problem last game. Just letting you know that I can deal with him, handle him. Yep. I got Black Cleaver. I got I got Triforce. I got Randuin's. Yeah. I'm good down here. You guys do your thing up there. Kai'Sa, nice quad.
Yeah, I mean that was unbelievable, and I know for a fact that you two need to take a break.
Oh yeah, dude. I 100% do. I need to turn my fan on. I gotta get some air flowing through here.
We all need a little bit of a cool down after that one. So we'll be back in just a few minutes because, hey, we're going to game 3. So we'll see you there.
Good trade down here in the bot lane, but Night Train is here. The stun comes out from the bomb passive. The root coming out from the Nautilus, but the Jinx and the Nautilus are not going down without a fight. Kai'Sa does manage to get that lethal temple. Here comes Wind becomes Lightning. Flash burn from the Kai'Sa, and the laners disengage. Really good attempt from the side of Now Upon Light.
It's just incredibly unlucky. Well, they're going to push us in reset here. Sejuani is coming, so I think they're going to try to make a play.
Yeah, Sejuani's full health. It wouldn't be a game that we cast if a mid laner was not taking Dark Seal. Let's go. I love it.
Oh my
coming
goodness.
Out from Nautilus, but here comes the Braum to block it up. He's going to get rooted up. But the passive stacks onto the Nautilus are stacking up left and right. But his health bar is dropping. The mana bar from Tranio is too low, and he just has to let his support fall to Super B pods. First blood over to the Jinx. Call.
Okay, he probably didn't want to call it, especially since they just took Dragon. They were probably aware he was on that side of the map. It's all good, so they're just going to go ahead and get a little back here. As I'm watching these,
almost level 6. A couple more minions and she got it. And Now Upon Light is here, who is also level 6. Here comes the level 6 from the Kai'Sa. She has her killer instinct. The Jinx is going to be able to get out of that. The flash coming out from the Sejuani, stopping Nautilus in his tracks, and Tranio picks him up.
Okay, nice. And the kill goes to the AD carry. That's where you want it. You weren't kidding when about these bot lanes. And mid things are retreating. Oh, good charm.
Two in the red side jungle of SDHC or SHDC. Sorry.
Acronyms are hard. It's okay. So I think Vex does have the kill impression there, but because the Sejuani was coming, she decides to back off. And Sejuani didn't ult in that fight there from the bot lane, so she still has a god.
And it goes down. Super Beatbots, meanwhile, is trying to fend off the Trainio. Trainio's able to get a couple of stacks, but he's going to get rooted up by that Nautilus. His health bar's getting very weak. Killer Instinct to get out of that one, but Chalupa is just stuck to Super Beatbots. His health bar is sticking down from that Ignite, but he gets the rockets, he gets excited, and he's looking for Trainio. Here comes the depth charge, here comes the zap, here comes the root, and here comes the trade! Double kill for the Jinx, but it is just shut down over to the Kai'Sa!
But she opted out to go for the tier 2 boost instead of the Mythic here. And you got Sejuani here on the top side.
Oh, here comes Sejuani. MK Beaver able to get a lot of damage down, gets the stun, but Hubris is going to go World The stun after stun is coming through. The chain TEC is too real, but that nerf that Aatrox got from the healing he receives is doing work here because they claim him in the end.
Yeah, that's exactly what I expected. Since I was in the area for this, so I don't think they keep fighting this.
Yeah, they have to run through the the stun after stun is coming through. The chain TEC is too real, but that nerf that Aatrox got from the healing he receives is doing work here because they claim him in the end.
Yeah, that's exactly what I expected. Since I was in the area for this, so I don't think they keep fighting this.
Yeah, they have to run through the river, but the hook is going to be able to land the zap, the follow-up. But Chalupa is going to be able to get out of this, but he's going to get airborne because Xin Zhao has a little bit of CC in his pocket. Jinx able to not pick. What's that item called?
Divine Sunder.
Thank you. When Divine Sunder are not really that good until you put like 3 tanks. Oh, mid lane.
Good flash.
Flash coming out from Now Upon Light, but he's going to get feared up. But meanwhile, the Vex is going to be able to survive, even though all the damage from the Ahri was coming out super clean. Ultimate popped from the Ahri, but Sejuani still sitting on Glacial Prism.
What a bug!
Ooh, Nautilus reads that. Dredgeline beautifully intercepts her. Glacial Prism is going to win it on this one. But meanwhile, the whole team is trying to focus onto the Herald. They're going to be able to get fear out of 2 members. Charm coming in, and Sejuani, but the Trainio is going to be able to pick up the Vex in the end. And the team fight is just breaking out in favor of the T5 bot laner. MK Beaver picks up the Nautilus. And in the end, it is going to be an ace for the T5, but Hubris manages to dash out of it, not giving them that ace. It is a 4-for-1. That Nautilus, Dredgeline, and the depth charge are going to come through. They're going to land onto the Kai'Sa, but that's all they get. Those Braum procs are coming through, coming out from those chompers, but here comes the TP from Hubris. They drop the Herald as well. They can't deal with 2, and the World Ender is going to be ending the world of this fight. Oh, that Vex ultimate was huge. Jinx is so excited. She's carrying this fight. Here comes Sloth, and to triple kill. Penta, she is not going to be able to get it fast. They're able to
first, but still, you know where they are. They're coming in. Just back off, gather yourselves, and then go for the engage. So as a result, they lose 3 towers for that. Rift Herald did not get a charge in it. They lose the drag. Whoa, okay, they're taking.
They might not lose this dragon. TP from Fafnir coming in hot.
Coming real hard.
Yeah, there he is. Coming in. Kai'Sa's doing so much damage. Jinx had blood in her eyes, and now Kai'Sa's returning the favor. She gets a double kill. The rest of the team is sticking to the Drake now. As fast as I humanly possibly can in this game, while doing massive amounts of damage with my proc. I love it.
You think that maybe he goes for Nashor's Tooth to kind of maximize that?
He should go Nashor's Tooth to maximize damage just because Nashor's Tooth will empower that Void Seeker.
Oh, Nautilus caught.
Juan was able to get caught out right there. He's taking a lot of damage too. His health bar getting very low. And Trainio is able to pick him up. Night Train's got 2 procs on him. He has to pop his ultimate, but Sloth. Sejuani, but here comes MK Beaver. He claims them. The claim is Xin Zhao, and it is now down on the shoulders of Super Beatbots. Is he the carry that he needs to be for his team? He might just be because he is shredding through Chalupa. He is getting excited. He is looking at Trainio. Trainio's health bar is getting very low, but the Charm and the Killer Instinct are going to fight him. Sloth gets the fear. Sloth gets the kill, and MK Beaver is the last one standing.
Oh my god, it ends up being a 4-5. TP to you guys.
There it is. TP right into the mid lane. Here it comes. This fight is about to get bloody. Hubris is going to walk straight in. Not going to care. He's going to get instantly charmed though, but the World Ender comes out. And here comes Sloth on top of Fafnir, but Trainio takes out the Aatrox. Their whole team fight is down. Sloth is on the back line trying to do a lot of damage.
She's just
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. It's Friday night. The tiebreaker is giving us all the goods that we wanted as we head to Game 3 Shout out real quick to Mythic. Thanks for coming and watching the show. You came at the perfect time. We're about to settle a score before we head off into playoffs. But Hyper and Freak, are you feeling refreshed?
Oh yeah.
Are you ready?
I feel a lot
Game
better
3.
now. I got the air circulating, so I'm not like roasting alive in my office.
I mean, that was the definition of a banger, and it opens up a huge question of what are we gonna see as we move into Game 3. We've seen 2 different games and 2 different teams at one point, and so what are you gonna do? What do you do at this point? What does SH do to get back in this?
You can go first, Hyper.
What does Stephen Hawking have to do? That's a tough question. That's honestly very tough because you're talking about playing one team that totally turned the tide in Game 2. So it's, do we play against the team we played in Game 1 or do we play against the team we played in Game 2? And I think it all comes down to let's play our game and not theirs. So if they're going to play this game, and like even Game 1, it showed that they were trying to like play through the bot side, and then just have a top laner who's able to be a tanky bruiser in the top lane. So if Stephen Hawking sees Now Upon Light and they recognize that that's going to be their playstyle, so let them play that playstyle. How about we do something different? If you want to play bot side, go ahead. We will mid duo. We will get that mid jungle duo going, and we'll just obliterate your mid laner. Make sure he can't play the game and take his computer and smash it on the ground.
It's not like they can't. I mean, they're a quality team. There's no doubt about it. The question is what is Now Upon Light going to throw at them? And they're down the 2 bans, so that puts them on their back feet real quick in this one.
I was going to mention that actually. This is like Stephen Hawking is down those 2 bans. So like, what do you prioritize as that first ban? Do you keep that Zac?
One shot.
Yeah, you got 1 ban to make this first round of picks and bans like count. So do you keep the Zac banned? Probably. Or do you take away like one of these really good picks that Now Upon Light has? And arguably, I would say just take away one of those priority picks. If I'm assuming correctly, because they are on red side this time. So,
yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, they're on red side. So, blanking really hard, but like first pick Now Upon Light they have the first pick here. So do you take away something that you know they might first pick? Because that Kai'Sa, if that gets through, I think for Now Upon Light, this game is already done before it even starts. That Kai'Sa's been so good.
Dude, that Kai'Sa's been so good, but
Punishing.
What do you answer with it?
The Jinx was a pretty good answer, I would argue.
Oh yeah.
The Jinx was the Kai'Sa was the answer to the Jinx, though.
Yeah, it played pretty well into it. So
no, that's a good point though, because there were a bunch of fights where Jinx was. I was just watching, going, well, this is the fight. Like there you go, Jinx just did Jinx things, but it was so close. There were just a couple things that just didn't go in their favor, but I mean, either one of these could go the other way, but we are actually going to find out the answer to that question pretty soon as the teams are getting ready to get into draft. So we can all, put our numbers on the line of who that first ban is, Zac or Kai'Sa.
I can't wait. This is going to be really interesting.
I mean, I'm pretty excited. Do we just keep the same 3 bans as last time, Freak, or do we try to change it up? Olaf coming through, good. I like Olaf.
Okay.
Do we keep Mordekaiser the same way as well?
I assume that the bans for Now Upon Light are going to stay the same. I don't think those will change at all. But what is Stephen Hawking's Dance Club ban here?
Stephen Hawking needs an answer for the ADC.
I agree. It's just like you have to ban. You have to ban either this massive priority pick in the Kai'Sa because they're going to pick it.
No, I don't think you ban the Kai'Sa. I think you leave it open. Just leave it open because they had success with the Zac.
Okay. Yep.
In both games, because I think if Now Upon Light, the player, not the team, if Now Upon Light was piloting a Zac, I think that game ends a lot faster.
Yeah, I am very curious to see what goes on here. And they're going to keep the Zac ban.
They got to keep the Zac. They got to keep the Zac. They got to keep Now Upon Light from accelerating those
turbo stomping.
lanes.
Yeah, I think you just insta lock the Kai'Sa here. I mean, it's free. You just take it. You know that like it's a priority pick. I say maybe you pick Aphelios and do it, possibly.
I was also thinking of Aphelios here too.
There it is.
Aphelios to answer the Kai'Sa, but another thing that I was thinking that we haven't seen a lot in competitive play, maybe a Nyla, maybe a Samira.
Nyla. I do like Samira a lot.
So those two champs would do pretty decently into the Kai'Sa because of the dodge and that but
they're gonna stick with the Jinx possibly here.
Jinx. You know, Jinx wasn't a terrible pick.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, she ended up getting first blood. She had the advantage early. It's just then things got too out of control amongst the Kai'Sa.
You know,
Veigar potential lock. Okay, that's
potential flex.
Yeah, could be either support or it could be mid lane.
As a Veigar support, wouldn't be terrible.
No,
with the Jinx, because he puts you in that baby cage, and Jinx just gets free autos and maybe lands her chompers at the same time. So, like, I'm inclined to say that's going to the support lane, especially if
keep the Sedge. Yeah, I don't see.
They helped with that Syndra a little bit, probably thinking that Veigar was going in the bot lane.
Yeah.
But I mean, going into the mid lane. But I'm glad that they held off.
And then this is just to remind everyone from earlier. So Stephen Hawking's Dance Club had an emergency sub come in for their AD carry. So as a result, based off the rules, they lost a couple of bans. So in case anyone's confused, that's what happened. But going back, they lock in the RA. We might just get probably the same count here.
Light says, "Run it back."
Yeah. So what do you answer with here?
Kai'Sa and Ahri locked in. Braum and Gnar still open.
Yeah, I don't think the Xin Zhao was a bad pick, to be completely honest. So I wouldn't be surprised if they lock it in. So
I honestly think it was a bad pick. There was too
many.
You think so? Yeah, too many diving champions. But
the Poppy.
Let's go, Stephen Hawking. They are drafting with the brain today. They lock in a Poppy.
Okay, I like that.
I dare you.
I mean, they're not going to do it now. They have Poppy on the.
That's what the Poppy pick says. Lock in Xin Zhao. Do it.
Okay, Poppy is really good here, especially 3 people that have dashes on their team. So like, already they're like, oh crap, now what do you do? But what do we do? The bans the Nautilus?
Yes, ban the Nautilus. Ban a Leona while you're at it.
I think you do ban those priority support picks that are good with the Kai'Sa here. And on the other side,
honestly, ban the Braum. I would rather leave Leona up.
Okay.
Just because the Braum passive along with Sejuani passive at the same time is disgusting. So, get rid of the Braum.
Yeah.
I think that one is more toxic than the Leona. That's just me from a team fight perspective.
No, I totally get that. I would honestly recommend the same thing. So we have one more ban coming in for Stephen Hawking's Dance Club, and it will be Maokai is a good ban. It takes away a lot of potential obnoxious engage coming in. Now for Now Upon Light. Okay, they're gonna. I don't think they're going. I think this is gonna be Poppy Jungle, so this might be a wasted ban potentially.
Okay, hear me out.
Okay.
The ultimates on the side of Now Upon Light are pretty spicy.
Silas is open. Yeah, that's true. You could see a Silas here. We're flipping through the supports here.
A lot of enchanters getting cycled through for Juan on the side of Stephen Hawking. So let's see what they decide to do. Blitzcrank not too bad here.
Okay.
I like it.
Good pick potential. Good pick potential coming in, especially with you want to pull them into the baby cage and then.
Oh yeah, it's pretty good pick potential, and them not being able to leave because Poppy's right there, so you can't pop your flash or do your dash. So.
Okay, I like it. So both good drafts. The Leona potentially coming in, which I would argue is a really good pick. However, you're mildly counterpicking yourself with the Poppy on the other team, and the Veigar actually. But they lock it in. Yeah. I trust the Now Upon Light with the Leona pick. It's really good at setting up everything for Kai'Sa, pretty much. Really good for setting. I don't know. Leona's just. She's been such a good support since I started playing her back in season 4. So. Really good pick. Now we come on to the final pick. It is the top laner that will have to be picked here. So this time, Hubris potentially gets the counter pick, unless it's Poppy top. Keep that in mind. And they're going to settle with the Gnar still. Okay. pretty much just the same comp for Now Upon Light, minus the Braum. I like it here. I'm cool with it. Lots of good setup coming in from multiple different angles, and it works that last game, so I'm cool with it. Now, Stephen Hawking's Dance Club, what do you pick in response? Do you pick your top laner, or do you put the Poppy in the top lane and pick a jungler here? We shall find out, hopefully in the next, like, 8 or 6 seconds. 8 or 6? 6 to 8 seconds. Well, I cannot math
Honestly,
Aatrox again. Okay.
I was thinking Malphite angle.
Yeah, I see that too, but they're gonna go ahead with the Aatrox and
Aatrox still not a bad pick.
Yeah, no.
I mean, also a Gnosis angle too, if you think about it. With that buff he received in 12.20, his W doing a lot more slow in damage. But we are gonna head back over to the analyst desk. I want to hear Panda's thoughts on this draft that we just came up with.
Yep, same.
I love the Poppy. I love the Leona. The Leona tells me that Now Upon Light is they were okay with Braum on defense. They're like, we liked our team. We're ready for offense. Oh, trigger that go button. Right now Upon Light, Leona just hops in, nuke 'em, see you later. That's gonna be fun. But watching Poppy knock people across the map, I mean, there's a lot of CC issues going on for Stephen Hawking. Like Cage, Crank, Poppy. What do you do? There's so many opportunities to shut someone down, potentially shutting down Kai'Sa. So Cage, Kai'Sa, right? I mean, QSS, is that what we're gonna have to see? Like, what are we gonna see from Now Upon Light to answer this? Because it's a drag the fight out team comp over on Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, for sure. And just going to take a quick pause and say thank you, Unified Live, for the raid. So welcome, Raiders. We are here for the Risen Draft League. We are currently in Game 3 of our tiebreaker.
Just in time.
And it's been, yeah, exactly, just in time. It's like Game 2 was an absolute nutter of a game, and I'm kind of hoping that Game 3 is the exact same way. We were nearly dead after Game 2, so hopefully Game 3 delivers the same thing. So
I am ready for when we go back to analyst desk after that Nexus falls, and you just see me planted right here on the desk because I passed out from not being able to breathe.
You've been Scioned a couple times now.
Yeah, man.
Here for the last round if they can survive. But I mean, I think this one's going to shape up to be possibly similar. What's great to see is that Now Upon Light loved their comp so much. They're like, that's cool, we got it. But we just want a little bit of a change, just a little tweak right here. And Stephen Hawking was like, we like that. We like the blitz. Like, we want that. We want the cage. We like that. You know, Aatrox, we want to try again, right? Jinx, that really worked. We just need to lock some people down a little bit more, maybe group them up into the center, into the cage, and then let me just knock some rockets and clear them out. I mean, they look like they've got plans built on these comps.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and as the draft goes more and more, you can see that plan starting to formulate. Like you said, Now Upon Light said, we're good on defense. I think it's time for some offense now. Let's get our go button. And Stephen Hawking doing exactly what I suggested they should do. Let them play the game they want, and let's just play our game. Our game being nice dashing champions you got there. We got a Poppy. We got a Vygar. We got a Blitz Crank. What do you got? You just got dashes? You only have so many.
And we can zone you out all day. There were so many posturing fights in the last match. Like, Vygar shows up and is like, no, I'm shutting that out. I'm shutting that alley down. I'm shutting that down. You can't come through here. See ya. Like, you know, Vygar's cage is so great for locking somebody, but when you watch people use it as a zoning tool to just stall something out for a couple seconds and just cool things down, all of a sudden, Now Upon Light can't go. They don't have a go button. They can't curl around. They can't, Kai'Sa can't come in from the sidebar. Like, that, I think the Vygar cage is going to be, if used to effect, not just to catch people, but also to push people away, almost like an Anivia wall. Like, that's going to be super fun to watch Now Upon Light have to figure out what to do around that cage.
I'm excited.
I'm super excited. Panda, I love that breakdown on the Vygar wall. No, Vygar wall. Wow. Vygar cage.
It is a wall. It can be a wall. It can be a wall.
It acts like a wall. With that Vygar
Depending
cage,
on the skin, it's whatever you want it to be.
Who do you have winning the series between Stephen Hawking and Now Upon Light?
I love the Vigar. I got Stephen Hawking taking this one.
I'm gonna be completely honest. If Now Upon Light play the exact same way they did last game, they're gonna take this game. If they play exactly how they did to their win condition, the only difference is now the Leona. But if they play the exact same way with that hard engage, full on damage, just taking control where they need to, oh yeah, I think Now Upon Light takes this game. Oh, we're actually differentiating for once. That's crazy.
Let's see, Hyper. What does the Magic 8-Ball tell you?
You know what? I love how game 1 we were all one-sided. Game 2 we were all one-sided. Game 3 is a whole lot different because I'm not with you today, Freak. I'm sorry, man.
Come to the side. Come.
I do gotta say, and it's not the Vigar that's making me believe that Stephen Hawking can take this one and pull it out. It's the Poppy. And that Poppy pick is going to be so huge as soon as, especially with Killer Instinct coming in out of nowhere, Ari being able to use her ultimate to dash right in, Sejuani also trying to do a little bit of knockup. As soon as Poppy gets in somebody's face and she recognizes that, okay, Killer Instinct's coming in on my 80 carry, I can channel my ultimate, or maybe I can posture over next to my ADC, so as soon as Killer Instinct comes in, I'm not letting her get out of there, and we just blow her out of the water. You got Poppy.
Poppy don't care.
she's got this wrench that drives straight through what Now Upon Light are looking to do with their team fights, with all of this flying in out of nowhere, switching up, the tempo now, more of a straight on attack rather than a counter attack. And Stephen Hawking playing the other side of the coin as, go ahead, we want you to come into us, because as soon as you do, you're not going to get out, because Vigar Baby Cage is going to stick you in a spot. And then Poppy says, good luck trying to flash out of it, because you're not going anywhere. Stephen
Hawking has a bunch of different ways to answer how Now Upon Light hits the go button. Does Kai'Sa come in and Blitzcrank's like, no, we want you over here? Like you flew into the wrong spot, Kai'Sa. Come over here real quick. Or does Vigar say like, welcome, now you're stuck? Or Poppy just says, we don't want you here at all, see you later. So like, it doesn't matter what they do. I think there's a lot of ways to answer the call. And I think we're going to see a lot of Summoner Spell taxes, and even possibly the QSS tax coming in, because it's going to be interesting. We're going to see a lot of mechanical skill being brought out to this one. I think it's going to be a good one. I'm sorry. I hope you brought Water, Hyper, and Freak, because I think we got a serious game 3 to end this tiebreaker. But we're going to take a quick break while we get loaded in, and we'll be right back.
It wouldn't be a game that we cast if a mid laner was not taking Dark Seal. Let's go. I love it. Coming up from Nautilus, but here comes the Braum to block it up. He's gonna get rooted up. But the passive stacks onto the Nautilus are stacking up left and right. But his health bar is dropping. The mana bar from Tranio is too low, and he just has to let his support fall to Super B-Pods. First blood over to the Jinx. Call.
Okay, he probably didn't want to call it, especially since Majestic Dragon. They were probably aware he was on that side of the map. It's all good, so they're just gonna go ahead and get a little back here. As I'm watching these,
almost level 6, a couple more minions and she got it. And Now Upon Light is here, who is also level 6. Here comes the level 6 from the Kai'Sa. She has her Killer Instinct. The Jinx is going to be able to get out of that. The flash coming out from the Sejuani, stopping Nautilus in his tracks, and Tranio picks him up.
Okay, nice. And the kill goes to the ED carry. That's where you want it. You weren't kidding about these bot lanes. And Nifting was retreating. Oh, good charm.
Two in the red side jungle of SDHC, or SHDC, sorry.
Acronyms are hard, it's okay. So, I think Vex does have the kill pressure there, but because the Sejuani was coming, she decides to back off. And Sejuani didn't ult in that fight there in the bot lane, so she still has
and then goes down. Super B-Pots, meanwhile.
Hello and welcome to Game 3 between these two teams. Now Upon Light on the blue side, and you have Stephen Hockey's Dance Club on the red side. We got a 5-man nonsense happening in the jungle. We're gonna have 10 players over here, and this is gonna be spicy.
Oh my goodness, 10 players stacked ready for this tribe bush. And guess who's on the Blitzcrank? Here comes Juan. He's able to hook one, but that flash is too clean. Quick hands coming out from the Leona. The Leona gets picked off in that one.
Woo-wee. Okay, so not entirely, bad because Leona's able to flash out and doesn't give a kill up at the start. Banger starts coming in from the chat here for these two teams, and oh man. Now I was reserving my voice during Champs Look because I knew that crazy things would be happening, but now it is time to get up with the hype for this third game. We have our classic starts coming in. Looks like Sejuani is going to start on the top side with the Gnar and probably push down to that bot side. It's the same thing she did last game. In this case, Poppy is going to start top side. Yep, okay, Poppy's going to start top side with the Aatrox. Whoo, boy. All right, so we can tell where the focus is pretty much immediately. Like, we can tell. These junglers want to find themselves on the bot side as much as they can, especially since Leona has no flash. They can secure that potential first blood, unless they stall it out for long enough for Leona to get her flash back. In the mid lane, as expected, Vigar is going to be a little annoying, get his stacks, and pretty much infinitely scale into the game, as expected. And not really too much as I expect to happen until we have some jungle presence. So
conveniently enough, I don't think Poppy's pathing bot so that she can get her bot lane ahead.
Think so?
I honestly think Poppy's pathing bot because she knows Jinx is going to get the shove. So since Sejuani is pathing bot, Poppy's going to be there for that counter gank, and I think Poppy level 3 has a better counter gank than the Sejuani.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Especially since all Blitz has to do is land a hook on someone, and then Poppy can do her thing. If they're near a wall, stun him in the wall. And you've got some trading happening on the top side. Aatrox gets the better of it naturally for now. I expect Gnar to start some of the damage, and there's the cage.
Yeah, that cage is just too lethal.
Okay, weird posturing, and I think they know that Blitz is looking for the potential hook on someone.
I mean, I'm not, dude. As soon as you see Blitz looking like that, you're like, oh, here comes the hook, here comes the hook, here comes the hook.
Yeah, that's what I find it really important to stay in the minion wave. This wave's about to die, which means a potential hook. Okay, good. So stay in the minion wave so you don't get hooked. That's what I like to do, especially as the support. Now we're just gonna chill. Spells are coming up.
With all that being said, Stephen Hawking has the prio in mid and bot, so Poppy has first dibs at this River Scuttle.
Yeah, I think now Upon Light's gonna be aware of that and just transition.
Yeah, and his health bar is just too damn low too.
I agree.
If he even thinks that he wants to contest this, I think they win.
Oh no, he's actually gonna reset instead. Probably head to that top scuttle.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you gotta
do it that quick? God damn! Okay, she did that real quick. Probably did a E-Smite and then finished.
There you go.
Off with a Q. I just couldn't think of the abilities. It's been a long night, folks.
And you know what? MK Beaver and Hubris, same story in the top lane. MK Beaver probably feeling a lot more comfortable, but a baby cage followed up by that fear. But here comes Night Train. That dash away ticks off, and Fafnir able to get out of there. Flash is burned, though. He will not have that up the next time Poppy decides to visit his lane.
Yeah, and it's slightly even worse because Seju's going for the wraparound here. They're going to look for an engage.
Ooh, yes they are. Leona managed to respond, but the super B-Pots gets the flash, and he gets out of there alive. But Blitzcrank says, get back here! Because first blood going over the drinks.
The perfect hook trap combo, which should have honestly been expected. I think Jinx burns the flash. You just leave. I mean, they're going to push the lane in here, but that's more gold for the Jinx. I mean, but just burst blood over to the Jinx. It's 700 gold lead now.
Blood to a Jinx. Never going to be mad about that.
Same story as last game. And she gets rolled. That was a good hook.
Another one. This man is pulling a lesson out from Mortal Kombat. He is taking the guide, and he is saying, get over here with all of those hooks. But here comes Leona. She manages to get a lot of that health ticked off of Juan, but Drop Chalupa takes a tower shot. Blitz is still here. His hook is up. It's primed. It's ready to have been landed, but that Void Seeker does too much damage. I don't think if this bot lane is able to stay here long enough.
I think, arguably, if Kaisa had stayed close, that was a free double kill for her. Poppy's back in the mid lane, and Ari doesn't have flash.
Yep, here comes Night Train, and the Night Train leaves. Let's go.
So, I actually think if Kaisa stays semi-close to that, because Leona got some really good damage off. Oh, there's some good damage. Goodness gracious, that electrocute proc.
So good. Oh, but the top lane too, really big trading. But MK Beaver does have his ultimate ready, but he does not have Mega. But he does not have Mega Gnar. I was gonna say Mega Bar, but same thing.
Yeah,
same.
I think Hubris finally understands what MK Beaver likes
trading
to
pattern.
do.
I think he understands.
Yeah, I think he learned. Because definitely these trades are going way more in favor. The CS is actually in favor of MK Beaver this time, unlike last time. So that's the flip side. But then you have the other side. Oh, nice rock. On the other side, you have Hubris learning the pathing of what the trades are going to be like. God, this game is already starting off kind of spicy, and I love it. So 600 gold lead, barely 600.
So spicy, 6 minutes in, and there's only been a kill.
Yep, that's it.
But there's been so much posturing. It's so good. MK Beaver stops his back. Hubris manages to clear that wave out pretty good, though. He might be able to get the shove. I love where Night Train is sitting, but Juan says, get over here again. Another
Poppy's here.
And here comes Night Train, but the counter gate coming out from now upon light. Flash into the wall. Chubalupa has to flash away. Knockup coming out.
Oh no!
It's Crank and Trainio cleans up Night Train. Here comes Sloth, the Baby Cage Prime. His ultimate is ready. Fafnir's on the rotation. He lands the ultimate, and the flash coming out from the Vigar just to live.
Ah, that was looking very spicy. Vigar could really just press R on someone. Oh,
yeah, no. Light manages to die because the Vigar is too strong, but Ari cleans him up in the end, 1 for 1.
Right, as I said, he could just walk up to someone and press R. What does he do? He walks up to Sejuani and presses R. Ah, the good old classic control alt delete coming in for the Vigar. So, but that's good for him. You know, you think that trade is actually kind of worth because you get those extra stacks, and Aatrox is fighting so hard here.
Oh my god, Hubris wants it. He sees the blood in the water. He sees the low health bar. He knows he can take this fight. He knows he has World Ender, which will give him the advantage, especially when they both don't have items.
I think Gnar is probably going to wait for his Gnar bar here if he decides to fight, because that's going to be real close if it can go either way.
I know. I do love how these bot laners are relatively even now.
Yeah, it's so nice. Even taking over to the gold. Oh, they're engaging on this.
The Jake's a Killer Instinct. But here comes the Blitzcrank. He's trying to peel off that Kaisa. He's going to flash. He's going to Yoinkor under tower. He's going to get that knockup. And the Jake trying to get excited. Trainio tries to get a little bit of extra damage plopped off, but the top lane, we do have a fight. Hubris pops the World Ender, but here comes the Glacial Prism, and it is going to miss. They clean up the top laner. Meanwhile, back into the bot lane, Baby Cage is going to miss. They do find the Leona out in the middle.
What the hell?
A super mega death rocket finds the Kaisa, and the Vigar finds the Leona.
Oh.
Come alive in game 3.
Yeah, 1,000 goldie down, 9 minutes in. Poppy's gonna secure the dragon, and that Q3 flash onto the Gnar. Oh, I love those. Oh, that's so good. So, but the trade happening is Ari will get 2 tower plates in the end of that, and just ooh. Okay, we need a Ari hyper feed. Relax a little bit.
Yeah. Our beloved Redacted just let me know that I am too hyped, yelling too much, and I'm breaking up into the mic. So, pro tip for myself.
Okay, that's fair.
Bring it down a little bit.
See, this is why we have production, so we know when we're doing things wrong. And, oh, he missed the first Q!
Oh my goodness, he's going to miss that Q3 because MK Beaver broke his ankles.
I think he broke his own ankles doing that. Is it where Poppy's doing that? Does Poppy have Hex Flash? She does.
She does. And she has Tiamat too. I love this build. Now upon light is looking down Hubris. Mega Gnar still
he has
in
no flash.
But that dash is coming out. The Chilling Smite is going to slow him up again. But the stun, followed by the Gnar, followed by the stun. The chain CC is too much. Jesus. And Aatrox cannot get out of this one. Juan is going to face check Leona. He's going to get an easy stun. Easy stun.
Easy stun. So I'm looking at the items. Once again, we have Jinx prioritizing those tier 2 boots. We're gonna get in here. Oh, here comes a hook.
Here it comes. One is the God Hand, and he throws it again. Solar Flare gonna lock up that Jinx for just a little bit, the stun following it through. But here comes the counter engage. They have the autos, they have the damage. But at the moment, they don't have enough. The flash coming out from the Jinx. Killer Instinct coming out from the guys. The stun was so huge from the Leona. They turned their attention right under the screen, and they kill for the guys. So let's go. T5 answer it back with the 80 carry of their own.
They are fighting so hard at this bot lane. Like the gold has actually swung since we talked about it earlier. Now T5 is up 1.5k gold. This game is insane. They're gonna drop the Herald, potentially break this tower. I don't think I need plates. Camera, stop it. Okay, so they're gonna definitely drop a couple of plates here on this tower. Oh my god!
I don't think they'll be able to break it open. They might get it whittled down low enough so that they can pick up the Herald spawning relatively soon.
Okay, she's really low here.
Oh, that Blitz hook barely missing.
Ooh,
they did not get the Herald with that charge. Really good from Stephen Hawking, making them back off.
I just cannot believe just how hard these teams are fighting. You know, even in I know like Twitch chat doesn't see this. Oh, the pullback!
Oh my goodness, but they do see the damage that Huber is just put down on that MK Beaver. Oh my goodness.
I was just getting ready to say, right as that, God, that those Infernal Chains are so good. But I was just getting ready to say, as that was happening, is like Twitch chat didn't see what they said at the beginning of the game. Oh, good
charm followed by the Everfrost. Really good from the side of Sloth right there.
Now I'll actually be able to say it. They said, let's make this game a banger, and they have delivered!
Oh, what a hook! Give it right to Night Train. Express delivery of a red buff. Here you go, jungler.
Honestly, while the Jinx is alone, you probably could engage here. I don't know what people are doing that, but I mean, I know my 80 carry and if I was supporting, we'd been like, yep, Jinx is alone, let's go. But, I mean, it is what it is. You kind of just concede the red buff.
You can see it sitting right there on the Poppy. God, that was such a good take. Oh my god, Hubris is finally able to land and win these trades out with MK Beaver. I love it. But, stat check. How's the Vigar looking?
The Vigar is looking like he has 97 stacks and he's at 197 AP. So with that Everfrost being done, oh, he knows Sejuani's here.
Oh, and the Glacial Prism is going to whip, but the Chilling Smite is going to land. They're trying to get him airborne. They succeed. The World Ender is not going to give him enough health. He manages to take out the Gnar in the end. It is a 1v1, and now upon light, 2 levels down. I don't know if you win this.
Oh my god, that was actually nuts.
Vigar on the rotation. He sees blood in the water. He sees the Sejuani. He doesn't get the stun though. Sejuani lives to get another day. But in the bot lane, we have a hook coming straight out. A stun followed up. He's gonna go right on top of it, but the flash coming out was so clean. Solar Flare not able to do anything, but meanwhile, Super B-Pot's just laying down auto after auto with that machine gun. These bot laners, oh my goodness.
They're just doing so much work. That Aatrox Q actually came through the stun, which helped secure that kill onto MK Beaver. So very unlucky. This time, the top lane matchup is a complete flip from what it was last time. Vigar Cage coming up again.
Oh, what a great stun. What a great electrocute. Night Train not able to follow up there, sitting in the river. Dragon spawning, 3 seconds.
Oh boy. Arya's forced to back here, but she does have TP, so she can come back. And it looks like the top laners are not going to be here for this, so this could be a potential 4v4.
4v4, but with that being said, T5 has first rotation into the river with Poppy all the way back in her own jungle.
Oh, they're going to engage onto this.
Oh, yeah, Blitz goes airborne. He gets airborne again by the dragon. The stun coming out.
Oh no!
This blade is going to miss, but Trainio doesn't care because he has that killer instinct. It manages to jump right in on top of him, cleans the kill, and they can't keep dragging.
Yeah, that was actually a really good play. I mean, unlucky that the Leona flash missed, but evens out the dragons here, and we have another Inferno Rift.
Is that 3 in a row, or is that just 2 in a row?
I think the first one was Cloud.
No.
Was it? Either way, who cares?
It was Mountain.
Oh, it was Mountain? Oh, yeah, you right. You right. You didn't even end up getting either soul, neither team. So, Triforce done here for the Gnar, Eclipse done here for the Aatrox. You expect a lot of... Well, we've already had a lot of trading, so more trading, I guess. Ah, cheeky Pink Ward in there in that.
You know what, Aatrox? I like it, buddy. I like it. Counter jungle the Sejuani.
I mean,
take that Grom, get out clean, go and gank the Gnar from the river.
I think that's exactly what's about to happen here. Oh, no, there was a ward he saw.
There's a ward right there, so he can spot it out, so.
I was ready to.
Yeah. By the way, Twitch chat, I'm looking at the same screen you were. I was just watching it from the from the mini map.
All good, all good. Got some pings coming out here. The bot lane is aware of any potential cheekiness, especially because, you know, with that Blitzcrank, you don't want to like walk in like an idiot and just
need to get rid of all the vision possible, because as soon as he can see over the top of the wall, you're sitting duck. But we are coming to an end in the laning phase. We need a Vigar stack.
Finally. All right. We shall make a tick, and it is at 115. I fully... Oh, he's building a No Magic Mantle. I wonder if that is for not Void Step. Banshee's Veil, that's the one. Potentially.
Banshee's Veil actually would be really good for him right now. Really good.
Yeah, I think it's good, especially into the CC that they have. It blocks the Leona anything. Well, just the first one. And yeah, I mean, really good buy, intelligent buy. I arguably would say that with your lead, you kind of go for the Death Cap and more trading on the top side.
Here comes the top laners, and there goes the top laners. But I do believe now upon light is about to get sandwiched directly between three members, but Sejuani, just that hog that she is, gets out of there.
Yeah. So I'm not too familiar with what Poppy builds outside of the Frostfire Gauntlet. So what's the purpose of the Tiamat? To kind of farm the jungle better?
Yes, and also turns into, I think, Titanic.
Oh, okay. Well, Grip Terrell to be secured here for SHPC. This will be used to most likely break open either the top or mid tower. I assume the top tower because it's low.
That bot lane looking spicy with Blitzcrank just sitting in here. Here comes the channeling of the Hex Flash. Trying to jump right onto the Kaisa, but he's going to get stunned up. See the blade followed up by the hook. Solar Flare directly stuns up that Jinx. He's not able to take out the damage, but Kaisa manages to pick up the Blitz. Here comes Super B-Bot, Super Mega Death Rock. He's going to going over to the Jinx, and she is excited, but Leona's too tanky. Night Train gets caught out by the Ahri. He cannot come down quick enough to support his ADC, who's getting jumped on by Now Upon Light. Now Upon Light, more light now upon darkness, because the Jinx goes to the gray screen. Night Train has to run away in defeat.
I don't know why Trainio didn't flash there. I mean, I guess maybe he's like, I probably didn't trust himself to flash the distance. More power to him. I would have flashed it personally, but they should break
that hitbox was so goofy. Don't worry, Trainio. Don't let Freak flame you like that, because I wouldn't have flashed either.
I would have flashed. I'm just.
That didn't look like it was hitting on my screen either, brother. Don't worry.
I'm just built different, I guess. Nah, I'm just kidding. Putting that into perspective, yeah, that's probably the case. The trade for towers will be in the mid lane. I don't think you even remotely try to fight the Vigar at this point. He should be resetting here. How much gold does he have? Should get most of his, God, these top laners just don't stop fighting ever.
These top laners, this is what we expect, though, in a freaking Hypercast. Top laners beating each other with wet noodles, at least one Dark Seal per series.
Oh yeah, we got one on the Ahri again.
An absolute banger of team fights.
Poppy with the chem tank. Oh, she swapped it out. You baited me! Alright, never mind.
No, she didn't. It's Frostfire.
No, see, at first in chat, it said chem tank at 1907, and she swapped it out, so sad. I was actually pretty excited for the chem tank, because that's like, I'm literally just going to run at you and cause a lot of fear. But the Frostfire's fine.
No, mute all.
Yeah, that's true. But Frostfire is fine. We're gonna have a dragon fight here probably in the next like 10 seconds, unless they catch out the Vigar here.
Try to find the Vigar. Really good flash too. TP from Hubris. Steven Hawk can get into the river, but this fight is too split, and Now Upon Light know it.
Okay, so this bot lane tower is gonna fall respectively.
Drop that Herald, get that tower, regroup with your team. It is now become an even fight, but this fight is still on too many different fronts. But there goes the Sejuani. But Trainio says, I'm gonna take the Blitzcrank.
Now they have to get out of their trap.
You may get rid of my jungler, but I'm gonna take support. The hubris doing so much damage. World Ender, the Poppy Pig coming in clean, but Trainio still picks up Night Train. They managed to trade out two. Super Mega Death Rocket so clean. Does that bring another one? She is so excited right now. She gets a double kill. What a fight coming out from Stephen Hawking.
I'm actually shocked that Zap hit Kaisa like right on the edge. I thought Ari was gonna body block, but probably just to try to avoid giving her the extra stacks to be able to get a kill. But wow, the dragon goes over to SHTC. Just, ooh, what a nuts fight! It looked dicey for. That fight could have gone either way. I will say, just literally either way. I also just realized Vigar swapped out his no magic mental and has bought 2 rods, so he is like, nah, screw the MR. I'm going right for death cap.
Defense. What is that? It's offense.
Respectively so. He has 163 stacks.
Offense. And you know what? 21 minutes into the game, and this game is going exactly how we were talking about in the pregame, playing through these ADCs. Because, I mean, the goal difference between the two of them is even now with Jinx getting that double kill right there. And the goal chart has just swung back into Stephen Hawking's favor. I want to see the goal chart at the end of this game because it is going to look like an absolute roller coaster.
I really wish we had like the LCS graphic that they have for the gold graph so we can see it live in game. And they might catch
Hubris. 4 members are here. They're going to be looking for you, but he's going to be able to kite and dodge out that. Now upon light hail, very cleanly, he does have to use his ultimate. That is a massive cooldown for this Baron that is on the table at the moment.
Weird positioning for the Sejuani. I think you were aware that there are like 3 people on that side. So
he's aware now as soon as he saw them.
Yeah, it was kind of weird. Like, you're kind of walking a little far where the rest of your team is not. Kaisa's going to keep farming here, go towards that Rage Blade once again. I still would like the Nashor's Tooth personally, you know, get that W upgrade to be a little more obnoxious. But it's okay, these 2 AD carries are they're gonna be the story of this game. Like, we mentioned it before. Oh, I love Odyssey. No, this Project Jinx. I love that skin. That skin is so cool.
Really?
It's not my favorite. Odyssey is actually my favorite. I'm also like,
I'm gonna be real, I'm not a big fan of any of the Jinx skins, but Panda, our lovely host, has asked us to check the Vigar ultimate damage. And so I did. It is at 668 and 1335. So he is
just the death cap.
Yeah, so he's made the comment, it is turned into a Kaisa delete button.
That's pretty much what it's gonna be for. It's gonna be to catch out either the Kaisa or the Ahri. You might one-shot the Gnar, but Gnar's about to get blasted by the way. There's 3 people down here.
Oh, I know. But he is Mega Gnar, but with that being said, Stephen Hawking's top laner is in the same predicament with 3 members of...
Stop that back.
There's no way that will like do this. And the best part is, no, they messed up. They hit the ward. They hit the ward, so they got vision of the Baron getting taken. MK Beaver's trying to slow up Night Train. And he's going to succeed. Now, upon light, do not sneak the Baron because I think maybe it was the Leona that took out that ward.
Yeah, on the other hand, they bait out the TP from the Vigar, so that'll be down for a little while. We have Dragon up in 1:45, good charm, and a little bit of chip damage onto the Aatrox. He's not really doing too much because he has
pretty good chip damage.
He has this dance, so that's why I'm kind of like, eh.
Yeah, but he doesn't have any. He really doesn't have any MR at the moment. I mean, he's only got 92 MR stat. I don't know what that equivalents to. Some number percentage.
I can't think of that.
Some math calculation.
Yeah, that's where my fiance comes in because she's the math major. But anyways, so Vigar. A stat check. I'm just gonna stat check like every 2 or 3 minutes. 178 stacks now, probably now 180, 179. So. That boy he's doing some damage, as a friend of mine would say. So he's going to start blowing up people here in a little bit. This next dragon fight in about a minute is going to determine, I think this next dragon fight is going to determine the game.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Not like end the game, but like
I get what you're saying, but basically determine who has the advantage to throw the game, essentially. Yeah. Whose game it is to throw at that point.
Yep.
I got you.
This is obviously going to be soul point for Stephen Hawking Dance Club. The
no, they're looking for this. are not
They
playing.
know Blitz is there.
They do. Now Upon Light goes in, gets Blitzcrank out of that bush, but they have a ward, so it doesn't matter. He still sees you. He's got the God hand.
Oh, he stopped the TP. That's huge.
Arm stops the TP. Aatrox try to get into the fight, but he's not able to. This is going to be a 4v4. Ari and Aatrox are not here, but Stephen Hawking has control of the river. Solar Flare is their go button.
Nars looking for a
Glacial
flank.
Prism is their go button. They have the go buttons, and Nars on flank. He has his ultimate as well. Glacial Prism is going to land. Miss. Solar Flare is going to connect, and then Mega Gnar comes in. He's looking for the back line, but he's just going to get Nars, the whole team, right back into the team of the fight. The fight is going directly in favor of Now Upon Light, but here comes Super Pots.
Block of the ult.
He's got the damage, he's got the rockets, and he has the support from his team. The Baby Cage, the hook applying so much CC to empower him to pick up a clean kill. They trade junglers in the end.
Both junglers die. Well, Gnar has TP, so he can come back to this. I think they should be looking for this if possible. Oh, that was close.
Oh, what a nice leap right there.
Oh, we're just gonna simmer down. Neither team's comfortable enough to take the dragon. They're gonna wait for their junglers to come up.
Yep.
Then we're about to do this all over again.
Let's try that again, folks.
Yeah, we're gonna hit the pause button on that. Give it about 30 more seconds, and we'll be right back into another.
You know what? I'm all for it because Solar Flare back online.
Yeah, and this now Jinx doesn't have flash. That's the crucial part. She does not have flash, but neither does Kai'Sa. So this fight could honestly go either way, and it depends on which AD carry gets the damage they need off first.
Super Mega Death Rocket coming online. We have our ultimates back. Let's go for round 2. Stephen Hawking has control of the river yet again, but it's going to be a 5v4. Gnar is still in the top lane, probably waiting for that call out from their captain. Now Upon Light, the jungler, he's looking for it. The TP coming straight into the dragon pit. The dragon is going to reset, but Poppy knocks away too. The killer instinct right onto the Vigar, but he cannot delete her quick enough. She clips at the Vigar and looking for a little bit more, but the Jinx leads up to Kai'Sa. Super Mega Dex Rocket is going to get a double kill. Gnar goes down as well. It is now a 5v3, but the health bars on the tanks are so massive right now. Poppy pops, he can't go away. The Now Upon Light health bar gets shredded by the Jinx, and they are looking for the jungler. Ari tries to get a little bit of damage. In the end, the zap is not going to be able to connect, but Night Train just turns his attention right onto the dragon while his team is looking to zone off the rest of Now Upon Light. Now Upon Light, you are not allowed in the river, nor the dragon. Stephen Hawking.
They just can't get to the Jinx like they could in the previous game. She's so strong. Like, you have to get to her or she will just shred through your tanks. She doesn't even have the Lord Doms yet. Okay, now she does. So that if that fight happens when she has Lord Dom, she kills the Sejuani there, I think 100% of the time there. But, oh god, this game looked so good for T5 at the start, but just, they can't get to the Jinx. That front line is just too beefy.
Yo, this game is neck and neck. I know you said that Dragon Fight is going to determine whose game it is to throw, but it didn't do anything.
No.
It's a 1K gap. The Kai'Sa and the Jinx are still neck and neck in terms of gold.
Yeah,
The Vigar and the Ari are neck and neck in terms of gold. The only reason why they have a gold advantage is the Aatrox, 200 gold on top of the Gnar. But Gnar has the Black Cleaver, he has the he has the Triforce, so that gold difference isn't really much at the moment.
I just honestly cannot believe just how close this game is. I literally thought that Dragon Fight would be the straw that breaks the camel's back. In my eyes, the way I saw it was, it was gonna be just.
You know what? I can get behind that too. I was there. I understood it. As soon as you said it, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. But as soon as that played out, like, no,
it's just that these teams are playing. They're playing chaotic, which we expected, but it's like a reserved chaotic, if that makes sense.
It's not even reserved. It's just smart. It's just smart chaos, and it's so good. It is so good. Can you feel that tension right there?
Ah, my god, it's like
as the vision line gets pressed up forward and forward. Stephen Hawking not really wanting to take this leap to push the vision line. You know, Now Upon Light sitting in this Fnatic bush, also very reserved. and pushing up that line of vision, like the tension is so real.
I know, and
they're looking for the pick on the Jinx. This is how they're gonna answer it. This is how they're gonna answer it.
She's alone.
She's alone in the mid lane, and there is 3 members that are gonna play a lot of CC. Do they do it? They're sneaking Baron. They're gonna sneak the Baron. Every member of Stephen Hawking is in the bot side of the map. They have no clue this time that the Baron is getting taken.
This is really slow, so unless
they have no idea. They have no idea. They're gonna try to look for a pick.
This is gone.
They take it. They take it. They take it. Let's go. Now upon light, we have a Baron sneak coming out of the game today. Game 3, we got a Baron sneak. Completely unaware of it getting taken.
Oh man, just like oof. I'm palpitating a little bit, and
dude, me too.
Check with the Vigar stats coming in. He is currently at 735 AP in the Primordial Burst, between 801 and 1600 damage. How much health do you guys have? 22, 23.
It's almost a delete button. A full rotation is a delete button.
Yeah, it's a full combo. You're just kind of dead.
Not even a full combo. Like, if he's able to land Dark Matter, the W, that's 1,000 damage right there. Followed directly by Primordial Burst, that's a delete button.
Okay.
Okay, what does Now Upon Light do with this Baron? What do they need to do with this Baron, Freak?
It looks like they're gonna go for a 1-3-1. You know, Nar naturally is gonna be split pushing. Oh no. Okay. So 1-3-1 is gonna be the call here. Someone's gonna have to answer the Nar eventually. Ari is gonna also split push in the bottom. She shouldn't push too far though, because there's absolutely no vision anywhere around that part of the map. And they have to set up for this soul fight here in the next 57 seconds. Otherwise, I mean, it's just kind of a free Infernal Soul, and you do not want that on the Jinx of all people. And not even the Vigar! You just do not want that. And this tower is going to be chipped away in the top lane by that cannon. Never mind, it goes right to the Aatrox. Sad, but they should break open.
You know, Stephen Hawking doing really, really good at not letting Now Upon Light take control of the map. They still have mid and top lane tier 1 standing. Granted, that health of both of those turrets is very, very low.
Yeah. So, they should be falling here shortly. We have TPs up for the top laners and the mid laners. This mid lane tower should maybe, potentially.
Yeah, it's gonna go down. Night Train has to recognize that he can't save that tower, but does slot. Able to pick out Chalupa. He does get that health bar very, very low. Definitely within delete button range.
Okay, here we go. Now the real fight begins. We have Dragon up now.
One looking for Fafnir is gonna miss the hook. Now Upon Light sees his opportunity to get Baby Cage right by the Vigar, but he's gonna sidestep.
From the Poppy,
Night Train is gonna get CC'd and has to flash out of there. But here comes the hammer, and here comes Tranio. Double kill, triple kill. The Kaisa is going crazy right now. Aatrox is gonna be able to clean her up. Jinx and Aatrox are turning this fight single-handedly. Super P-Pots is on the back line. He's gonna get singled out, but here comes the Aatrox. Here comes the Vigar. Now Upon Light cannot save his team. His health bar gets deleted, and Hubris deletes Now Upon Light, the team and the player. Ace coming out for Stephen Hawking Dance Club.
I gotta say, this will, 1, be the Infernal Soul coin, but 2, they focused so hard on the Poppy. They blew a lot of crucial abilities in order to, you know, to kill the Poppy, and then that left the Jinx. I don't know if anyone saw how much damage Jinx was putting out, and during that fight, she was melting health bars. Not just melting the health bars. And she's a QSS, so there's that too. So,
Let's just throw that in there.
God, these fights look so good for T5 until they just blow everything on the tanks, and then it's like, well, you still have 3 damage dealers to deal with. I say 3 because, you know, Aatrox exists. And I just noticed he has the Optimus chains too.
Yeah, he grabbed that at very, very early.
I just noticed that. I don't know if it tells me who he has it on. It does not say. Alright, well, either way, he has the Optimus chains on. Most likely on the Kaisa, I would assume. Okay, I was just told it was the Kaisa, so Easy peasy lemon squeezy. There's no way they try and fight this here, right? I mean, this shutdown.
I mean, they shouldn't.
Okay, nope. So that Baron buff essentially is moot now that they got earlier.
Yeah, they got 2 turrets off of it. I mean, 1 turret because that second turret just fell. Juan stalling for time, gets that knockup, is able to get a little bit of that extra damage, but here comes the rest of the team. MK Bieber has the flash, but Blitzcrank has embodied Mortal Kombat to his entire soul because he flashes away and just says, "Get over here!" And they get a kill on the top laner. Death timers getting very, very close to a minute now.
Yeah, and it's a complete flip of what happened in the last game. Nara is now 0-6 versus the Aatrox being 5-1. So it's like game 2 once again is like 2 completely different top laners playing. But
do you know what it is? Do you know what it is?
A Poppy diff?
The Poppy diff. It's the Vigar diff. Like, those 2 champions are not letting Now Upon Light play their team, play the game the way they want to play this game. They're trying to get this bursty, pick-oriented, you know, spread the fight out like this because one champion's going one direction, the other champion's going the other direction, where Vigar says just sit down, stay right there, let my team do the damage, and Poppy, as soon as she says, you know, as soon as she sees that the fight is not going in her favor, she makes it a numbers advantage with that ultimate, and it's really clean coming out here.
This is weird.
But Fafnir is going to have a little bit of support with that stun granted directly by that Vigar. MK not able to help this Ari because he gets deleted instantly with that primordial burst. He is going to burst his health bar down to absolute 0. They get 2 picks there in the bot lane, and they may be able to push onto this Baron and potentially in the game.
I honestly think they could do it. I mean, they're just kind of taking their time getting there. They're getting set up. Vigar has TP and will probably TP into the pit. Okay, there we go. So they're going to start the Baron. This will just continue that goal lead. It's just these carries on the side of Stephen Hobby Dance Club are just way too strong. And I know it doesn't feel like it considering the goal graph, like they're only up 3K, but it's those individual like stats that are coming in, especially with the Vigar being probably at 1,000 AP. Yep, 1166. That's gross. And he has the Void Staff now too, so I mean, 100-0 everyone, and like it's just Vigar. I love Vigar too. I have like a love-hate for Vigar because he just infinitely scales, but he's so much fun to play when you one-shot people.
I'm the ADC. I don't agree with you.
Oh, okay, that's fair. I'm the one that flippy floppies between mid and AD carry every other season. Probably next season it'll be a mid lane season for me, so we'll definitely see. So, but back to the HDC having that Baron. There's no vision in this jungle. If they catch up the Kai'Sa here, I think the game's pretty much just over.
They managed to that flash coming out from Nitrain right onto that Tranio, but he's able to get right out of that cage. But here comes the rest of Now Upon Light. They find the team. Sloth has to go golden, but Super B-Pot's doing what she does best. Here comes the damage. Lightning is thick. She gets the double kill. Do we get the triple kill? No. We get the Aatrox cleaning that one up, but the triple kill does end up coming out from Jeeks. Now Upon Light has to take that blast cone, but Super B-Pot's hubris goes straight into the enemy base. They are looking for blood. They are looking for the ace. They are looking to end this game.
There's no way this ends like that, right?
They end this game. I don't see them not ending this game. They got the Baron buff. They got the waves. They got the damage. They got the death timers in their favor. First person up is going to be Kai'Sa and Leona, along with that Gnar. So 3 people up to stop this 4-man assault on the Nexus.
That was actually it. Kai'Sa went a little too hypey into 4 people and ended up just getting... I don't want to say she's solo game. They just got out-skilled, outplayed. They just played so well, and SHDC is going to take the series 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, that was...
They didn't think it would end like that, but I mean, okay.
It had to end at some point. Like you were saying, we were getting to that point where one big fight, death timers are so high. They'd cracked open most of the lanes. They had all... I mean, at some point, you miscalculate and you're off the map, and that's what happened. But I mean... It was so, like, it was just like this the whole time. I mean, barely moving. The gold graph barely moving. It was just both teams up by
Battle
2,
of
up by 2.
inches.
It was amazing.
What a game. What a game.
Eh,
I'm with you boys. Like that side Panda, like I am
That was
with
nuts.
you 100%. I
yeah.
do gotta say though, as much as like after that soul point, not taking soul point, but claiming soul point, after that, Stephen Hawking just started to pull ahead ever so slightly. It was
Yep.
just like it was that difference maker. It was I think it kind of I think it got on like now upon light they got in their heads, and when they took that next team fight they kind of just played it very poorly, and
Yeah.
Stephen
Well,
Hawking manages.
you guys brought this up because Freaky mentioned that one Drake fight. You're like, this is gonna be the one that determines the map in the whole match.
Yeah.
And Hyper, in my head at the same time you were saying it, I was like, man, these teams are so smart because it wasn't a Drake wipe fight. They backed away. They said,
Yeah.
you can take the Drake, that's cool. We'll walk away with our lives. And I was like, this is some big brain play. And it ended up only like 1 or 2 kills, and they were just still even. They're only up by 1K gold. So it was like, okay, and that objective really wasn't that big a deal.
Mhm.
But eventually they couldn't stop the scaling. That was Stephen Hawking. Eventually Blitz was just a meat, like just give me all your damage. You can't do anything to me. And then I'm going to pull you in and Vigar is going to destroy you. And so like the cage combo, it paid off at the end. And once they
really
caught somebody,
did.
that was it.
I'm looking at some of the damage, coming in for some of these.
Imagine.
And Vigar didn't actually do the most damage. I will say shockingly. It was the Jinx at 37,000 damage. I mean, she just hit that point where during some of these fights where her and Vigar were literally just dishing out just free damage because they were so focused on the Aatrox in their face, trying to peel for the Kai'Sa. But then sometimes Kai'Sa would get a little too hypey, ulti away from her team, and yes, she would get a pick, but it would be traded instantly by someone on the other side. It's just those little things that you got to think about, especially when you're the carry. Like those fights mostly for Now Upon Light were definitely front to back, but at the same time, it's like, how do we get back to this Jinx who's just free rocketing us all the time?
You can't.
Exactly.
They had a zone. They had Aatrox who's just like, I do a ton of damage this time. I was a different. I came to play this game. Sorry,
I became a champion.
I forgot where it was last game, but here I am.
Found my entity.
And Jinx, like you said, just able to just target practice from the back line. It was just so
just much more well executed from Stephen Hawking from game 2. But with all that being said, Stephen Hawking played phenomenally, managed to finally get to that point of the game where they can just start pulling ahead more and more and more and more, and then finally catch the Kai'Sa out, pull the trigger in the game. But with that being said, Now Upon Light never in my mind was out of this game.
No,
they were never did I think to myself, damn, they lose the game now because of that fight. In fact, I had the opposite thought thinking when I saw them sneak a Baron.
Yeah, right. That was crazy.
They snuck the Baron right under their nose. They learned the lesson. Don't kill the ward if you want to sneak Baron. They left the ward. They took the Baron, and then Stephen Hawking goes, did we not have eyes on that? Like, what's going on?
Who had blue drink? Who? What? Oh God!
Whose job was that?
But you know what they did? They turtled. They defended, and they didn't. They barely let them get anything out of it. Barely let them get anything out of it.
Was a wipe.
I got to see several Poppy just smashes across the screen. So all of these fights, it came down to the very beginning with the comp build. Like, Now Upon Light had a great comp. They had the go button with Leona, and they used it several times
effectively.
But the disengage coming out of Stephen Hawking was like, that's fine, you're here. If all else fails, we'll kick a couple of you away.
Yeah, make it a numbers advantage.
Make it a numbers advantage. Just play the numbers, and so they did, and it was great. I mean, a huge series. I mean, one way to end tiebreakers for Div 1 is to go to game 3 on a just an absolute banger of a match. So
yeah, And with that, as I'm looking at the standings, so because we didn't get to see level 100 play, they ended up forfeiting all their matches. That puts Stephen Hawking's Dance Club as that fourth spot in playoffs. I think that's how that ends up. So I think there's only 4 teams for playoffs. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So that puts
4 from Group A, 4 from Group B.
So that puts us, or rather, that puts them, in that prime spot to going into playoffs. So,
oh yeah, they made it.
And if you look at the other teams in the group, you have Draftif, you have the Chazmeister team, and you have Cinnabon Sayori as your other teams as well. Now we've casted the CEO before, and they're a really fun team, so that's going to be an interesting matchup there. I don't think we did Draftif or Cinnabon Sayori before, but as we get into playoffs, we should in the future.
So I watched Cinnabon. Cinnabon played No Upon Light last week, and they're a very fun team to watch as well. So if anything, playoffs is just going to be more exciting stuff to come, and it's just going to be hopefully these back and forths. Just who's going to take it, who learns what in what game and tries to counter it in the next one, which is exactly what we saw tonight. Was they did that? I think we can counter with that. And at the end of the day, Stephen Hawkins takes the dub, and they're going to be the ones heading off into that playoffs.
Well done from Now Upon Light, though. I will give them some credit first. They played very well, especially in games 2 and 3. Game 1, we're not going to talk about, but games 2 and 3, they played exceptionally well. We'll just say game 1 was a warm-up game. And I think if this team stays together for the next split of Draft League, they could be a force to reckon with. If they keep that playstyle that they have, and I think it will end really well for them next split. They can keep being a contender like they are. But wow, I'm excited for playoffs. That means I think we start if these groups kind of go the way I think I do. If there's a bracket stage hyper, that means we got best of 5s coming soon. Are you ready for that?
I am ready for that. I know everybody in the Twitch chat is ready for that. I know everybody at Risen is excited for this playoff coming at us. We have 4 teams from both sides that are incredible in the way they play this game. Definitely showing up tonight is Stephen Hawking, letting us know that they have earned their spot in the playoffs, and rightfully you do, guys. So take your win, take a week off, get ready, because next Friday we have do we start into quarterfinals, or do we just go quarterfinals, semifinals, and then regular finals?
Some like cheeky draw where each team.
Are we gonna have 3? Are we gonna have 3 quarter, semi, and finals? All right. So Redacted, just let me know. We're gonna go right into quarterfinals. So you got to be there next Friday.
And Stephen Hawking just showed up that not only can they play the game, but they can play pretty different comps too. So any of these other teams watching good luck on your scouting is all I gotta say.
Dark horses for sure. Don't trust what you see on the op.gg. Let game 1 tell you how this team is gonna play. You have a best of 5. Use that first game wisely. Don't throw it. Collect the knowledge that you need to go into the rest of the series. With that being said, I have nothing else to say.
Neither do I.
I can't imagine that you possibly could.
Best of 5s,
I've been quiet the entire time. I don't know if you can hear it, but my voice is kind of shot.
Actually, I lied. I do have something to say.
Oh.
Semifinals at Worlds next weekend. Don't watch that. Watch this instead. We're going to be a lot cooler. Who wants to watch a bunch of LPL and LCK teams just fight each other? It happens every year. We don't want that.
We see that every MSI.
Every year.
I'll actually be there. So, sorry.
Oh.
It helps to live in Atlanta. What can I say?
I thought about flying out there to be completely honest. It wouldn't have been that expensive to go from here to Texas. But
that's coming up next week. We just had a serious, pretty amazing night, and we're all ready to go. I know Hyper and Freak are, as well as Redacted. So big thanks to production, and of course to the 2 in the booth. I'm Panda. I've been your host tonight. Thank you very much for checking us out, and of course, come back next week. We got more all weekend as well. That's going to be it for Risen Draft League.
Peace.
Later, boys.